Everybody just go on mute other than Rita.
Good morning, everyone. Today is the day 2 of the India Industry Water Conclave. Yesterday, we covered a very interesting set of sessions. In the morning, we had the Secretary, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India, the Director General of NMCG with us, and a host of other dignitaries in the inaugural session. We've also covered an interesting discussion around the policy and regulatory framework for the 3 Rs, reduce, reuse, and recycle, with government both from the center and state governments as well. We've also had case studies from other countries around how they have, formulated their policies on wastewater reuse. Yesterday, we've also seen innovations in water technologies from the awardees of the 8th edition of the FICCI Water Awards. And we've had a very interesting discussion on urban wastewater management. Today, we go on to hearing the industry side. So we have 3 very interesting sessions: industrial water use efficiency, which is going to start off now, followed by water use efficiency in agriculture and how the private sector is engaging there. On the third panel, we will have corporate water stewardship to showcase industry case studies around what they're doing beyond the fence. And finally, we'll have today's valedictory session with a keynote from Mr. Amitabh Kant, CEO of Niti Aayog, and a special address from Mr. Rajendra Singh, the Waterman of India. So we will now kickstart the session on industrial water use efficiency, and I hand over to my colleague Kirtika Arora to introduce the panel.
Good morning. So we'll start with our first session of day 2, which is enhancing water use efficiency in industry, exemplary initiatives and lessons learned. Industry is becoming increasingly aware of the imperatives of water use efficiency and understanding the complexities of their role and the interconnections of their impact on water and groundwater, and are working towards creating shared value for themselves and the society. The session will present the best practice examples of companies who are taking leadership in the way they use and manage water in their businesses, going beyond compliance and providing benchmarks for others in their sectors to follow. Let me introduce our distinguished panelists. Mr. Mukund Vasudevan, he is the co-chair of FICCI Water Mission, who will be chairing this session. And other distinguished speakers, Ms. Geeta Srinivasa, Managing Director, Ecolab India, Mr. Taj Alam, Vice Chairman, UP Leather Industries Association, Mr. Vanal, General Manager, Environment, Health and Safety, DIGO India, Mr. Sanjay Verma, AGM, NTPC Raipur, and Mr. Bala Dhandapani, Head Sustainability, Trident Group. Over to you, Mr. Vasudevan.
Thank you, Kritika, and thank you, Rita, for setting this up. I think we had a wonderful day yesterday, and we have a high bar to set now in this session. Just keep the audience engaged. So let me kick it off, and then I'll, in my role as the moderator, I'll also lay down some ground rules on how we'll proceed so that we just give enough time for participants to ask questions. So let me kick it off with a little starting point around industrial water. You know, as you all know, agriculture tends to use the majority of the water available in India, and industry is somewhere in the range of 6 to 10%. But then every little drop counts in the country, as all of you know. Water saved, and in my past work, I have noticed that water saved by industries can be in the range of 20 to 30% very often with the right initiatives. And I'm sure yesterday, some of you would have heard the water awards, how much some people have done in terms of saving water in industries. So every drop counts. Industry cannot say it's someone else's problem, it's everybody's problem. I was recently talking to a CEO of a large food manufacturing company, And he said something very interesting. He said water saving is not just about sustainability, it is about survival. That, to me, gives us an indication of how important water is in today's world. Many industries, food, power, steel, paper, many of you, leather, will know that without water, the survival of the industry itself is in jeopardy. Not only that, we all live in a community. The industry is in the middle of very often farmland or in the middle of a municipality where water allocation will become a problem if water is depleted, if the groundwater is depleted or river water is not available. And moreover, pollution from industries can create all kinds of social unrest in the community around. So water is a very interrelated problem, and it is important that we save it, we purify it, and we equitably distribute it amongst all the stakeholders. Now, this is nothing new I'm telling to all of you. All of you understand it. You're the experts, so I'll let you do the talking. And I think the way we would like to address this is to say there are solutions available both on the demand side, reducing the water use, water demand from industries, as well as on the supply side, whether it is through recycling or through finding alternate sources of water. So both sides require technology, require industry to adopt best practices, and also requires government intervention, whether it is in pricing, whether it is in equitable distribution, or providing the right incentives. So again, it's a multi-stakeholder problem which needs to be solved by all of us working closely with government, working closely with the community, and sharing best practices amongst each other. So with that, I would like to kind of move into the session now. I would request that each speaker keep their presentation to 8 minutes and no more. In those 8 minutes, in the 7th minute, I will give a quick reminder. I will unmute myself and just let you know 1 minute. After that, it would be best to wrap up. After each one of you has spoken for 8 minutes, we will throw it open to questions from the audience. I will pick some questions and try and direct it to the right person. The audience, please, when you have a question, if you could direct it to the one person whom you want the answer from, that will be even better. Okay. With that, I'm going to jump in. I'm going to start with Ms. Geeta Srinivasa from Ecolab. Geeta, over to you. And Kritika, you'll control the presentation, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hi, thanks, Mukund. Kritika, will you put up the presentation, please? Yeah. Hey, good morning, everyone. Indeed, a pleasure to be this panel and hear diverse views and see how we can contribute and make an impact to a problem that is with us for many years and will continue to be there unless we look at solving this collectively. Kritika, can we move to the next slide, please? Thank you. Yep. You know, greater demands for goods and services is obviously putting unprecedented pressures on some of our limited natural resources. And as you can see here, by 2030, it is estimated that the world will need 40% more fresh water, 45% more energy, and 35% more food. And the interconnectivity of these vital resources will place increasing demand on the world's limited supply of fresh water. And it's also noted as a fact that by 2050, global water demand is projected to increase by 55%, contributed by manufacturing, thermal electricity generation, agriculture, and domestic use. You know, these dynamics are creating new, complex challenges every day. Resource scarcity seems to be the new normal, and companies are obviously adapting their operations to meet these growing demands and challenges. Despite these real risks and future risk, I mean, these are real and future risks, right? Water is significantly undervalued in the world today. When water is undervalued, it's really difficult to talk about conservation, you know, be it in the industry or domestic. Historically, what we have seen, companies have paid attention to the price of water, but not necessarily on the real value of water to their business. The price of water is obviously not quite free, but it is significantly low price compared to the value. This challenge actually makes it very difficult for business to justify investments to improve water efficiency within their operations. Because on a profit and loss statement, water is barely noticeable, right? The disconnect between market price and value, which could also be considered as a risk, makes it hard to support optimal decisions when it is related to expansions which involves water. Kritika, next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. Because water is so essential in production and delivery of goods and services, industry faces a variety of challenges like variable water quality, complex water chemistry, scarcity, changing regulations, which is completely out of their control, reputational considerations, health and safety concerns, and complex connectivity across the entire value chain. Clearly, it's a serious risk to communities and a material risk to business. Let's look at a hard fact. If we continue business as usual, the global demand for water will exceed available resources by 40% by 2030. Yet, since 2011, water use has only declined by 10%, and that's clearly not enough in the years ahead. We as an industry and business have been relying on conservation strategy for the past decade, but conservation alone is not going to solve the problem. Next slide, please, Kritika. Thanks. So what we believe is industry to adopt total water management as the smart way of approaching this entire challenge. Smart water management throughout the operation, starting from the influent water, water used within operational processes, up to the effluent. Smarter use, including the famous 3 R's, which is reduce, reuse, and recycle throughout an operation, will ultimately help us reduce the amount of water both used and returned into wastewater stream. There are tools available, which is such as water balance intelligence or water efficiency plan, which essentially helps industries and businesses to map their entire processes where there is an interference with water, right? And help build a blueprint of this, right? Today, there are solutions that even allow gray water in a hotel to be reused for cooling, to systems that enable treated wastewater from one plant to be used as a process water in an adjacent business or facility, to precisely monitor capabilities that ensure efficient treatment to make water reusable. As I mentioned earlier, the gap between price and value of water needs to be better understood. In 2014, Ecolab, along with Microsoft and TrueCost, actually developed a tool called Water Risk Monetizer. Now, the Water Risk Monetizer actually provides a risk-adjusted price of incoming and outgoing water that takes into consideration local demand, scarcity, and also the water quality that's available in that plant or in the facility. By leveraging this information that the Water Risk Monetizer actually provides, businesses can take more informed decisions on investments that involve water usage. So this is what we believe is the smart water management that we need to move into. Kritika, next slide, please. How does digital really play a role in water management? Data, information, and insights are going to be revolutionizing the industrial sector, and all of us are aware of it. But how will it impact water? We will see more real-time monitoring in industrial spaces, greater adoption of connected technology, and ability to collect and analyze data about water use is how digital will enable us in smarter water management. Collectively, this will have a significant impact on water availability in our communities and throughout the world. We believe that predictive analytics will be the way that will define the industrial space of water usage. We are today able to monitor water quality in different locations around the world based on seasonality, etc., that will allow us to be even smarter with water usage. Companies that can really harness data-driven, actionable, predictable insights will ensure their success in this domain. Through our NALCO Water division, we were pioneers in advanced digital technology with introduction of something called the 3D TRACER technology, which combines chemistry, remote services, sophisticated monitoring, real-time monitoring, and help control customers reduce, reuse, and recycle water throughout their entire operations, of course. Today, we nearly have 40,000 of such installations worldwide, which is remotely monitored from our System Assurance Center in Pune. We collect 27 billion data points through these 3D tracers. 5,000 engineers who work at our customer sites are continuously adding to the extensive knowledge databases. Using data captured by sensor technology will obviously help customers to be more predictive, better anticipate disruptions, model scenarios, and manage water use, and of course, which in turn leads to energy usage as well as an enterprise. You know, there are opportunities, there are also solutions, but this needs a lot of collaboration. Collaboration between government, industry associations, and with neighboring businesses to find mutually beneficial opportunities. You know, for example, steel, one of the leading steel manufacturers in our country, with whom we worked, sets very ambitious goals of water management, right? Water saving and water management. We've been able to work with them over the years that helped them save 380 million gallons of water. It's equal to annual drinking water needs of 1.3 million people. And the journey doesn't stop there, right? They are audacious in setting their targets and constantly push us to innovate and help them in this journey through digital and operational discipline. I believe industry can and must lead the way in water conservation and reuse, working very collaboratively with government and as a community. Yeah, Kritika, next slide.
Geeta, 1 minute more if you don't mind.
I'm done, Mukund. That's the opening remarks from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Geeta. Very interesting to see the use of technology which Ecolab and NALCO is making. And as pioneers in the digital world, I think it's something which can really be rolled out and used across a bunch of industries. Digital as with Industry 4.0 and the IoT solutions can really play a role in reducing water usage in just across every industry. So thank you for your kind words. I'll now pass it over to Mr. Dandapani from the Trident Group.
Yes, sir. Good morning to all. So I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry for giving us the opportunity to showcase our state-of-the-art technology and sustainability initiatives towards achieving the national mission on water consumption efficiently. So it's a matter of great pride that Trident Limited have emerged as a joint winner of Water Award 2020. I request Kritika ji to play the video what we said earlier. For the audience.
Everything starts with a tiny thread, and if you catch hold of the right one, you may just weave the destiny you want. From being a little-known company, today we are the largest manufacturers of terry towels in the world, one of the biggest producers of wheat straw-based paper, among the foremost yarn spinners of the country, and a world leader in bed linen manufacturing.
So thank you, Kirtika ji, for sharing the video. The National Action Plan Climate Change describes the futures of National Water Mission as a national water mission will be mounted to ensure integrated water resource management, helping to conserve water, minimize wastage, and ensure equitable distribution both across and within the states. Completely aligned with this national water mission, our founder and chairman of Trident Group, Padma Shri Rajendra Gupta ji, has always guided us and inspired the team for the mission to create awareness on existing situation pertaining to water scarcity, quality, and inculcate long-term water sustainability plans for optimizing its usage. Under the visionary leadership of Mr. Rajendra Gupta ji, we have embraced sustainability as our core business in all our aspects and undertaken multiple drives for water conservation across our manufacturing facilities, also in corporate facilities. The core mantra of Trident Group for easing out business challenges is inspired by challenge. Within this mantra, we always try to use water efficiently. To highlight, we have installed zero liquid discharge system to recover and reuse the wastewater across our production facilities. We will take pride on stating that our home textile facility functioning at Budni in the state of Madhya Pradesh is the largest towel plant in the world, which has equipped with 100 waste recovery. The entire wastewater recovered is being recycled back to the textile processing. So this way, almost 10 million liters of water we are recovering across our facilities, which is a bigger leap for reducing river water consumption. Also, the domestic wastewater we have installed, we are recovering that water and reusing back in our green belt development. So in our location, almost 7 lakh trees, saplings are planted in last 7 years to develop a green belt. Also, we have taken various steps to reducing the fresh water consumption. As we already shown many our process where we have installed a continuous dyeing machine, which require very less water, and also these machineries are water efficient. Also, we are implementing Industry 4.0 for tracking all water-related data and maintaining the water balance. With this continuous improvement, our textile business is operating with very less water, just 50% than the benchmark set by the national and global our other companies. I also like to elaborate the steps taken to conserve water in our group. I mean, it may help for other industry to improve their water usage. Every year we are setting water targets for achieving better specific water consumption in all our facilities. Various PPM projects are undertaken for process-wise, machine-wise, for minor improvement of water usage, which yields noticeable results in terms of water savings. Such small projects also identified through brainstorming activities and high level of engagement of all impact level of employees. Those activities educate and create awareness among all the working employees towards water stewardship. Rainwater harvesting, a unique initiative in National Water Mission, which reads, catch rain where it falls, when it falls. Following with the same enthusiasm, the rainwater harvesting measures are undertaken to save a lot of water, fresh water intake, and to recharge groundwater levels. Also, we are practicing rooftop harvesting. So every year we are conducting third-party audits periodically for verification of the impacts of all the projects undertaken or all the measures are undertaken to sustain the water balance. we already developed digital dashboards. It is available intranet to keep track on daily water consumption. Another important CSR program what we are doing is Nirmal Narmada Abhiyan. So by which it is conducted every year, every quarter with participation reaching to thousands of volunteer employees and local villages also. In this program, promotional activities like video shows, displaying water saving measures, active plays, slogan writings, poster competitions are also organized. Rewards and recognitions program also draws large number of participation in these programs. Also, large number of capacity.
1 minute more, please. Sorry, 1 minute
yes,
more.
Sir, I'm completing. Yes, sir. So, large number of capacity building program also organized for effective water utilization and awareness among employees and in our local communities also. So, we are conducting workshops, training programs, and interactive sessions for our employees and local people also. So, I am completing now. So it's a pleasure to cross the measures undertaken across Trident Group. I hope it will help for other industries also to manage their water in a better way. Thank you.
Mr. Dandapani, first of all, congratulations on receiving the Water Award, FICCI Water Award for last year.
Thank you.
Listening to your presentation yesterday and today, I think it's great achievements which you have made, and I think you said it perfectly. It's not just the adoption of technology, but it is more important. It is the engagement at every level which you have created. Small initiatives total up to some big things. So engagement and these small initiatives are a real testament to what industries like yours, the textile industry, can achieve. And how it can survive, how it can work with the community to do more. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I thank FICCI for this prestigious award. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. And in advance, I'll apologize to everyone for cutting you all off at 8 minutes. Please bear with me. It's just so that the audience can participate. I'll now pass it on to Mr. Taj Alam, Vice Chairman, UP Leather Industries Association.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very grateful to FICCI for having invited me to speak on the water management program in this webinar. I must give a brief introduction of leather industry before I start with the water saving devices and other programs. India has the largest number of cattle heads in the world, providing enormous business potential. India's leather industry is among the top 10 foreign exchange earners in the country, providing huge employment opportunities to the weakest and the socially and economically backward section of the society. Due to these important factors, leather sector has been included in the Prime Minister's Make in India program, and very recently by UP government, which has announced sanction of a mega leather cluster on the outskirts of Kanpur. Now, the water usage in the leather tanning industry. Though leather tanning sector is highly water intensive, but it acts like a scavenger to process the byproduct generated from the meat industry, which is serving the non-vegetarian society, thus converting the solid waste into precious foreign exchange and preventing the pollution through dumping of skins and hides into the landfill. India currently produces over 2 billion square feet of leather per annum, which means over 6 lakh MLD of water is being consumed in the leather making, as about 28 liters of water is required to process per kg of hide from the raw to the finished stage, which is quite substantial, I would say. Hence, this calls for a strategic mechanism to reduce water consumption by adopting good tanning practices, recycling and reusing of treated wastewater wherever, without compromising with quality parameters, eventually achieving the zero liquid discharge, and also adopting water conservation both within the campus and outside the fence. Now, the possible water management techniques at tanneries which are being practiced in the tanneries of Kanpur and now, which is on the banks of River Ganga, and we are facing very stringent pollution control norms because being in the Ganga basin. So considering the growing water crisis world over, we believe that whatever volume of water is saved through the improved processes or conserved through rainwater harvesting or recycled and reused in production or substantially reduced through zero wastewater discharge can eventually be saved to meet the increased production demand. Some of the following good practices could be adopted and are being adopted actually in the manufacturing of leather at the tanneries across the country, which reduce the water footprint drastically. Number one is recycling and reuse of lime liquor. Now, lime liquor is one of the process which starts the life in the leather making starts from the liming of the hides. So lime liquor in the reliming process can reduce sizable quantity of fresh. As you can see in the green colored tank, it is the lime water recycling plant. So this actually recycles the lime water, which is used later on for reliming purposes. So this actually saves a lot of water and accordingly also saves and reduces the effluent. By adopting good tanning practices, additional fresh water consumption could possibly be reduced to 16 liters of raw hide processed as against the permissible limit by Pollution Control Board, which is 28 liters per kg of raw hide process from raw to finished stage. Through the improved process and by selecting the right chemicals, thereby saving more than 40% of fresh water intake as against the prescribed industry standards and also as against 20% of water saving as advocated by Ministry of Jal Shakti in a period of 3 years. So this can possibly be achieved, and this is actually being done. So like whatever I'm talking about has been quantified, has already been in practice in some of the tanneries, which are very progressive tanneries, and this is how they are saving the water up to the extent of 40%. Then again, by using computerized water dosing system, you could control and monitor the fresh water consumption, which saves sizable quantity of natural resource, that is the groundwater. Then one of the slide, next slide, Kritika, please. Yes, this is the waterless chrome tanning technology of the CLRI, which is Central Leather Research Institute, could also be adopted, which doesn't involve water usage, but still ensures a total uptake of BCS, which is basic chrome sulfate, without discharging of chrome-bearing wastewater. So this is again a big stigma on the leather industry that it's discharging chrome-bearing wastewater. So this is something with this you can have the water which is without chrome-bearing, and also you do the tanning which is waterless. Then the zero liquid discharge technology, whether it is RO based, that's mainly done in Tamil Nadu, or it is EO based, EO is electro-oxidation based, could also be introduced for minimizing the fresh water intake through reduce, recycle, and reuse methodology, achieving complete zero wastewater discharge. Again, the rainwater harvesting both within the campus and outside the fence could be adopted to conserve rainwater, thereby recharging the underground water stream and also the surface water for improving the aquatic life and biodiversity. Recompensing the consumed water, which is quite sizable quantity, back to the environment and society as per the conditions of Central Groundwater Authority of India. And as far as the new water guidelines for industries and smart water management strategies, with the rapidly depleting groundwater table, Honorable NGT has passed orders for strong regulations and effective usage of groundwater. The Central Groundwater Authority released a gazette notification with guidelines for water extraction for industrial, commercial, and infrastructural projects. The current guidelines clearly indicate the regulations are going towards efficient and sustainable usage and groundwater for commercial and industrial purposes. Some of them are like annual water auditing. Industries have to adopt suitable methods to reduce water consumption by 20%, in 3 years. And as I have already explained, that in leather industry, we can go up to 40% straight away in the first year if you are adopting all the best standing practices and following the best guidelines for the leather making. Then hydrogeological and impact assessment report have to be submitted for projects drawing more than 100 KLD. So considering all this, I believe that collectively as a nation, starting from household water management to large water bodies such as rivers, ponds, reservoirs, should adopt data-driven water resource management techniques for effective use of our fresh water resource. So this is something here I would like to share before I close down, that water is now the new oil, or should I say the new gold, as it has joined both the oil and gold on the Wall Street Stock Exchange in New York. It has now officially been traded as a commodity. You may ask why. There is water shortage and the climate change. So it's an indication for all of us that this is what the future holds. It may just be a matter of time before water hits markets around the world, including India. Nearly 2 billion people live in countries plagued with water problem. Nearly 2/3 of the world is expected to face the water shortage by 2025, just 4 years down the line. And thus, and household businesses, farmers, everyone is expected to feel the pinch. So is it safe to make water a tradable commodity, or is it there a better approach to water security? It has long been said that the next war will be fought over water. We can only hope it doesn't come to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alam. Sorry, if you could mute your line. So thank you very much, Mr. Alam. It's amazing to see the kind of technology which a lot of small to medium scale and large scale leather industries or companies are adopting, whether it is the lime water recycling, the computerized dosing of water, the waterless chrome, very interesting. And it's fascinating to see that an industry which employs so many people and contributes so much to our export revenue, but yet is composed of so many small scale industries, is doing so much in terms of R&D. I think it's a shining example for many, many other industries. So thank you for sharing that. I will now pass it on to Mr. Sanjay Verma from NTPC to share his views from the power sector.
Thank you, Mr. Mukund. Good morning, everyone. I'm Sanjay. I'm Dr. Sanjay Verma.
Mr. Verma, sorry, your audio is not clear. Rita, are you having a problem? Kritika?
No, sir. It's actually from his end.
In fact, this internet and maybe some problem. Am I to and maybe some problem and TP first.
No, it is not clear, Mr. Verma. Sorry. No, you're not. It's breaking up a lot. May I suggest you try an alternate method, maybe a hotspot through your phone or something, and meanwhile we'll have Mr. Vanal speak.
Okay.
If that's okay.
I will try something else. Some 5-10.
So thank you, Mr. Verma. Mr. Vanal, will you?
Sure, Mr. Mukund. Thank you, Mr. Mukund. Good morning, everyone, and big thank you to FICCI for giving this opportunity. I'm Parni, heading sustainability for Diageo India. Today, I'm super excited to be part of this panel. Before I talk about our water efficiency initiatives, I want to take a few moments to lay out Diageo India's water efficiency journey over the last decade. So we have a complex supply chain with 48 manufacturing units spread across 29 states, and 90% of our manufacturing setups are situated in a water-stressed region. And as an alcohol industry in India, which is currently suffering from the worst water crisis in its history, preserving water for future has become furthermore critical focus to sustain the business. So Diageo India established 6 years long roadmap of goals and targets during 2014 to serve as a milestone for our long-term sustainability journey, which were in line with the global ambition. Our 2020 targets were aggressive and underpinned with water crisis we have in our hands. To provide a comprehensive platform for accelerating best industrial practices and performances, and of course, more holistic than water. And we are aiming to minimize environmental impacts associated with water we use. With a sharp focus and concentrated efforts, we could able to deliver the staggering performance on water efficiency improvements. So just to highlight, we have achieved 54% improvement in water use over a last decade. How did we? So considering the complexity of process, products that we use, and quality of water, we realized that defining the water efficiency KPIs were critical for monitoring the water efficiency progress. Challenging long-term goals and short-term goals for the water efficiency improvements. Setting annual stretching targets with the focused areas of improvements for Diageo India as a whole, and also cascading it for further manufacturing sites. And we were also tracking our efficiency improvements with a global maturity model, which is evolved in line with the best industrial practices. That is, we are having the scale, which is base, stable, progress, and lead. Every efficiency of the individual sites being tracked in this, and of course, every manufacturing sites in our manufacturing portfolio to achieve this maturity and as a lead, that is the best-in-class water efficiency, and that has to be sustained thereafter. And measuring and monitoring water use not only at plant input level, but across the initial stages of all the processes, and developing the standardized mass and water balance for every site, and further cascaded for the focused processes, how the water consumption at the every stage of process, and it is being compared with the other respective sites and identify the water conservation opportunity from there on. So as Ms. Geeta has highlighted, again, this 3 R's played a vital role. And it is not just looking at the effluent recycling alone, but also identify the opportunities at every stage of process to bring in more circularity within the system as a standardized. And if you look at, we performed ideation at process at every stage and current water usage, and measure to minimize the water intake in the initial stage itself before it is ending up as an effluent. And for example, we have defined the pressure nozzles with a technological interface which can regulate adequate pressure and also control the water input in regularity basis. This helps us not only water saving, but also energy savings. And when we consider the reuse of water use, assessing the water use at every stage of the process and evaluate its quality for its further use within the system or for the different applications. And to cite one example where we have a water container wash system, where 5 years back, the water use used to be mostly linear in nature, and large amount of water used to be discarded after the first use. With the various study and piloting, and team has designed and installed a bottle wash recycling system customized for every manufacturing site with the help of technological intervention that has ensured that bottle wash water is put back into the system for the multiple cycles without compromising the quality of the requirement before it is ending as the effluent. This has helped us to reduce about 50% or more than 50% water from the process stage alone. Another example in the process side, where we do the distillation, the steam which is coming as a heating medium, which is getting condensed and was going as effluent. But with a team study and creating the proper network of collection, this water has been put back into the system, which is 70% is in the closed loop. Whereas this is not only saving the water for us, but also saving the energy. When it comes to the recycling, company has invested various technologies, considering the process complexity we have, and also ensured improving the process in every stage of existing ZLD, so that the treated effluent has fed back into the process and also for the different utilities. And another important criteria that we have adopted is the governance, the strong governance mechanism which we have put into place, monitoring and reviewing of the water efficiency every day and across the manufacturing sites during the morning review, which is led by the manufacturing site head. And this review is not only happening at the manufacturing site, but it is cascaded across the various leadership level and also global leadership level to ensure that the sustainability and water commitment focus remain intact. And as highlighted, we have created awareness training, which is involving all the employees who will be part of identifying the problems and also providing solutions to reduce the water usage. The last one, the progressive motivation. This has played and given phenomenal results for Diageo India. So the water efficiency is being critical parameter, and this was part of the integral part of monthly and annual rewards, being a non-financial parameter which has taken the center stage for recognizing the every stakeholders. And each business region has a Diageo Global, which is rewarding the sustainability performance. And just to give a highlight here, Diageo India has been awarded 4 years in a consecutive for the sustainability achievement, for which water efficiency improvement has played a vital role. Friends, as our economy grows, the demand for water increases substantially, whereas water productivity is not. Rather, I would say it is deteriorating. Having said this, our focus on efficient use of water resource in our operations, manufacturing process, and its conservations continue to be tremendous significance in our business. Keeping this in mind, we are stepping onto next decade of actions, our Vision 2030, the spirit of progress on sustainability. So our goal on water efficiency improvement is by 2030, every drink we make will use 30% less water than what we consume today. Definitely the foundation laid over the last decade is going to be taking us this forward, and we are looking at exploring the different perspective from the external stakeholders and also outside of the alcohol industry to benchmark the practices and continue to focus on innovate and working towards the bringing more startups in the ecosystem and looking at the digitalization of smart monitoring of water consumption and processes and closely monitoring the emerging technologies which is evolving in India as well as across the globe to help us continuously improve our water efficiency and preserve water for future and life. If we don't, we may be sentenced to hydrological poverty, meaning we may be rich, we may not have enough water for future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Payani. I think lots of great insights from your presentation. I think you spoke about looking at every stage in the process and every little step, both the influent and the effluent, and seeing how you can manage water better and improve process efficiency, whether it be the water nozzles you spoke about or recycling of or recycling steam and reusing the water again. And of course, motivation plays a vital role in making sure that the entire organization plays a part in sustainability. So thank you very much for your words. Very insightful. I'll now pass it back to Mr. Verma. Vermaji.
First of all, am I audible now?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, I will take this opportunity to give thanks to FICCI Water Mission, which has given me the opportunity to tell delegates about what NTPC has done. So let's start. Please.
Mr. Verma, again, we are having problems. Do you mind turning off your video and trying?
Okay. Please, in the area, I was saying that we can start. I was saying the nation. Oh, can
Yes,
I
you're audible.
connect,
It's a little broken.
in the
Keep going. You can keep going, please, Mr. Verma.
I was nation. Can I connect the Please, Kritika ma'am. Next slide, please. Previous one, please. Yes, slide, please. Oh, that is the we are a big tell almost all delegates. This is the slide which show.
So, Mr. Verma, I think we're having a very tough time with the audio. Mr. Verma, we're not able to hear you on audio. We can see the slides, but we can't hear the audio. Would it make sense to kind of go? Yeah, would it make sense to just go through the slide? Would it make sense to go through the slides and not have the audio because the audio is not here? We can't hear it. So maybe we pause for a few minutes on each slide and then move on.
Yeah. Workable, that is a workable suggestion, and we go with this one.
Okay. Kritika, just share the presentation again and pause for around 2 minutes. Yeah, we'll pause for 2 minutes on each slide and then move on.
Okay.
Sir, we are
Okay, go on.
After 30 seconds or 40 seconds. Of, sir, well. NTPC.
I think you'll have to go a bit slower. If you don't mind, just go back to the previous. Yeah, just wait for my instructions and then we'll move to the next slide. Okay, next slide. Next slide.
It shows that we are
Okay, next slide. Okay, next slide.
Go ahead.
Next slide.
Yeah, so that will be.
Okay, next slide. Okay, next slide. Mr. Verma, any closing thoughts? Let's try again one last time.
Sir, first of all, I'm very sorry that because of difficulties and we are, if my voice, is it reaching to you people?
Not very clear, Mr. Verma. We can hear every alternate word maybe.
But today we are with the voice.
So that's all right, Mr. Verma. We'll probably direct a few questions to you. I think we saw your presentation. Thank you for the presentation. I think you clearly mentioned that NTPC is doing a lot in terms of balancing multiple priorities. Obviously, it's the largest producer of power for the country, both through in terms of both thermal and other means of generating power. In the thermal power plants, there's a lot which needs to be done to reduce evaporation loss, to reduce increase the COCs, but increasing the COCs obviously has, or the cycles of concentration obviously has some downside in terms of other side effects or energy transfer rates, which can be impacted. ash handling is a big area of water usage, and that also is being addressed by NTPC. I'm sure I'm not done justice to all your presentations, to your presentation, but I think it'll be good to share it with FICCI, and they can share it with the audience in the future. So thank you, Mr. Verma. Apologize for the problems, audio problems. We will now jump into questions, and I have a flurry of questions which have come in from the audience. I'd like them to keep coming. We have a good 25 minutes for questions, so I think we can have robust discussion with the audience on several of the questions. So I'm going to jump in straight away, and the first question is perhaps I'll address it to Mr. Alam. This question is, Mr. Alam, your presentation is very interesting and speaks of R&D which is done in-house. However, every company may not be able to invest in R&D. What would you encourage? What would you do to encourage R&D? Can the government help in some of the R&D in the water domain?
Thank you so much for this question. And let me tell you that that there are the efforts being made by every industry, whether it's small, medium, micro, or large, in the tanning sector, which is doing their bit according to their capacity, according to their resources, because all these things also needs monetary resources to implement such things. So it's like there is a benchmark already fixed for such things. But it's not necessary that every tannery would be able to reach up to that benchmark. So whatever little bit everybody do according to their resources, they would do. We as a association, UP Leather Industries Association, we try to conduct seminars, we do conferences, we do workshops, and we also do pilot projects in order to demonstrate these technologies. For example, we do in collaboration with UNIDO, United Nations Industrial Development Organization. We do in collaboration with CLRI, Central Leather Research Organization. We also do in collaboration with a Dutch NGO called Solidaridad, which is very active in this region, especially in the tanning sector, in the water management area. We do with them. And apart from that, there are different organizations and different private institutions which come up with this different kind of ways and methods how to save water and what could possibly be done, and also try to give a tailor-made solution for each tannery, because each tannery is different to another, and the product line of each tannery is. For example, if somebody is making upholstery leather and somebody is making shoe leather, somebody is making belts or some other kind of leather, so they are like vegetable tanning, mineral tanning, or chrome tanning, or you can say different kind of things are done. So in order to meet the specific and the tailor-made demand for water consumption for the each tannery, depending on what kind of product they are making, so we do these seminars and workshops definitely, which help them a lot. And now it depends on them how to adopt it. Of course, that depends on their money, resources, and other things. But a lot of people have adopted, and a lot of these pilot projects have been installed, where they exhibit and showcase the different technologies.
Thank you, Mr. Alam. Thank you, Mr. Alam. Next question is to Mr. Dandapani. The textile industry implements a lot of ZLD. Is this expensive, and for both large as well as MSMEs? And are there any incentives which are provided for ZLD?
So thank you for this interaction, sir. Actually, that ZLD is very much expensive. For example, I can say that investment made for our Budni plant, the capacity is around 9 million liters per day capacity. So we invested 150 crore for this. It's a very huge. I think there is no any separate incentive available for this. The expensive is very huge, sir.
Okay. Maybe a connected question, and I'll throw it open to everyone, anyone who wants to answer this. This is around financing of water projects in the industry. And the question is bankability a concern? Anyone who wants to answer this question?
Can I answer, Taj Alam? I'm Taj Alam. Can I answer this question?
Please go ahead.
Sir, as Mr. The gentleman who spoke just before me, he mentioned that it is a very capital intensive project as far as the ZLD is concerned. Now, ZLD is the in thing. As I mentioned in my presentation, there are two kinds of ZLD. One is the RO based and one is the electro oxidation EO based. Perhaps the company the textile industry is following is the RO based, which I have seen is a reverse osmosis project, which is very capital intensive. Now, there is another technology called electro oxidation based, which is relatively cheaper, both in terms of capital cost as well as the operational cost. Now, in the tanning sector, my tannery has been selected. My tannery has been selected by Solidaridad and also by the Central Leather Research Institute to implement an electro oxidation process, which is both, as I mentioned, cheaper and much more economical, both in terms of capital cost and operational cost. But for this, we have given a project to NMCG, National Mission for Clean Ganga, for their kind consideration that if they could fund this project on an industrial scale basis, then this would become a benchmark, a revolutionary technology for every other tannery in India, across India, whether it is Ganga Basin in Kanpur, or whether it is Jalandhar, or in Calcutta, or in Tamil Nadu, or across any part of the country. This could easily be done. So we have submitted a project for their consideration, and I request if FICCI could help us in having a word with them, and if this could be sanctioned, then this would be the first project in the tanning sector in India, not only in India, in the world rather, and that would set a benchmark for this revolutionary technology to be adopted across India as well as across the world.
Thank you, Mr. Alam. So it sounds like there is a chance, with the right proposal, there is a chance to get these projects funded. And it is expensive, but I think there is opportunities opening up to funding. I think if I may also add to this, there is an increasing interest from from both banks, government institutions, as well as private equity to look at funding through special purpose vehicles, funding some of these projects, especially if it's at a CETP level, ZLD, right? Or if it is a larger scale for water supply desalination, there is interest, increasing interest, similar to how for renewable energy it is happening. Okay. Next question is for this is for Miss Srinivasa, Geeta Srinivasa. Actually, there's two questions, if I may. The first one is, you spoke about the value of water. How can this valuation be mainstream through policy? How can it be made commonplace to all industry? And what role will government play in this?
Yes, this, thanks, Mukund. It's a great question. There are two steps to it, right? Before we take it to the larger scale of government trying to adapt it, I think the awareness among the industries is critical. And this is something that is available. There are many tools available, just like the Ecolab one, which is the water risk monetizer. Understanding of this is very important by the industry bodies first, and then making this as part of the investment assessment and decision is going to be crucial. And then taking it to the government and quantifying the impact of water is going to be crucial as well. So it's not that immediately government can adapt it, while the industry itself is in a learning phase, in a learning curve to understand the real value of water.
Hey, thank you, Geeta. Follow-on question also around digital. Can you give some examples of how digital has been used to save water? Again, it's around the IoT and industry 4.0.
Sure, Mukund. There are multiple aspects of where water touches in process industry, right? For some, it's part of process. For some, it is required just in cooling, etc. There are different applications. Now, this obviously requires continuous monitoring of the water quality. See, the influent water parameters change as I spoke about it. And then in the process, there are variations which actually lead to final effluent. So earlier in traditional days, we needed somebody to monitor the water parameters every day, dose chemicals accordingly, etc. Or even the water that's used in cleaning. For example, Mr. Palani mentioned in their company, they use a lot of water for cleaning their equipments in the beverages space, right? So that eventually falls into the effluent, etc. So we needed people to actually go monitor, and a typical test would take 24 hours for the reports to come. So when you actually dose chemicals, you are dosing for a situation that was 24 hours ahead, prior, right? But today with digital, we are able to monitor real time, like every 10 seconds, every 15 seconds, we know the water quality, and there are automatic dosages of chemicals which help really in conservation improve COCs, right? Which eventually reduces the stress on ETP, right? What are we trying to do here? We obviously want to work on more optimum ZLDs, equipment investments on ZLDs, right? So there are various tools in digital, which is what I spoke about is 3D Tracer, which is cooling tower monitoring, water in cooling tower monitoring. Then there is a 3DT for membranes that we have. There is 3D for wastewater that we have. Similarly, digital tools, all these are going onto the cloud, which are helping people analyze the water situation, predict disruptions, even things like condensers and cooling towers, right? We are able to proactively predict what kind of failures it could have and alter chemistries accordingly. Today, what happens in condensers? People open it after 2 years or 5 years and see so much of fouling. Whereas we have predictive tools that are able to early on detect, right? This is like a diagnosis that tells us online monitoring of cholesterol, right? So there are various digital technologies that are available. It's for the industry to open up and really treat water as something which is not a utility, but as the heartline of their sustainability model, right?
Thanks, Geeta. Very, very useful examples, and hopefully some of the panelists and the audience can gain from this insights. All right, next question, and I'll try Mr. Verma again, if you can try answer this. I know one of the policies from the government is around reusing municipal wastewater, treating it and using it in power plants to reduce the consumption. Is this a reality, and what are the challenges you face around this?
Sir, you are very right. Government mandate is there to use the treated. Am I audible, please?
Yes, you're audible.
Sir, treated as water within the government has framed guidelines in February, March last year, and CEA is taking the initiative. And by coincidence, there is a meeting in this regard tomorrow, where they made a group of power utilities, equipment manufacturers, and consultants within under the leadership of CEA, and tomorrow is the first meeting of that group. Regarding the suitability of treated sewage water, there are some issues. You see, one of the issue is the quality of water. There is a chloride issue. Most of the water we use for condensers, and condensers, our old condensers are having copper cuprous nickel tubes are there. So there are technical compatibility issue. Maybe we will have to make a tertiary treatment at our plant. Sir, this is in government, and we also are seriously considering it, and we hope that in near future it will become a reality.
Mr. Mukund, I just wanted to add on to Mr. Verma's point.
Yeah,
so this
please.
is actually looking at the source as a municipal sewage, and there were a direction to some of the industries that they have to take the water and treat and their industry. Of course, there is a limitation where they can use, and definitely the technologies are available. There are industry-specific directions being given, but of course the policy is also evolving. But when it comes to technology, definitely technology is available, but at what cost? So that is become very critical in this part of whole where the taking the municipal water back into the system. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Verma. Thank you, Mr. Payani. Mr. Payani, next question for you, since you were talking on this point also, is kind of two questions. The first question is, what happens to the sludge from ZLD or the salts which come from a RO system? Is there any disposal issue around these?
Yeah, I think it is a great question as well. So it goes with the industry specific effluent. So if you talk about plating industry or textile industry, it ends up as a salt or hazardous waste. So in our industry, if it's specifically, this is mostly it is a biological in nature. It is coming out of say grain, molasses, or malt. So these are the coming out as sludge. Our sludge is going as a cattle feed because it is typically a sludge which is rice based or malt based. So, and when it comes to the ZLD related part, again that is can go back as a biofuel into the boiler. So all the boilers are incinerator boiler where it can take this load which is coming out as a concentrate from mechanical evaporator. Of course, where the ZLD which operates for tanneries, textile industries has an issue, and it has to end up as a maybe landfill as a secured manner, or it can be any other application has to be.
Thank you, Mr. Payani. Mr. Dandapani, would you like to comment also on this? And then I have one more question for you. Would you like to comment on the sludge and waste coming out of the recycle system?
Yes, sir. Actually, we are getting three type of waste from the ZLD system. One is biosludge. It is coming from the biological system, which actually the biosludge caloric value, it is equal to coal. So that we can dry it and we can use it even in a boiler or in a captive power plant. We can use it. We can this way we can very easily and in a sustainable way we can manage the biosludge. Then another two waste coming from zero liquid discharge system on operation from a multi-effective operator. So in that, for example, I can say from my industry, that in textile. So we actually getting one waste is the sodium sulfate salt. So that actually it is a reusable one. We can reuse it back in our process house. But even it has some impurities. So we cannot get most of textile mill that salt with high impurity. So that is one challenge. But anyway, in Trident, we have developed some new method, and we have a patent also. We got it for that new method. So by this way, we are getting that salt. The quality equals to the salt available in the market. So we are reusing that salt back in our process house. Another one waste coming from that operation of multi-effective operator. So that is actually a mixed type of waste. It contains many more impurities like calciums, magnesiums, and organics, and residues of dyestuffs. So that actually we are not finding any reuse inside the textile mill. So that right now we are either disposing in landfills, or it it can be used in cement mill as in co-process. So this way, that entire waste generating from the operation of zero liquid resource system, we are managing in a sustainable basis.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Dandapani. It sounds like it is a challenge in some industries. Some requires a little bit of R&D. Also requires. It's probably a problem in search of a solution right now. Still in some of these industries. Next question, Mr. Alam. I'd like you to take a crack at this question. This question is around the MSMEs and what kind of incentives do we need to offer them in order for them to recycle and reduce their water consumption? Alam, you're on mute. Alam, you're on mute.
Oh yes, I got it. Thank you. Well, it's a good question and quite encouraging, because in the sense that MSME sector needs a lot of support, both financial as well as tapping on your back when you try to do something extraordinarily, which is beyond compliance. Rather, there are certain statutory things which I think everybody has to follow, failing which you will be a defaulter, considered as a defaulter. But there are some things which you do as a beyond the compliance thing, and there's something where you need motivation, you need inspiration, and you need incentives from the government. Now, as you mentioned earlier, that the SPV thing, that the NMCG funding could be there, or from DPIITC funding could be done to the SPVs. We also have an SPV, and currently I am connected to an SPV, which is known as Unnao Tanneries Pollution Control Company, where the secondary and the tertiary treatment is done after our primary treatment, which is being done in our own factory, in our own tannery. Now, this water, the primarily treated water, goes to the CTP for the onward treatment. According to the NGT order of 2017, all CTPs, they were made about 25 years before, so they have almost lived their life, because tannery effluent is of corrosive nature, so they have lived their life. So they wanted this all these CTPs to be upgraded, to be improved with the government funding. And here the picture came that NMCG came in and like trying to fund, and it has also been sanctioned by the whatever funds have been allocated have been sanctioned by for the improvement of SPV. Now, what I was talking about, that I am trying as an industry, I'm trying to do something different. Why it is different? I'm trying to do electro-oxidation based ZLD. Now, this ZLD doesn't generate any RO reject, which you are just talking about with the other two gentlemen just spoke about, that there is a lot of RO reject is generated. Just like if you are making tea, you get the tea at the end of the making the tea process, that you have to throw it somewhere. So that is a kind of a reject. Similarly, in the tanning industry, it's a mixed salt called chlorides and sulfides, which you cannot dispose of it. And there are lakhs of tons of RO reject recovered from the RO process of in Tamil Nadu. They are keep on building sheds and sheds and sheds, and they are just storing them. They're just like sitting on a time bomb. They don't know what to do with that mixed salt. There is no solution as of now that how this salt could be dealt with. Now, what we are trying to do is that we have worked on this pilot project of CLRI, in which through electro-oxidation process, we are doing ZLD, and we have done it for 2 years on a lab scale plant, and it doesn't generate any RO. this is where we need a funding from NMCG, because NMCG is looking after all the projects in the Ganga Basin area. So here we need their support, their funding support. If this one in particular industry can come up with electro-oxidation based ZLD, then this will be an eye-opener for rest of the country. So similarly, like I'm also in the MSME sector. So if this MSME support could be given through either through the Ministry of MSME or through the concerning funding bodies like NMCG or DIPP. So all these things could be done, and this could be showcased to all the tenders across the country that this is something which is practically achievable, where there is there is no RO reject. You don't have to dispose of this solid waste anywhere because it's not being generated. So this is something where I need some kind of help of industry bodies like FICCI or CII, and CII in fact have been honoring us for sustainability award and the water awards in the different programs which we are trying to do our bit in our own way. So all these kinds of encouragements and inspirations and motivations from the Ministry of MSME and other government departments and other industry bodies would definitely go a long way in helping these whether it is tannery or any other industry of the MSME sector.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Alam. Mute your line. Yeah. So thank you very much. I'll now have to close. We have to, the FICCI team needs to prepare for the next meeting. But first of all, a big thank you to all the panelists. I think this has been one of the most insightful and comprehensive discussions I have been a part of. I think Ms. Srinivasa, you spoke about everything from digital to how industries can do more through use of technology and the right pricing of water. Mr. Dandapani, you spoke very eloquently about what are all the efforts that the Trident Group is taking in terms of small efforts and also engaging your workforce. Mr. Alam, you spoke really well about some of the use of technology in the leather industry, as well as the need for more funding to fund R&D as well as larger scale projects. Mr. Diageo, with the scale of what you're managing, the amount you achieved, Mr. Vanal, the scale of what you achieved in Diageo is phenomenal. And I think you've achieved it through a combination of rewards and small non-financial rewards, and also through the right use of technology at each step of the process. And finally, Mr. Verma, sorry for the audio problems, but I think you conveyed your point very well. NTPC is doing a lot in a very, very challenging environment and probably one of the largest users of water. In spite of that, the impact you're making and the goals you're setting for yourself in terms of reducing water consumed per meter cubed is very, very encouraging. So thank you once again to all the panelists, and thank you once again to all the audience who asked these wonderful questions. Best of luck, and we'll keep in touch. Rita, back to you.
Thank you, Mukunji.
Thank you, Mr.
Mukund.
Vasudevan, for an excellent moderation of this session. And it has been a real delight to hear this panel. Very, very interactive, very insightful, and it has actually answered several questions that has been on our minds from the FICCI Water Mission as well. And we hope to take these forward as recommendations to the government. So thank you once again to the very enriching discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ritaji.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, all. We will now start with our session on water use efficiency in agriculture, scope for technologies and reuse opportunities. Agriculture, being the largest user of water, has the potential to contribute a major share in decreasing water consumption through interventions on efficient use of water as well as reuse and recycling opportunities. This session will deliberate on the scope of water use efficiency in agriculture while highlighting good practices and applications that enhance the agriculture-urban industrial nexus to transition to circularity of water use. Let me introduce our distinguished panelists. The chair of the session, Mr. Madhavan, who is also the member of FICCI Water Awards jury, and he is CEO WaterAid India. Other speakers, Mr. Vivek Sinha, CGM, National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development. Mr. Vishwas Patidar, he is the head solar OEM business, Shakti Pumps India Limited. Mr. Apurva Oza, Chief Executive Officer, Aga Khan Rural Support Program. Aga Khan is also the has won the first prize in water initiatives by NGO category in the year 2020. And also another speaker, Mr. Ashok Kumar, he is the Additional Secretary and Mission Director, National Water Mission, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India, who will be joining in another 15-20 minutes. Over to you, Mr. Madhavan.
Thanks, Kirtika. And welcome to the session on water use efficiency in agriculture, the scope for technologies and reuse opportunities. We have a very diverse panel, like Kirtika has just introduced. We have Vivek Sinha from NABARD, we have Vishwas Patidar from Shakti Pumps, and we have Apurva representing Aga Khan Rural Support Program and is a winner of the award for 2020. Now, it's quite clear that consumption of water, particularly groundwater by agriculture, is in some sense the large elephant in the room. It has become clear that mere supply side efforts, enhancing conservation, recharge, has proven to be inadequate. And it's very clear that the demand for water and its use needs to be made effective. In the past, organizations, government has looked at market-based incentives, to look at crop pricing as a way to encourage cultivation of crops that require less water. There has been a debate about whether pricing of water should be introduced, and you could argue that this is probably nigh impossible in our context. But we must recognize that in many locations in this country, in different ecologies, we actually have a virtual export of water, where we have crops being cultivated in ecologies which are not necessarily suitable for the cultivation of those crops, adding to the problem of groundwater levels falling. But there's also been work done about the role of power supply and its reducing its uncertainty and the potential impact that it can have on irrigation of fields and behaviors around irrigation. There's been work done in terms of agronomic practices. You've had experiments done with the system of rice intensification, the system of wheat intensification. You've also had other processes such as participatory groundwater management, which have all been attempted in some sense to try and reduce the demand for water and to improve the efficiency of water use. More recently, we're starting to see the emergence of technologies that can advise farmers on soil moisture levels to help them decide on when to irrigate their fields. On the other hand, you have, for example, efforts to look at increasing the potential for recycling and reuse of grey water, treated water, and in some sense to therefore reduce the dependence on fresh water, which is being used by agriculture. So today we look forward to hearing from our diverse panelists. We have Vivek Sinha, who represents the National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, which is the largest such entity in the space and has a tremendous track record of actually working on on-farm livelihoods, on national resource management across the length and breadth of this country. We have Vishwas Patidar representing Shakti Pumps, and we have Apurva Oza, who can bring, in some sense, to life the realities and life from a field perspective. So what we're going to do is that we're going to hear from each of our panelists. We would like each of you in 7 or maybe 8 minutes to make your opening remarks. And then I will pose some specific questions to either one or more of you. And after that, we will take some questions from the audience. So thanks very much. And I want to start off by requesting Mr. Vivek Sinha from National Bank of Agriculture and Rural Development to make his opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everybody. Well, let me start by presenting before you a few alarming facts. Most of you would be knowing this, but it's always good to reiterate them. According to the Niti Aayog, in the year 2030, the demand for water is expected to be at least twice that of supply. And this is likely to impact our GDP to the extent of about 6%. We are also facing a groundwater crisis, as has already been highlighted by Mr. Madhavan, with water levels in 54% of wells are declining due to overexploitation. As far as access to water is concerned, 600 million people face acute water stress. I think 75% of people don't have access to drinking water on their premises, and a further 84% of the households don't have piped water in their homes, which is really alarming. Even the quality of water is pretty bad in our country. Our cities produce something like 40,000 million liters of sewage daily, and only 20% of this is either being treated or recycled, which is again, a sheer wastage of the resource. Further, 70% of our water is contaminated. However, the good news is that the stress is more due to lack of resource management and not really due to scarcity of water per se. Now, keeping this data in mind, let us turn to agriculture. It is by far the biggest user of fresh water to the tune of about 78%. The ultimate irrigation potential in our country has been estimated to be around 140 million hectares. However, less than half of this, that is around 68 million hectares, is currently irrigated. Irrigation, as we know, is mainly through two sources, that is groundwater and canals. Looking at the groundwater, we are the largest groundwater extractor globally. I think we extract something to the tune of 253 billion cubic meters per year, and we are closely followed by the US and China. Now, 90% of the groundwater that we extract is actually used for agriculture. So it is by far the most important sector in this particular aspect that we are discussing. If we look at the northwestern part of India, that is Punjab, Haryana, and parts of Rajasthan, they have been identified as the global critical hotspots in the world. And this situation is, further worsening due to some of the policies that we follow, like free energy and the national food security policy that emphasizes on water-intensive crops such as paddy and sugarcane. As far as surface water is concerned, there are inefficiencies in canal irrigation. There is a distinct preference of the farmer towards groundwater due to factors such as timeliness of supply, flexibility, ownership issues of the assets and the subsidies being provided. And a really major factor in surface water is concerned is that there's a huge gap between what we call the IPC, that is the irrigation potential created, and the irrigation potential that is being utilized by the farmer actually. So there are some inefficiencies at that level. Now let us have a look at the efficiency of water resources. If we consider the three factors of production, that is land, labor, and water, we find that a lot of work has gone into making land and labor more efficient, but not enough emphasis has been paid to water efficiency, which has been largely ignored. However, of late, this has come to prominence thanks to a few flagship programs of the Government of India, such as the Prime Minister Krishi Sinchai Yojana, and the call that has been given by Honorable Prime Minister of per drop, more crop, that really targets water efficiency. According to studies, the efficiency of irrigation water is pretty low in our country. I think it is estimated at only 55% for groundwater and only 30% for surface water. And the shrinkage of canal command areas is being addressed through these programs that I've talked about, through creation of Water Users Association, through the Accelerated Irrigation Benefit Program and the PMKSY. However, we are still characterized by very low water productivity levels. If we were to convert it into US dollar terms, according to studies, our water productivity is as low as $3 per cubic meter of water, when compared with other countries like China, which is at 14, or Australia at US $65. Rightly mentioned by Mr. Madhavan, we are also the largest exporter of water-intensive goods in the world. You know, if you look at products like rice, cotton, sugarcane, and buffalo meat, which are our main exports, they consume a huge quantity of water. Coming to the issue of wastewater, uh, out of the fresh water withdrawn, only about 44% is consumed, and the balance is released, you know, in very poor and deteriorating quality as effluents, as urban waste, or as agricultural drainage. I would now like to dwell on some of the policies also that are leading to an inefficient use of irrigation water. The first is the Land Easement Act, in terms of which water is treated as a private property instead of a community resource, you know, thereby allowing free access to farmers for owning and pumping freely. The second is, of course, the subsidized energy policy that we are all aware of, and the minimal tariffs that are being charged for canal water supplies. So water is really not being treated as a scarce resource in our country. It is rather a free resource, and therefore the inefficiencies that are coming in. Let me now share the findings of a study that is done by NABARD through ICRIER on water mapping of some of the major crops in the country, a very interesting study that was done, and based on which, you know, based on water productivity, that is both the physical water productivity as well as the irrigation water productivity and the corresponding land productivity across states, it was found that there is a significant misalignment in cropping patterns vis-a-vis the available water resources in our country. If you look at three major crops, that is rice, wheat, and sugarcane, they consume about 80% of the fresh water available for irrigation, therefore thereby leaving very little water resources for the other crops, and therefore you see a huge huge variations in their production and yield. Further, these three crops are also, you know, concentrated in the most water scarce regions of the country. To give you an example, in the northwest region, it is rice, there's sugarcane in Maharashtra. Now, in the limited time available with me, let me share some of the best management practices that are being followed in groundwater management. We've all heard of the Jyotir Gram Yojana in Gujarat, whereby the bifurcation of the feeder lines between domestic supply and the supply for agriculture ensured, you know, not only 24 hours of power supply to rural households, but also 8 hours of good quality power to agriculture. And this had a significant, you know, role in the demand side management of groundwater. The second is the delayed transplantation of paddy in Punjab. Through the act, you know, farmers were prevented from transplanting paddy immediately after the wheat harvest in the month of May, which we all know is a very hot season and requires a lot more irrigation. And this has significantly contributed, you know, to the low depletion of groundwater levels in Punjab. Mr. Madhavan has already talked about the system of rice intensification and the system of crop intensification, which are good agronomic practices that are being followed with some success in some parts of the country. And of course, the last is the micro irrigation, which has proved to have a, you know, a higher efficiency of about 40 to 50% compared to other methods of irrigation. And NABARD is well aware of all these challenges and has pioneered several initiatives. Let me just quickly try and share some of them with you. The Watershed Development Program that we pioneered in the 1992 with the assistance of the KFW. You know, it was a pilot scheme in Maharashtra, and it was a participatory kind of approach to watershed development, which, you know, had great success. We involved the community, and it followed a rich to valley approach, and we tried to catch the drop, you know, wherever it falls to recharge the groundwater available. And it had tremendous success, you know, which led us to set up the Watershed Development Fund with a corpus of about 200 crores in 99-2000. And so far, as on date, around 3,200 projects have been sanctioned by us, you know, with a grant assistance of about 2,000 crores. The second is the long-term irrigation fund that has been announced in the budget in the year 2016-17, which, you know, had the mission of fast-tracking completion of 103 medium and major irrigation projects. And this, you know, essentially involved, you know, NABARD raised resources from the market and lent to both the center as well as the state at cheaper rates of interest with tenors of 15 years. And, you know, to complete these irrigation and projects and dams that were held up due to financial constraints. So as on date, we have disbursed loans worth about 81,000 crores as on date, and many of the projects are now progressing very well. The third is the micro irrigation fund with a corpus of 5,000 crores that has been introduced, placed with NABARD by the government of India, and it has been augmented this very recently in the budget presented by FM on 1st of Feb by another 5,000 crores. And it is obvious by the name that we are trying to, give loans to state governments at cheaper rates to promote, to try and promote micro irrigation in the different sectors. So these are some of the issues that I wanted to highlight with you, and I'll stop here. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Vivek. You've set broadly the context and provided a lot of information and data to keep this conversation going. So thank you. And I'll move now to another request, Vishwas Patidar from Shakti Pumps, if he could make his brief comments.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to all on-board members. As the subject mentioned that water use efficiency is self-explanatory, that we have no doubt that the major economy of the India is the agriculture, and we all know that the major amount of the water, around the 70 to 80% of the fresh water is used for the agriculture purpose. So it is not to saving the water by turning the tap and leaks uninterpret gestures, but we have to think and tackle this water shortage to need to address the agriculture uses. And as Sinaji has mentioned the figures that some of the states like the Punjab, they have planted after immediate in the month of the May. So we have to think on the schemes that already run by the governments and the state nodal agencies to how we can improve the efficiency of the water uses in agriculture. So based on that, many of the schemes like the Madhya Pradesh government has a scheme of the farm pond and the Khet Talab Yojana. So there are many ways and many improvement areas currently present to save the water, and the available amount of the water we can use in very efficient way. So these are the things that we have to think, and as sir mentioned that many schemes are currently present, and I relate one scheme that is Kusum scheme that can be related to the water efficiency uses. The Kusum scheme, solar pump yojana that Mr. Pradhan Mantri inaugurate in the previous year, and the present year also we have the same scheme that can be benefited. And as sir mentioned that the flood irrigation is the major drawback in India, as the sorry, the incentivize the energy is available for the farmers, so they don't have the bother about the consumption of the electricity, consumption of the water. So on basis of that schemes we can control. So this is all about that.
Thank you, Vishwa.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Over to Mr. Madhu.
Thank you. Apurva?
Yeah, Kritika, I had sent a PPT. Have you got it?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we'll be starting.
Can you just put it up? Yeah.
Yes.
And just go to slide 2 straight away.
Okay.
Yeah, so what I'm going to largely talk about is look at the whole perspective. So there is, in fact, this budget also has doubled the amount for the micro irrigation stuff. So there is a huge support for the one way in which water use efficiency is sort of conceptualized and schematized in the government is through the large support to micro irrigation, and therefore this is fairly traditional. Subsidy has been given, and more subsidies given now for micro irrigation devices. Yet, and Fansalkar actually has written a book on it. It's called, I think, The Silver Bullet. that despite all this support, actually the area under micro irrigation devices as a proportion of the area under irrigation is actually not expanding. I think the data is not very patchy and it's not consolidated, but I think it varies. Some states are doing very well, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Karnataka, etc., but some are doing very poorly. So it's about, average is about 5, 6, maybe maximum 10%. Okay. And the part use, which this comes under water, the water guys do water, the agriculture guys are part of a drip, but the agronomic practice part is very less, whether it's SRI or conservation agriculture. Those parts have not got the kind of attention we have. And we sort of, the monetization of this inefficient use has not been very, not only the environmental costs, there are real financial costs because there's a huge power subsidy. And therefore, the more inefficiently, the more times you do irrigation, there is a power subsidy which is eating up, the agriculture sector. And it also has equity impacts, which are also not, there are some studies on it, but very less articulated, that, if a few farmers use a lot of water, then in the same catchment on the same area, it denies water to other farmers, it denies water for drinking water, etc. So there are implications of that. We did an experiment with JPAL in which we provided actually a cash incentive to farmers. We did water meters on all about 200 farmers. And we said that for every meter cube of water you will save for the same crop, you'll get an X amount. We got amazing results. The amount was not very great, but just the fact that it was articulated upfront that there would be some incentive. People either took micro irrigation, but then they tried alternative furrow. They looked at a lot of advices which we were giving were adapted at a very far higher rate because of this incentive. So these are, I'm just saying that the behavioral change will have to be incentivized, or the current practice will have to be disincentivized. Otherwise, you're not going to have large scale improvement in water use efficiency. Next, please. Kritika, next slide. Yeah. So this is nothing much. It's just basically you need to balance both the water harvesting stuff, but the reducing the demand stuff. Next slide, please. And our lesson. So we got this award because we've done what is called micro irrigation devices and water harvesting for about 8,000 farmers over about 18 to 20,000 acres of cotton farmers, largely in an area which grows a lot of cotton in Gujarat. And why did it work? It worked because two things, a couple of things. One is that, you see, it is expensive. Drip irrigation, even after subsidy, a farmer has to pay about 20, 22, 25,000 rupees net per acre. Okay. Now, average small farmer per acre doesn't, and annually earns 25,000 per acre. I mean, either some very fancy crop, he may make 40,000 per acre, but average he makes about 20,000 per acre. So you are asking him to actually invest, and the returns on this capital investment for 20,000, we've seen 20%, 30% jump in productivity, but it is therefore a 4-year return on his capex. Now, therefore, most farmers are not, they don't have this 20,000 per acre lying around to invest, cash income lying to invest. So therefore, a large number of drip irrigation system, the coverage so far has been with medium farmers and large farmers. Small and marginal farmers coverage has been very, very low. And yet 82% of all farmers are small and marginal farmers. So unless you crack this whole financial model of how do you attract small and marginal farmers to take up this drip subsidy, you're not going to actually scale up anyway. And which is what is happening in most of the country. Okay. So we've done, what we did is a low interest loan or a zero interest loan to the farmers. And then the second issue which we found, because we work in many other states, so we could do this in Gujarat because Gujarat has a special purpose vehicle called the Gujarat Green Revolution Company that does only micro irrigation, full stop. So it's not like an agriculture department which has 100 schemes to run and this is just one of those schemes. They have specialized professional staff. Their efficiency, the transparency is very, very high. Okay, a farmer applies, they know X amount of time, I'll get the drip on my this thing. There are impaneled companies, so quality is assured. So there's a whole way of doing drip on a scale, which Gujarat and a few states have done, but most states have not done. It's a part of a, you go to another state, every block officer has a target 5 drips a year. There's no point in doing extension. Because if demand is more, they can't cope up with the demand. So this is this. And there is an extension cost which nobody is willing to pick up. Taking farmers take up a new approach, a new habit, costs time and energy and field staff. Nobody is willing to invest on that. We've been lucky to have a donor to do this, but otherwise it doesn't work. Next slide, please. Yeah. And then even the subsidy regime itself has problems. That what we are finding is that the costs are high and they keep on getting higher. And because there is a subsidy, though nobody is talking about costs, but actually there is no incentive in the ecosystem to promote low cost innovative products. But they're coming in the market. So Gujarat, for example, has this laser irrigation system. Now that whole thing costs about 14,000 per acre. Farmers are picking it up in droves because it's cheaper and it's faster than the cost they pay after the subsidy. Okay. And this kind of incentivization of lower cost is not actually happening now in the ecosystem. So there are brilliant guys, there are startups who want to do these water use efficiency devices, want to promote low water use in the agriculture crops, but they are not incentivized, they are not part of the larger ecosystem. So that is there. The other areas, about 30% of the large water wastage happens in the canal irrigation systems. But the linking of canal irrigation with drip has been very, very abysmal, I would say. Despite even Narmada tried it on a large scale, it's not really taken off because they came up with very complicated schemes which farmers wouldn't take up and it didn't go anywhere. So that is the other thing. Next, please. Next, please. So there is also, oh, sorry, just one slide ahead. Just one slide ahead, please. Hello. Okay, fine. See, let me just come here way ahead. See, one is that it's very attractive. I mean, we see from our example that we get lots of, when we do dams and we do treatment of river revival and you see water stored in large structures and water harvesting, it suddenly people think, this is the work on water. Water ka kaam to ye hai. This is it. When you do things like drip or agronomic practices, it's not considered water work. Okay. So it gets very low visibility. So nobody really awards you or recognizes you for improving crop or drop issue. We say it as a slogan, but it's not visibilized. So second, like I mentioned, the financing mechanisms and incentives will need to be reworked. We've water recycling, where we did sanitation, amazing success. It works brilliantly. A keyword system. Then, okay, it's gone. Then you need to have a SPV approach, this kind of ag department doing, micro irrigation or what as a part of 100 other schemes. It's not going to take you anywhere. There should be targets. A district and a state should say that we are consuming so many meter cube of water. We will reduce it by so much. If there is a target, then innovation will come. People will do different things to address that. And then one last point is that compared to the budget and the staff which is there for water harvesting and dams and the irrigation department, it's massive. The kind of investment on water, reducing water demand and promoting water use efficiency is very, very minimal. And I think that needs to be addressed substantially. That's it. These are my points.
Thanks very much, Apurva. There's a lot of food for thought there. We're lucky that we have Mr. Ashok Kumar who's joined us. And I'd like to request Mr. Ashok Kumar to make some opening remarks.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. I was hearing Ujaji speaking. I was meeting with the secretary, that's why I had to come late. But I first of all thank FICCI for getting this topic for discussion, because with farmers in high priority in almost all the channels is always farmers. So one thing which we also should discuss along with farmers is the usage of water, because agriculture seems to take up a lot of water, and then that is always swept up the carpet. Thanks, Mr. Madhavan. You also wrote yesterday that looking forward to a wonderful discussion here. Now, I will take a couple of minutes only so that we can continue with the discussion. Let me time it up. as all of you know aware, water maximum usage is in agriculture in India, 90%, and the drinking water and the domestic supplies only look at about 11%. So if we can save 10% water in agriculture, we can really provide water for the rest of the demand side. And we always say that what India is a water, not a water deficit country, scarce country because of the improper water management. So today we had a meeting on the next JSA, that is Jal Shakti Abhiyan Catch the Rain campaign. Probably we'll be rolling out in the next April, May for the entire country this supply side part of it, where we have to catch the rain and store the water. That campaign has been going on very well. That's the supply side part of it, to catch the rain and where it falls and when it falls and store it for the future usage. And many of you are aware of the campaign which we have been doing. So it is going on very well, preparing the natural containers ready to catch the rain. Now, coming to the demand side, is the topmost demand is in agriculture. So we can do a lot using technology, using simple innovations and simple interventions to actually increase the water use efficiency, which is presently at a very abysmally low 30%. We used about 3,000 liters of water to produce 1 kilo of rice, whereas America uses 800 liters for producing 1 kilo of rice. And that explains why India extracts more groundwater than America and China and Mexico put together. We are way ahead in extraction of groundwater, and all the water, most of the water, I would say, large chunk of water extracted from groundwater goes for irrigation, and that's for agriculture. So there is a tremendous need and necessity for improving the water use efficiency in agriculture. Now, what are the best ways of it? Best way is technology. Technology may be costly, but low-cost technology and simple change of mindset can actually save a lot of water and improve the water use efficiency. Apurva Ozaji he had come in a water talk earlier also about 2 months back, and also showed how much activity they have been doing, the Confounded Rural Foundation. And many other people in the country have actually demonstrated that if you can use the water properly for agriculture, there will be a lot of saving. There was a study by ISP the other day which showed that a small shift, 2.5% or some very single-digit percentage of shift in agriculture from one crop to other crop, they can actually bridge the gap of the shortage of drinking water. In Maharashtra, they found that one city, I forgot the city, they found that at present the drinking water, the shortage is there. They are depending on tankers for that. But if they could do a small, some very small area, 2.5% area of shift from one crop to sugarcane to some other crop, the water will be available. So it's a very small intervention which can really change a lot of water availability. So I think the first and foremost thing is that we should try to convince our farmers about the need for conserving water and using the water efficiently. That is it's better said than done, but it takes a lot of easy activity and also make them a comfort level. Now, can we actually make people divert the crop from the crop? So we in National Water Mission have started a campaign last year called Sahi Fasal. Sahi Fasal is, as the name goes, it's a Sahi Fasal, the right crop for the right area. Using growing crops which have less water intensive and suited for that area. So Punjab, we started this in Punjab in 2019, November 14, where we told about 100,000 farmers that paddy is not suited for you. Your water table has gone down 108 blocks of 138 blocks. Water table has become critical, and if you go like this, probably you may put a lot of money in a deposit in your bank from the children, but you may not have any water for the children. That's what we told them, and in fact, I very jokingly told them that the way you are extracting water and the way the deep wells are going down and down may not require a visa to go to America. You may jump into the boat, you will reach America. That's the type of depth we have to be reaching. But then they understood, yes, we are actually exploiting water and giving bank account to the children, but then children will not have water to drink. So then that sort of mindset had come in. But then what they said was, this is actually the policies are helping us to do that. We are not changing because we have a very comfortable, we are in a comfortable zone. Why? Because paddy is procured, we get free electricity, we get no charges for water, there's no value or price for water, and assured MSP is available. So, and paddy is a water tolerant crop. It's a water guzzler also, but it's a water tolerant crop. If you pump more water, it doesn't affect it. So probably this from comfort zone to change the farmers would be very difficult, but it was done. I remember in 1995 when we was posted in a tribal area called Adilabad, the farmers used to commit suicide because of the step they had taken. So we had a small intervention at that time. We tried to request them to shift from cotton, which was a very intensive demanding crop, to soybean. We started with 5,000 acres, and to incentivize them, we gave them seed free of cost, we gave them fertilizer free of cost, we give them borewell, all these things, and then try to help them in their cultivation, and then when it came, when the crop came, we procured it, and that sort of handholding went on for 2-3 years, and with all humility, I would say that now from 5,000 acres in 1995, it is 3.6 lakh hectares in Adilabad doing soybean. This is what farmers have realized and converted, and that has increased the water table. See, ultimately, we farmers are interested in income. It is a monetized economy. We are not talking about last year I had 10 bags of rice, this year I want 12 bags of rice or 13 bags of rice. Unfortunately, that's what the agriculture department does. We have an agriculture department working, in fact, departments handling water working in silos. So probably the borewell company or the motor company would like to have more motors sold there, from 5 HP motor last year to 10 HP motor, 7.5 HP this year, to 10 HP motor this time, to 12.5 HP motor. The interested will be to have more and more powerful motors sold. Fertilizer companies would like to have more and more fertilizer sold. So it's all more. And in the whole thing, what is getting affected is water. So if we can let people divert a crop, if we can give them a comfort zone of probably assured procurement, or incentivize them for using less water, because as far as we are concerned, is using less water. And what farmers require is income. So if you spend 20,000 rupees and get a crop for 40,000 rupees, the income is 20,000 rupees. The same as if you spend 80,000 rupees and get 1 lakh rupees. Again, you are left with only 20,000 rupees. So why go for high intensity crops and which takes a lot of water, and the risk is also very high there. So we should actually convince some farmers not more crop per drop, which we all say. I would say it is more income per drop. We have to probably change the mindset in looking at it. It is more income per drop. And second, it's high time we look agriculture from the prism of not for productivity, but on the prism of water and also for income. So income doubling, and that's one of the scheme of the government. So that's one thing which we should push it through. So we also now try to make that the technology comes in here. When we request farmers to shift from a particular crop, we should use technology to make available their market. You should have facilities where you can e-mandis or something where you can sell the products. They can know the value of products. They can do better credit facilities, because now it's all in a status quo system. Everybody gets paddy, so much money gets, so they are all happy with that. We should be make available credit facility, so technical support, extension support, all these things for the farmers to divert, and also try to get the product utilized in the market. So if you have produced your corn, ethanol blending is coming up, so you should go for ethanol. So that diversion of crops, appropriate crops, we can be told them, and this education of farmer is very important. Second is the technology part is the use of micro irrigation. Micro irrigation, yes, it is very important. As Uzaji was telling, we have targets, a very small number given, 5 or 6, something that probably we should look at an intensive application. One area, saturate that area with all sprinkler irrigation, and then move to other districts. Instead of giving two in different districts to meet the district targets, probably should look at a approach of a smaller area where water deficit area. saturate that with the micro irrigation system, sprinkler or or other drip irrigation systems. Accompany it with the right crops. You can put paddy and say that you go for drip irrigation. So probably we'll have to help them in handhold them for using the right crops and water irrigation, and say that you get more income out of it. So you don't have to tell farmers that you will move another one more bag of rice. Say that you get one more money of rice. So that's one thing. Second is technology. People, it has to be made farmer friendly. As many places we found that the farmers find it very difficult to change the nozzles, getting stuck and all these things. Water is not good. So probably we should have some systems where these technical people are around to help the people sort out their small teething problems. And to make this technology friendly to farmers, probably we should have some officers in every district, something where you can help people to become techno savvy in that. We also can look formation of FBOs, farmer cooperatives, farmer-based organizations to help people marketing. So when a corporatization comes, all this is come, and technology can help us in forming FBOs, using apps to look at the market, to fixing the price and selling it on the portal. And also, why can't we have a Uber sort of setup where a company which will procure a lot of equipments and then give it every time? The farmer need not buy a sprinkler and keep. It could be available in that area. Some society can be there which have about 10 sprinklers with them, so they can take it on lease from this society and then use it and give it back. That type of support, alternative employment, it's an employment opportunity also. It's an employment opportunity for some people. Buy some 10 equipments and keep it, which can save water, and then it can be leased out to farmers. That can be of using. Equipment sharing could be a part of it. Then very important is where the technology comes in. It's also helping the farmers to predict the climate conditions, so that they can be sure of what type of crop they can take up. Second is when is the rainfall coming? If they can be predicted accurately, farmers can be helped to do the appropriate irrigation properly, rather than flooding into irrigation, and then 2 days later you have a heavy rainfall and it doubles the water, and we are wasting water. So type of support from the technology side can helping the farmers how to control the use of water, determining the moisture content of the soil. See, there are simple technologies. I saw somewhere in Tamil Nadu where they have a bamboo stick coated with tuna, which they dip into the soil, and when they pull it out, where the nummy is there, where they have a moisture content in the stick, that much water is available. So then they can understand water is required or not. So the right type of irrigation, right type of requirement, right quantity of water to be given at the right time, that can be given without going for the artificial intelligence. The Israelis have come out with the precise irrigation system, where you say that using the artificial intelligence and predicting what is the use of water. Here we can do that. So this type of technology we can do it. So my and last point is about metering. All water taken should be metered to ensure that at least we should know what is the quantity of water taken. So metering of water, whether it's groundwater or whether it is surface water, metering has to be done, and just to make people understand what is the quantity of water. Metering is better technology for better monitoring. Otherwise, we still have impeller motors which may give a wrong figure or whatever it is. So we should have right technology, very user-friendly technology to measure the quantity of water. Probably these two things can help the water usage and help reduce the water usage in agriculture, and in that process increase the water use efficiency. Thanks a lot for listening to me, and we look forward that Indian farmers will respond, and the technology companies will be able to push forward their technologies and making farmers understand the value of water and also help them conserve water. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ashok. I'm just going to take some questions that are being raised by participants, and I'm going to direct some of them specifically to some of you. And then if we have time, we can take some other questions that emerge from this conversation. So I want to start with Vishwas. And the question to you, Vishwas, is that how can private sector play a role in water use efficiency in agriculture? So what role do you think the private sector in promoting this?
as Mr. Ashok has mentioned, sir, many schemes the government has been rolled out for drip irrigation and all. So majorly, if we want to use more efficient way in water in agriculture, so it cannot be without adopting the micro irrigation systems, because in the micro irrigation systems around we can save 60 to 70%, or it can be reached up to 90%. It depends on the crop, because the in the flood irrigation farmer doesn't know, or mainly farmer is not educated too much level that the crop, how much water amount a particular crop is required. So if the water they can use the flood technologies, then only it will not be covered. Then the micro irrigation, in the micro irrigation there are the 3 or 4 categories that we can adopt: the drip irrigation, and the micro sprinkler, and mini sprinkler. So based on that we can save the water, and in adopting that technology we can get the more yield in the crop production. And nowadays the world is switch to on the IoT based devices. So the IoT based devices also on the fingertip of the farmers. And based on that they can operate their systems remotely without going to their farmland. So these are the technologies that we can provide. And in my speech I have mentioned the farm pond and khet talab yojana that I have as I am based in Madhya Pradesh. So I am seeing a very khet talab in the farmers land, in which we have not observed that many of the soils having the capacity of absorbing the rainwater. After reaching the certain limit, the rainwater flood out in the Nadi, Nala, like all the villages. That water is not preserved. So I forgot to mention my PPT. In that I have the image of Khet Talab Yojana. Kritika, I just request you, could you please share that image?
Vishwas will come back to it if we have time.
Yeah. So that water we can reserve, means many of the borewell or well flooded, the overflow water. So in that scheme, Khet Talab Yojana or farm pond, they abstract that water, overflow water, and fill the pond, and that can be there can be amount that used by the farmer in their Rabi fasal, or can be summer crops, with adopting the micro irrigation. If that water they use with the flood irrigation, there is no meaning of that preserving water. Yeah.
Thanks, Vishwas. So Vivek, there's a question posed for you, which is that you've talked about water use efficiency practices that are happening in some states. What needs to happen to make this pan-Indian?
Yes, thank you. So like I mentioned, the water use efficiency is required at different levels. You know, it can be done in the big irrigation projects, the major and medium dams, as well as at the smaller micro level, as mentioned by Mr. Oja. I mean, the problem is grave, and I think we need a multi-pronged approach to this. So like I said, I will restrict my answer to, the partnership that NABARD is doing with the Government of India and the Ministry of Jal Shakti. Like I said, we've already, pioneered the watershed development program, which is being implemented in almost all states. And that is, the rich to valley approach. And like the additional secretary had mentioned, it's also about catching the water as it falls. Then we are also closely, trying to raise resources and supplement the efforts of the ministry in terms of the long-term irrigation fund. So, this is also involves a lot of water use efficiency in terms of relining of canals and preventing transpiration of water, etc. And the third, of course, is the micro irrigation fund. That needs to be scaled up at a big level. I do firmly believe, and therefore states need a lot of more money, and we are partnering with the ministry again in raising those resources and helping the states. in trying to, implement this at a mass scale at the field level. So like Mr. Ozad mentioned, once the funds start flowing, it won't be, 5 per district or something. It could be scaled up to a level where it would really make a difference. So those are the efforts. Thank you.
Thanks, Ravi. So, Mr. Ashok Kumar, I'm going to sort of take two questions which I thought would be appropriate for you, and I'm going to club two of these together. So, one of the questions was that what can the government do to sort of create a market for less water-intensive crops? And related to this is that, a lot of India's agricultural exports are essentially of water-intensive crops. And that itself then poses other challenges. So how can this paradox be addressed? So in some sense, what do you see the role of the government in either creating a market for less water-intensive crops, or in terms of what it can do in terms of policy, pricing, market interventions, to sort of try and inhibit the export of virtual export of water?
Rightly said, we should now make people understand the value of water and the water footprint concept. I was telling Punjab, if you are exporting 95% of the rice produced in Punjab, it is actually exporting water from there. But that people are not, farmers are not understanding it. Now, when you talk about government intervention, see, the government intervention with a lot of limitations because of the when the intervention was made, so we know what's happening in Punjab and Delhi. So as we make people understand about it, policy interventions, we are aware of it, that this is what is to be done. But when it comes to election and democracy and all these things, what happens is nobody is willing to touch the subsidy of for farmers on free power. The free power is, what does it? It doesn't affect the power sector. It actually affects the water sector much more than what power sector, because giving free power makes people pump up water without any reason. They are no money, so keep on pumping. So policy level, we know, we have been telling the government, yes, that you should reduce the subsidy. You should not do so much of subsidy, or you should at least meter the water current. That's why I said, let us at least start metering the water used from borewell or from other surface water. So then you have some numbers. No, you don't charge it, but then that itself is not permitted. I know when we tried to put meters in the transformers, many farmers went and broke it down. We only don't know how much was the AT&C losses. What is the aggregate commercial and technical costs? And we have very brilliantly clubbed the commercial losses into the technical losses and call it AT&C losses for power. So how much is that money which is going to the farmers? That's one thing. Second very important thing is there should be political will to get this policy implemented. Whether we should go for paddy in Punjab is a question, or whether we should go for other alternative markets. Government, as I said, should provide MSP for crops, all crops, not just paddy. Even though 24 crops have MSP, it is not being implemented. So better implementation of MSP for other crops. Second is, probably if we can have the political will, have MSP announced for paddy, no good, but MSP for a differential MSP for paddy in water stress areas. You give only 50% of MSP in water stress areas, but you retain for political mileage, you quickly continue to retain the MSP at higher level for other areas. You also need food security. That part can be done. Marketing, giving farmers alternative to facilities to market alternate crops. We should facilitate agro-based industries which take up the alternate crops which come from the farmers. These are things which government can do. Private sector, I mean, every time why should we look into government? Private sectors can help us in establishing cold chain, good cold chain. If they have horticulture crops, we should have cold chain facilities so that private sectors can do it. So always looking up to government for giving subsidy, handholding, that time is over. We should educate farmers, and the farmers should take a very, very informed decision of moving over. Probably that's where the public sector and all our activists should take active action in that, to make people understand the value of water and how to conserve the water. Thank you.
Thank you. Apurva, there's a question on whether it's time to move away from merely looking at farm level water use efficiency to merely look at individual farms and instead to start to look at catchment security, water security at a landscape level in terms of a catchment and to look at collective actions rather than individual responses? What would you think?
No, I think it's a good thought, and I think what you mentioned of participatory groundwater management, etc., has been on collective basis. In fact, the work we do on drip is that while we talk about individual, we've formed, actually there are about 8 farmer producer organizations of cotton farmers who then use a revolving fund to give loans to other farmers to take up drip on a large scale, because individual farmers, it's impossible for even for micro irrigation to sort of scale up. You need collectives to do that. So that's one part. I agree, but you see, you have to also analyze that, and that was a larger watershed approach, which I think NABARD had supported, was a very substantial. The focus was on a holistic approach from the catchment area to the farm level. Now, we've been pushing for that watershed approach, which used to be the National Watershed Program. We need to revive it, maybe in a different way. The incentives would be around, if you had a watershed program in which one of the goals, instead of just the soil part, if NABARD is to run a program or the government, where it's very clear that X amount of water is being, and the incentivization, there are a series of interventions in watershed. We had bunds and nala plugs and whatever. You add both catchment and farm level interventions which reduce demand. And water demand is not a simple function. So when we say that you should do conservation agriculture, in many areas we cannot do conservation agriculture because there is not enough bio waste available, because there are no common lands, and therefore large scale mulching doesn't happen. So this is tied up unless you do the catchment treatment, unless you have cattle who have then, unless you have common lands, you don't have cattle. If you don't have cattle, you cannot do biocompost. If you can't do biocompost, then you can't reduce the water demand. So to me, it requires a overall catchment area. Really do its sustainability, not just plonking micro irrigation devices at the farm level is not very sustainable. The costs are very high and it doesn't scale up. So I entirely buy that, but it will need a program to. You see, what we are doing is except for micro irrigation, there is no program. And in the absence of a program, in the absence of an agency like NABARD or somebody anchoring this program of reducing water demand, it won't happen on its own, because the incentive reducing water, the messaging and the incentives are all for increasing water use. Okay, so that is the issue.
If I just add to what Mr. Oza said, since we discussed the watershed development program of NABARD, this is exactly, actually, the question is exactly what watershed was trying to do. It was based on a catchment basis. It was involved participatory, awareness amongst all the stakeholders. There was an element of Shramdan that was mandatory.
Yeah,
all
16% Shramdan.
Had to do the work. So, there was a lot of awareness building. Then there was something called net planning, where, each particular parcel of land, what kind of crop would be grown based on the availability of water was discussed. It was accepted by the village level communities, even the normal grazing land, the panchayati land, the pasture lands. That was all part of the planning, which is why it had great success. And I completely agree with him that that is, very important to get all the stakeholders, everybody on board, But unless the farmers are, truly participating, and they realize the benefit, is not going to happen, as we have seen. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I think we'll have to wrap up.
I just once again, I just see, I have seen this experiment with many NGOs. I was with FES was there in Chintamani there. The entire village used to sit together and plan for what's the Hivare Bazaar is a great example. How water budgeting and planning of crops with all consent of people has really turned around the place. This has to come from the people. No amount of government pushing would happen. But But as you rightly said, its incentivization has to take place, like that Kusum your project in Gujarat, or that Spark project which they are doing, where farmers sell their solar pump the power to the grid and get money instead of they are harvesting power instead of water. Something incentivization has to be done. That these are the policy interventions, of course, can take place. But as all of us said, it is the farmers. It has to the Chaitanya Mandal. It should come from the farmers, that they should be able to understand the value of water and say that we will not waste water. Probably that the best thing is to start metering water.
Thanks very much. I think we should try and sort of wrap up now. It's been very interesting to hear very diverse perspectives from Vishwas, representing Shakti Pumps, from Apurva, providing experiences of experiments that have happened with farmers in parts of Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Vivek's experiences as part of NABARD, and Mr. Ashok Kumar providing the perspective of government to macro level. I think if we were to look at 3 or 4 quick takeaways from this conversation, I think there's been a reiteration of the importance of looking at water use efficiency, at least at a catchment level, if not a landscape level, and to not see micro irrigation as the end of it all unless it is accompanied with a host of other practices, processes that will actually lead to this participatory planning. I think the second thing that sort of emerged very clearly is the importance of potentially leveraging technology, better internet connectivity, the ubiquitousness of mobiles, and maybe to see whether we can leverage technology to change agronomic practices, to change behaviors, provide farmers with more information that will allow them to take rational decisions. And so the example of looking at smart meters, but an example of how we can leverage technology. I think the third issue that's come up very clearly is the role that incentives can play in driving behavior. So the example that Apurva gave about providing an actual cash incentive for water conservation and the impact that it has on farmers' behaviors, or to look at financial products such as low interest loans for buying more efficient irrigation systems. We could even potentially look at the role of markets and rentals for irrigation equipment. And I think finally, something that we didn't manage to spend very much time about, was about whether there is actually going to be a potential in the near future of looking at recycling and reuse of grey water. Whether it's possible to create a new market for water and to look at the expansion of irrigation into hitherto unirrigated areas merely by the recycling and reuse of water. So it's been great to hear these diverse voices. Thank you very much on behalf of the FICCI Water Awards, and over to you, Rita.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank the panel, Mr. Madhavan, for an excellent chairing of this session, and thank you to the panelists for a very, very enriching discussion. From the FICCI Water Mission, traditionally, we've always focused on water use efficiency in industry, but we're now mainstreaming the discussion on water use efficiency in agriculture as well. And, obviously, as we've seen in today's discussion and otherwise also in the deliberations that happen on water, the nexus between all water use sectors, industry, agriculture, domestic, is so close that we cannot afford to avoid discussion on any one of these sectors. And this conclave is precisely about the 3 R's, which makes the interconnections between all users of water even more significant in the context of circularity of water use. So I think today's panel discussion has highlighted several issues and also some very strong recommendations that we from the FICCI Water Mission will definitely like to take this forward in our work on policy advocacy and in our member engagement. So once again, a big thank you to the great panelists and the wonderful panel discussion that we had today. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman, may I make a small suggestion? Since each one of us will be given 8 minutes, maybe at the end of 6 minutes, someone said to give the zipping or something.
We are going live, Mr. Kalra.
All right.
Good afternoon. We'll now begin with our session on groundwater management, role of different stakeholders. The session will focus on optimal utilization of groundwater, resulting in equitable, safe and sustainable management of India's groundwater resources and the need for evolving improved system of resource mapping, utilization and governance to ensure the multi-sectoral agriculture, energy, health, environment and land challenges of groundwater management. It will also underscore the opportunities for private sector to engage in groundwater management and recharge initiatives. Let me introduce our distinguished panelists. The chair of the session, Dr. Himanshu Kulkarni, who is also the one of the jury member of FICCI Water Awards. He is also the Executive Director, Advanced Center for Water Resources Development and Management, Aquadam. Other speakers, Mr. Lalit Mohan Sharma, Director, Adaptive Technologies Water, SM Sehgal Foundation. We have Mr. Biplab Chatterjee, CEO and Director, GeoWhale Services. Mr. Krishan Kalra, from the Climate Reality Project India, Ms. Malvika Gopinath, Sustainable Specialist, Corporate EHS ITC Limited. We are also awaiting one more speaker, Dr. Pandit Madhunare, Director, Groundwater Department, Government of Telangana. So over to you, Dr. Madhun.
You meant me, right?
Oh, sorry, over to you, Dr. Kulkarni.
Yes, thanks, Kritika. So, I mean, without any more formalities, I think I'll just to make sure that we use up our time optimally. And I'm not going to even take 5 minutes to make an introduction. I'll probably come at the end. And I think since Dr. Pandit Madhunare is not here, we will possibly begin with Sri Lalit Mohan Sharma. And if you could, like I think we already have a suggestion. What I'll do is I'll quickly sort of give you a reminder at 6 minutes, so that you have 2 minutes of advance warning before you close. If you could keep your presentation brief and to the point, and possibly also, I know this is something I'm jumping on you at the last minute, but cover about 3 or 4 crucial points that I listed out. So I think in the note itself, it's said about efficiency and sustainability. Also possibly safety. The second one is how do you manage trade-offs? So how have you been able to manage your trade-offs? The trade-offs between demand and supplies, the trade-offs between demand and what is available. So that could be the second point. And the third is, I think at the end of your presentation, if you could also make a broader statement on the on the role of the private sector, on what kind of a role does the private sector play in this whole effort on groundwater management. That would be most welcome, because then that would actually take us to a systematic set of discussions after you all have made your presentations. So without more ado, we'll begin. And Sri Lalit Mohan Sharma, please. Yes, sir, you can unmute and speak. We aren't able to hear you, Mr. Sharma. Mr. Sharma, are you speaking? Can you speak up? Can you unmute and speak, please?
Yeah, can you see my slides?
Yes, we can see your slides. If you could put them in the slideshow mode.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm Lalit Sharma from SM Sehgal Foundation, and I'll be talking about an innovation creating freshwater source within saline aquifer. So yeah. So presently we see the groundwater salinity is coming up a big issue. And if we look at the situation, almost a person out of 7 person on this earth is facing the water salinity issues. And overall, the 16% of the land area is challenged by the salinity on the ground and the groundwater. And 14% of the world population living in the coastal areas is facing this challenge. And if we look at the situation, this is not isolated to one place. This is spread all over the globe. And we need to find the solution because the people living in these saline groundwater areas under tremendous pressure of fetching water from long distances or importing the water, which is very costly affair for them. So we were thinking to find a solution. So we thought, why not to work on the rainwater itself, because it is the ultimate and renewable source. And with that, we worked, and we found that in the rainwater harvesting, if we recharge the aquifer, the biggest issue is once we recharge the rainwater into the ground, it spreads over the existing saline groundwater with time, and ultimately it forms a very thin layer over the saline groundwater. And exploiting this thin layer is very difficult because when we try to withdraw this water, it gets mixed with the saline groundwater, and then it becomes of no use. So here was the need to do some innovation so that this spread is stopped, and we create a sort of pool of fresh water within the aquifer. And we were pointing on aquifer itself because if we want to store this water in a storage tank or any structure that need a huge built up structure for meeting the requirement of fresh water. So for that, we developed this innovation, and through this innovation, what we did, we recharged the rainwater into the aquifer itself, taking the recharge well below the groundwater table. And that way we were able to create a pocket of fresh water. And then when we draw water from this pocket, we get fresh water, and we can exploit up to 85 to 90% of the rainwater we harvested and recharged into the groundwater aquifer. So most of the places where salinity is an issue, their groundwater table is groundwater is not exploited much. So we found that groundwater is quite shallow, and in that case, recharging was an issue because of low hydrostatic pressure. So what we tried to do, we raised the height of the tank above the groundwater, above the ground level also, and that way we were able to create a appropriate hydrostatic pressure, and that way we were able to recharge the groundwater table with this rainwater to form a freshwater pocket. And in case the groundwater is deeper, then of course we don't need to raise the recharge well above the ground level, and that way we were getting normally good hydrostatic pressure to recharge. Of course, a buffer storage was required, and that was in the shape of a recharge well itself. So then for the deeper aquifers, we tried to put a bore well within the recharge well to go below the groundwater table. So it worked very well, and this we had applied in many settings, institutional settings, domestic settings, even in agricultural fields we have tried, and over 100 replications has been done and working successfully. The only challenge here remains that because of shallow groundwater table, the chances of biological contaminations are there. And to address that, particularly in case of schools, what we did, we provided biosand filter technology. And in the biosand filter technologies, there are 4 processes of filtration: mechanical trapping, adsorption, predation, and natural death. And that way, the biological risk of biological contamination is
Mr. Sharma,
eliminated.
2 minutes. Mr. Sharma, 2 more minutes.
Sure. And this technology was also clubbed with zero valent iron technology in case there are chances of or there is a possibility of arsenic or iron contamination in the ground. So we were able to address the issues of arsenic, iron, manganese, and turbidity also through this filter. So that way, it's a very sustainable technology. It does not need any mechanical pressure or anything, and that way we were able to provide fresh water from the saline aquifer itself at the minimal cost. And the technology is very simple, and it is very well maintained in the villages of Haryana and few locations in Rajasthan also. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sharma. I think it was an excellent piece. Also well thought out, because it's difficult to present a concept like this in about eight minutes, but you did well. In fact, you. Thank you once again. From here, we'll go on to Sri Biplab Chatterjee of GUL. And if you can, Mr. Chatterjee, if you can share your. Okay, all yours. Can you unmute yourself, Mr. Chatterjee? You're still muted.
Apologies, let me try again. Is that good?
Yes, it is. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Manshu. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to speak on linking data, science, and stakeholders. We have worked in many parts of the world on water and resource sector. We feel this is a critical challenge in managing groundwater too as a resource. So I think that the nature of groundwater makes it probably one of the most equitably and democratically available and usable natural resource. However, this also means that there is relatively lesser centralized control on groundwater exploitation, and the challenges of managing it sustainably are greater. This resource, which is directly or indirectly catering to life support and livelihood needs for over 75% population in India, if used indiscriminately or irresponsibly, can turn into a tragedy of the commons. So here we are, a country of 3.2 million square kilometers facing climate uncertainties, population of 1.38 billion people growing into 1.6 by probably 2050, GDP of 3 trillion growing to about 20 trillion by middle of the century with corresponding greater water demand. That is, surface storages aren't going to grow as much, we all know that. So we have an opportunity to use groundwater storages and resource contained more judiciously. So how do you define groundwater as an economic resource? This is a question. So an economic definition of groundwater resource is much wider, which not only takes cognizance of the physical definition, but also considers the economic value of the resource. Economic definition of groundwater would have both the components, the physical component as well as the economic value. I'm not going to touch much on economic value in this discussion because it needs another, probably a much larger discussion. I'll just work through and discuss the physical definition of groundwater resource, which would include developing an understanding of geospatial disposition, volume, quality, extractability, dynamic versus static resource, recharge potential, and extraction impact, in a level of detail which allows running economic decision support systems on it. I'll keep it at a high level, though, I must say. Now, we've seen a fascinating effort towards water management in the country in the last few years, especially by Honorable Prime Minister Modi's government. There's a paradigm and timely shift in the management and intent of governance in water today. We've these spectacular central missions, some of them from MOJS and some from other ministries. The state governments are also not far behind. For example, Chhattisgarh's NGGB is an amazing policy of integrating and regenerating farming practices with water conservation. Now, there are certainly other agencies and corporates and NGOs showing excellent commitment to sustainable water management. We have been fortunate to work with many such organizations, including ITC, whom we consider as pioneering water stewardship practices in India. You'll be hearing more from Malavika soon after this. So all these are very, very significant projects and action programs which should have long-term impact on the resource economics and sustainability of groundwater availability. But here is a concern, I must say. With so many end users impacting this resource of the commons, the question we have to ask is, are we using the right data to manage the resource? Are we using the right analytics? Have we been able to standardize the data capture and resource analytics process? If not, do we need to standardize the process further? And Himanshu, you've been part of it, so I'm sure you'll be having something to speak about it as well. Have you been able to provide the right decision support systems to groundwater user at an individual level? So at least in the last 2 decades, GC 2015 standards have been able to bring groundwater data and analytics to a common platform. Now, a try or 4-yearly estimation of dynamic groundwater could at best be considered, to me, as a regional groundwater resource potential and not groundwater resource, based on which sustainable exploitation strategies could be framed and executed. Now, analyze the resource, the resolution of GEC estimation. The hydrological response units are based out of GSI's 250,000 scale map, very large, very core scale. Observation stations are 10 to 20 kilometers more apart. That is a nominal spacing of one observation station per 200 square kilometers or so. 75% of observation stations and hydrographs are still open well data. Not many piezometers there. Observations 4 times a year with no consideration of actual abstraction or pumping. Aquifer properties at a nominal spacing of even larger, 1:500 or 1:1000 square kilometers or so. That is the resolution of India's groundwater resource definition. There's a dynamic resource which is coming out once in 3 to 4 years at a district level. To me, is at best a groundwater resource potential and not groundwater resource. Now, where are the risks if we use only this data for our resource assessment and decision making? Now, certainly under Modi's and MOJS leadership, India has embarked on some game-changing effort on water management. Though I believe we also need a bit more on governance and regulatory reforms. However, we also need significantly better volumetric and quality definition of groundwater resource, a minimum scale of the smallest defined hydrological response unit, and to start with seasonally moving to real times. We have to move to real times analytics. Now, Central Groundwater Board, and let's all appreciate they have done a fabulous job, a world-class job of mapping out the aquifers and hydrogeology of 2.3 out of 3.2 million square kilometers of India, and providing us a groundwater resource potential at a regional scale and setting up about 22,000 observation stations. However, basing economic decisions on a resource potential information only, with probably 50% or lesser confidence in many parts of India, especially peninsular hard rock terrain, would be risky for management decisions at downstream parts of the resource value chain. Now,
sorry to interrupt, Biplab. 6 minutes up, 2 minutes.
No, I think I should be able to finish it. Yes. So now, if I go to some recommendations from here onwards, I would say, based on this, based on whatever we have and where we need to go, the kind of decision making we have to take with some of the fascinating projects which we have embarked upon, we feel these are going to be paradigm shift and game changers in India's groundwater management standards. We need to, of course, create standards for data management, analytics, and economic resource reporting. We have to embark we have to expand the certification process, which has just begun, to recognize the significance of data and economic resource assessment delivery capacity. Retired individuals have been recognized, certified, and have most definitely the knowledge, but allow them to be integrated to institutions which have the capacity to generate data. Then embark on real-time digital data collection, bring the entire real-time data to public domain. Encourage innovation in creating the DSS tools for groundwater management at sub-HRE level, which people like you, Himanshu, and us in Jewel Hydro, we are doing, and embark on extensive capacity building and training of downstream stakeholders for participatory management. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Biplab, and thanks for that wonderful articulation of data and the importance of data. We'll go on to Sri Krishan Kalra next, Climate Reality Project India. Krishanji, all yours.
Thank you very much, Chairman. First of all, I want to congratulate FICCI, Rita, Kirtika, and their other colleagues for taking up this very crucial topic of water, shortage of which is threatening the very existence of, if I might say so, the human race. At least it is making lives very difficult for our children and our grandchildren. Unlike the two preceding speakers, a very highly scientific presentation by Biplab and talking about a technological breakthrough by Lalit, I'm going to talk like a layman. I'm afraid that's what I am. I'm going to talk on 2 points. One is how and why the world is running out of fresh water, the hardship that it creates for the people, and what can we do as individuals and, let's say, resident societies, etc., to ameliorate the position. I'm not going to talk about the jobs that the government has to do or the corporate world has to do about it. My own first personal shock about how important water is came way back in 1981. And this happened in Bhopal, where in a village near Bhopal, my company had installed what was known as the India Mark II deep well hand pump, which you can see on the screen. And the chief engineer took me there because I had never actually seen one in a rural setting. And I was amazed. Almost the whole village of 600 people was there. They'd put vermilion on the pump. They'd put joysticks there. They'd put a garland there. And the old man, the head man of the village, fell on my feet when the chief engineer said, "Ki ye saab hai, Baba, jinki company ne ye pump banaya." I felt very embarrassed. He was my elder. I picked him up on the shoulders and I said, "What are you doing?" He says, "You don't know how the lives of our residents of the village have been transformed by just this one, what you call an ordinary pump." The girls of the village used to trudge for 5 to 6 kilometers to a rainwater pond and bring water, which met the needs of all the people in the village as well as the animals in the village. That night, I wasn't able to sleep well, and I kept thinking that, you know, I've always taken water for granted. There's been water always. You open the faucet, you get hot water, you get cold water, you know, there is sort of never. And then I started thinking about it, and I think I became a kind of a self-made water conservationist and all that. This slide that you're seeing now is, you know, it's a very common scenario. This is happening it has happened very often, continues to happen in the capital city of the country also. That is the misery. To my mind, the core at all these problems is the changing climate. The extreme weather events, the frequency of which has increased. I'm talking about events like flash floods, cloudbursts, cyclones, tsunamis, typhoons, and of course the receding glaciers. The Uttarakhand tragedy is the most recent one, which has been making the headlines, where we've lost so many lives and all that. Now, this is due to this that a lot of it is happening. That's the reason for the melting of the glaciers, reason for the receding of the glaciers, etc. That is at the core of it. And we as individuals and societies have to do something about it. We can't, and I think by our action, it can be done. Now, this is a scenario from the 2017 floods that afflicted Mumbai in a very, very serious manner. I happened to be there that day, 29th of August, 2017 in Mumbai, and I was supposed to take along with some friends, a flight for Nairobi, and it took us 10 hours to reach the airport, a journey which normally from my son's house to the international airport takes 10 minutes. Now, that was the kind of situation that happened. And the Mumbai flood, and they were not the only time the Mumbai was flooded. Mumbai was flooded earlier in 2008, then again it happened in 2018, and it continues to happen and brings the whole city on. Now, this is a very important slide which I want to share with you, which is about the rapid rate now at which the Gangetic, the glaciers, I think this is the Pindari Glacier, if I remember correctly, that is the lifeline of the Gangetic Plain, all the people, millions of people living there. If you look at this picture from 1780 to 1971, the speed at which the glacier was receding was fairly slow, and you know, it was not alarming. But from 71, in fact, from 1964 onwards, I'll relate it to when the industrialization really started in a rapid manner. You see that from 64 to 71, in 7 years, how much recession took place. And then from 71 to 2001, the receding of the glacier was even more alarming in those 30 years that has happened. Now, this is what is happening to a lot of the glaciers. This is not the only glacier that is happening, that the rate of their recession, the rate of their melting is rising, is increasing in a very alarming manner. It is happening. Kirtika, can I have the next slide, please? Now, Kirtika, let's have the next slide, which shows the water faucet. Yeah. Now, this again, to my mind, is the root cause of most of our problems. As I said, I'm going to talk like a layman. Now, this is when we, you know, most of us, let's say at least 10 to 15% of us in the country have faucets like this and have the luxury of water, hot and cold water washing. Now, we use this all day for hand washing, and it applies equally to other daily chores, daily activities like you know, bathing and brushing teeth and shaving, etc. I differentiate here between what I call a wet, I'm talking about a shower now, wet shower and a dry shower. If I am to use this, no, yeah, okay, this I'll come to later. If I am to have a dry shower, that means that I first put on the shower, rinse my body, then shut it off. And
Mr. Kalra?
Yes.
Mr. Kalra, 2 more minutes.
Yes, sir. Now, if I am to have a dry shower, that means flicking with my finger the shower, the faucet to one side, so that the water is not flowing when I have to soap my body and shampoo, etc., and all that, and then again put it on to rinse my body. The dry shower takes on an average 30 liters of water. Of course, traditional bucket bath, which our forefathers used only 20 liters or less of water with a lota when they had the bath there and all that. A wet shower, on the other hand, uses about 60 to 70 liters of water, and pressure showers and jacuzzis and those shower stalls with 20 jet streams hitting your body, of course, can use 200, 300, 400 liters of water also. Assuming that only 15% of the people in the country have access to showers, that is 195 million people in the country. Also assuming that on an average, Indians take 1.5 showers a day, because in the summer season, it has to be 2 baths in a day. There is a potential of saving at the very minimum 40 liters of water per bath, which if you multiply it by the 195 million people in 365 days comes to 4,300 million tons of water per annum, 4.3 billion tons. Now, the same thing, as I said, also applies to other daily activities that we use, washing of hands, shaving, brushing, etc. And to this, if you also add the amount of water that we waste on washing our cars, we waste them on, the RO, the water that comes out of our ROs. I'm told that for getting every liter of pure water from an RO contraption, 3 liters gets wasted. And then there is the condensation from the air conditioners. Now, this wastage, I think, by simple understanding, and this is what the Climate Project India chapter continues to do, presentations all over the country to students, to college students, to societies, to clubs, etc. Wherever you get I must have made maybe 100 or more presentations myself over the last few years. Now, this is, if we can do that religiously, we can make it a religion, we can make it sacrosanct for us not to waste a drop of water. I think we can help in ameliorating the situation quite a bit and reducing the hardship there. Of course, then the other thing that I want to take half a minute about
Mr. Kalra, your 8 minutes are up. If you can
half a minute, sir. Rainwater harvesting. We have to make that again our religion. We have to make it sacrosanct, that every drop of water that falls on my roof, the roof of the house, or my office or factory, or wherever it may be, I'm going to save that. I think these two actions, if we take, the rest of them, the government and the corporates will take care of. Thank you very much, Dr. Kulkarni.
Thank you, Mr. Kalra. We'll go immediately to the next one. Ms. Malvika Gopinath, sustainability from the corporate EHS ITC Limited.
Yeah.
Malvika, it's all yours. Floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having me today. I'll just very briefly, 8 minutes is nothing, so I'll very briefly take you through some of the water management work we do at ITC. Is my screen visible?
Yes, Malvika.
Yes.
It's coming up. It's still sharing. Take time.
We are still unable to see it, Malvika.
May I suggest unshare and please reshare, Malvika?
Or else we can share from our side, Malvika.
I think that's better, Kirtika. I think if you can share,
right.
If you have the presentation, if you can share that, that's much better.
Okay, we are sharing.
Yeah, there you are. Malvika, can you speak? I can't hear you. You seem to be unmuted, but we can't hear you.
There seems to be some network issues from her side.
Okay.
Yeah, it's saying due to low bandwidth.
Okay, so maybe we'll just give her about 20 seconds, half a minute. And yeah, possibly when she's back, we can go to a presentation. Maybe if you could just connect with her and check. In the meantime, because we just have an hour and 15 minutes, I thought since the others are here and before we get Malvika in, I mean, it's just a quick comment. I think it was an interesting mix of what can be done at various levels. So across the three presentations, I made note that there is something we can do at the individual level, at the levels of individuals or individual households, which was what Mr. Kalra's presentation was about. The second one was about specific area level interventions, which was Mr. Sharma's presentation on salinity ingress and mitigating salinity ingress was about work at the scale of, say, a village or an area in the coastal region of India. And Biplab's presentation was slightly more regional, had a more regional context. Let's say at the aquifer scale or at a small river basin, which talked about integrating data, not so much only in terms of collecting data, but also in terms of data collection to data collation to data analytics, and possibly, and I'm sort of stretching your argument, Biplab, to the fact to the domains of interpretation and inferences, because that is what decision support is all about. So across this mix of presentations, I think we had very interesting statements and with that quick comment, let's listen to Malvika.
So could you please tell me where
You'll have to start from the you'll have to start from the beginning.
Okay. Just I will quickly start over.
We will share the presentation from our end.
Okay, Kritika. That'll be better. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm very sorry for the trouble. So I'll just briefly take you through how ITC looks at water security. Can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah, thank you. So wherever we operate, whether it's a groundwater catchment or a surface water catchment, our overall approach remains the same. We work at both on the demand side and supply side of things. And while at the unit level, it's largely to do with water use optimization and on-site aquifer recharge rainwater harvesting. The larger part of the work, the quantum of the work, that is at the watershed level. As we know that water does not operate based on political boundaries, administrative boundaries. So we find it necessary that we work at the watershed levels wherever we work, because considering the long-term security of the resource. So over initial part of our during the initial days of our watershed management work, our focus was largely on the supply side, where we used to work on creating more structures, recharge structures, water harvesting structures based on detailed hydrological assessments. In fact, we worked with Aquadam and GeoWhale on this before in various catchments. So over the last few years, we also realized that while this work is important, it's also important that we focus on the demand side of things, because the catchments where we operate, more than 95% of the water use is in agriculture. And considering the situation in India, where there's inequality in access to knowledge and energy, water nexus, where all these factors operate, we find it important that we also work on improving the water use efficiency of the primary users, the agricultural sectors. Next, please. While the watershed Yeah, the previous one. It's okay, I'll just explain it. So while the structures, the creation of structures, all of those are important, it's also equally important that these things are tied up together by strong water governance practices. Again, water is a very local issue, and based on the local context, the water governance structures may be weak or strong. So based on that, we find it very necessary that we tie up together water, our work at the watershed levels are tied up together by strengthening local institutions, grassroots level institutions, considering the long-term sustainability of the work we do. So this is an example of one of our catchments where we operate, ITC Kowai. It is a factory that makes paper board, and it derives water from an a stream which is part of the Upper Bhavani Basin. So here we've been working since 2015, and it's based on a collaborative multi-stakeholder consensus-based approach. We've collaborated with WW of India as our knowledge partners, and the hydrogeological assessments have been done by GeoWave. The priority area of 20,000 hectares, we've been working since 2015. On the supply side, like I mentioned, we've been focusing on creating structures, farm ponds, open wells, discharge structures, also rejuvenation of existing structures. And on the demand side, we've been working with the farmers on improving irrigation efficiency through drip, mulching, and other practices suitable to the crops in the area, banana, coconut. To supplement these, we have also been working rigorously on improving water governance in the area. There are water user groups with farmers, self-help groups with women, low-income households, multi-stakeholder committees with public sector agencies, etc. And all of these training workshops and awareness campaigns are part of all of these efforts. Next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. While on the demand side, we over the 4 years we have worked on it. We have obtained almost a savings of close to 3.9 million kiloliters of water, and our efforts have reached out to 40,000 farmers. And we also got a platinum certification against the AWS standard. Next slide, please. Focusing a little more on the groundwater management, we have created over 200 major structures in this area in the past 4 years. And last year, we created a complete, we did a complete assessment of these structures to understand the efficacy. And we have found out that the recharge potential created by these interventions over these years is around 84.5 hectometers. And this is actually around 5% of the addition, 5% of the recharge of the area. This work was in fact done by Mr. Biplab Chatterjee's team. So we have also realized that if we create 250 more structures in the coming years, we would be able to increase this recharge by 4 to 5 times. It's actually a considerable number. Next slide, please. This is just, these are just a few photos from the locations. Next slide, please. This is just a dashboard of the overall impact that ITC has created over the past few years. The point here I want to make is that these numbers may look large in isolation, but the truth is, considering the scale of the issues we face today as a country in water, and
Malvika, sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
2 more minutes.
Yeah, thank you. The scale of the issues we face today and the geographic diversity of the country, this is not enough for us water secure India, and that's where collaboration comes in. Can you move on to the next slide, please? As a company, as a private sector institution, we believe that to actually create a secure water future, we need to work together, whether it's with regulatory agencies, subject matter experts such as Aquadam, GeoWave, civil society organizations like Sego Foundation, and academic institutions. We believe that watershed management should be holistic and should be based on good data, as Biplab was speaking, and good science, and it needs to be based on the local context. It needs to be based on properly thought out, well articulated catchment water security plan, and monitoring and assessment needs to be an important part of this entire exercise. For this, everyone needs to work together, and ITC is always open towards that. That's all from my side today. Thank you.
Thank you, Malvika. Just to quickly sum up, I think I picked up a couple of points from your presentation, just like from the others I was talking about earlier. So I think demand and supply, and this constant tension between demand and supply was an important point, and so was a point about collaboration and partnership. Yeah. So can you just mute yourself? Can you just mute yourself? I think there's an echo. Yeah, thanks. So I think these are important points, and we actually are at 2:48. So we have almost half an hour, and Dr. Pandit Madnure is not joining. So we actually have significant time for discussions, and therefore what I'm going to do is actually going to ask one question each of each of you, and then we'll take the larger questions that have come through the chat box and posed by the audience. So let me begin with Mr. Kalra, actually, on the context of individual in the ecosystem. I think you made a very important point about how can each individual, how can each person in India contribute to conservation of groundwater, sort of savings on water. And you alluded to rainwater harvesting. I actually interrupted you because you've used up 8 minutes of your time. So let me actually take the discussion forward around rainwater harvesting. And in terms of rainwater harvesting, how do you see the connection between the individual and the community? And if you can, sort of state some of your thoughts along those lines, it would be wonderful. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Kulkarni. Why I mentioned two things was, first I talked about how every individual can save water. Now, saving water is of course not going to recharge our aquifers, but saving water is certainly going to draw less on our aquifers if we can reduce the consumption of the water that we do. Wanton consumption it's become our habit. India has become a highly consumerist society, and we always want to buy more and more and more of everything, whether it may be clothes, it may be accessories, maybe anything, without realizing that each one of it, production of even, let's say, a shirt or a handkerchief or something, draws on huge resources of water and energy and releases huge amount of emissions. I'd started with saying that there's a deep connection with the climate change, why all this is happening. So if we are to curb our urge to more and more, whether it is water, whether it is anything like that, I think it can make a huge difference to that. Rainwater harvesting is what can really charge the aquifers. Our aquifers are drying up. India is almost on the top of the water-stressed countries in the world. And if we can why I said we have to make it a religion, because I have personally seen people put a piece of 3 feet long piece of pipe, a 6-inch pipe in their garden, and when some inspector comes to check, they say, I've got my rainwater harvesting pit. And unless the inspector is smart enough to pick it up and see, find out that the 30 meters, which is, I think, the minimum that you require, has not been done, the pipe with the screens, etc., has not been installed, it is not going to work as a water harvesting and all that. Now, if we can make sure each one of us huge amounts of roof areas, whether it is societies, whether it is individual houses, plotted set of localities, etc., the two things combined will definitely add to rejuvenation of the aquifers, which are drying up. Of course, then there are other things which the government has to do, which is like rejuvenating the lost water bodies. I live in Gurgaon, And I'm told that there were 13 huge water bodies in Gurgaon, and now you can't see one of them because it's the nexus between the builders and the civic authorities, which has concretized everything. Then the natural drainage channels have been lost, which were there. And that's why if it rains for 1 hour in Gurgaon, there is what they call Guru Jam. All Mr. Sagal's office is also in Gurgaon. He would have also noticed that's why. And that raw water then runs into the drains and into the river and eventually into the sea without serving any purpose. So if these 2 or 3 things the government can do, the corporate world, of course, has got to concentrate on most water efficient manufacturing, particularly in chemical plants, cement plants, water plants, etc., which are the ones which use our power generation, which use maximum amount of water. If we can work from all sides, all the stakeholders, since this is a conclave which is going to address the concerns of and take the advice and comments of all stakeholders, I think if we do work that in harmony, a lot can be achieved. And I again emphasize in the fact that as an individual, I owe it to society, I owe it to my children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren to make sure that there is some water left for them when we leave this world. We've had it very easy, but we are making it more difficult for the coming generations. We are making them. I'll give you a simple answer. We all go to conferences, barring the last 1 year. Each one of us goes to a couple of conferences in a year. A big 1 liter bottle of water is placed in front of you by the caterer. You might drink 2 sips of it, 3 sips of it, and then leave the bottle there. Then it goes into the dustbin, it goes into waste bin, it gets wasted. We aren't only wasting water, we are also adding to the plastic pollution in the country.
Sure,
in the world.
sure, Krishanji. So,
okay.
So I'll come back to you maybe a little later, but let me use the thread of your last set of points. There's a lot of action we can do at the individual level. You talked of harvesting, about rainwater harvesting with a specific context in mind, with the context of salinity ingress in mind. And therefore, I want to actually pose a specific question to Mr. Sharma in terms of the process or the methodology of rainwater harvesting in the context of mitigating saline water incursion in coastal areas. And if you could tell us, Mr. Sharma, about 2 things. One is, well, not all coasts are similar. A coast in Gujarat, the Kutch or the Saurashtra coast, or the coastal areas of Western and Eastern India are very different. And therefore, how do you take the concept of if you can throw light on that, and maybe also while you're doing that, one second, maybe also while you're doing that, we'd also like to look at, if you could talk a little bit about specific impacts from your effort. One or
in fact, in fact, I could not get your first question because your voice was breaking. But on the second question, I heard is you were asking about the impact of what effort I did on this. So let me answer the second question and then we'll ask you what was the first question. So as far as the impact of this intervention is concerned, we started working this in Mewat district of Haryana, which is a saline groundwater district. Almost 78% area of this district is having saline groundwater, and salinity starts right from 3,500 ppm, and it goes in some places to 10,000 ppm. And if you go a little deeper, you find that the salinity keep increasing. So particularly in this district, we started working with the schools, government schools, because the biggest problem here was there was no source of water in these schools, or sometimes some schools were purchasing tanker water, and that was all dependent on panchayat. If panchayat has got some funds, sometime they will provide tanker of water to the school. Otherwise, they don't have water. And in that case, you can think of a school child, if he feels thirsty, he will go back home for drinking water and never come back to the school to rejoin. So in that context, we started this intervention, and now more than 100 schools are done with rainwater harvesting with such interventions, and now all these schools have got water round the year. So the great impact is now the attendance of students is there. At the same time, the enrollment rate has increased. Every day now they cook midday meal there, so nutrition aspect is also taken care. Then sanitation. Earlier, because of lack of water, sanitation was a big issue in these schools. So now schools have good sanitation facility. So this is the side of a school. We tried this in agricultural settings. Of course, agriculture needs much more water. So what we did, we talked to farmers and talked to them that if you think you will irrigate wheat crop with this in flood irrigation system, no, just forget it. They said, if you can give us little water for critical irrigation, that would be good enough. And people tried that and it worked well. And one of the farmer, what he did, he planted some trees, and with this intervention, he gave them 8 to 10 time watering these trees, and with that, in 4 years, he could earn money much more than what he could earn by cropping the wheat. So that kind of change is taking place. Now they are putting orchards with this. So now I come back to you, Dr. Kulkarni. What was your first question?
No, I'll come to you later because
okay,
for the second part, you've already used up about 4 minutes. So maybe I'll come back to that later. Let me next go to Biplab. And for Biplab, I will have 2 specific points again. First one, I mean, if you can also elaborate, I mean, this is what I gather from a couple of your slides, that we don't necessarily do enough, even with the data that we have. You know, the larger point is well taken that we need more data, we need more analytics. But do we do enough with the data that we already have? And how can we actually promote doing more with the existing data, with the data that we already have, to go ahead with improved decision making? And if you can maybe cite 1 or 2 examples where you yourself have possibly done something along those lines, that would be wonderful. And then a very quick comment on the standardization point. Now, what are the 3 or 4 basic areas where we need standardization? If you could just list them out for us.
So let me go to your first part, which you asked, and so what can we do with the existing data? And the existing data, I mean, I've looked at CWB's data, the state government data, a lot of data in the public domain in terms of research papers and other publications, etc., significant data. certainly they're all over the place. I mean, I think one of the things which we can do is probably create a platform, and I think National Water Mission has a proposition whereby they would like to create a platform of data management, appropriate platform for data management. I think on the data side, we have to go a long way. Anyways, coming to what we can do with that, your specific question. The answer to that lies in who would do what with that. Certainly, as far as the government policy making is concerned, this data is quite good because these are regional at a resource potential level. I would never call it specifically in the peninsular India, in the hard rock domain, where there's been significant abstraction happening, and a lot of places where it is getting into almost a near mining stage of the groundwater. I won't call this data as good enough to take decision on actually resource either exploitation or on conservation. We need to have more data there. But at a policy level, certainly government can do a lot based on this data. This is giving me a big picture. What are the areas? What are the thrust areas? If I have any specific thrust areas to go to where I need specific interventions in terms of a regional scale, can do that. In terms of people, the most important thing which probably we as groundwater community would do, and particularly the technical community could do work on, is capacity building. And this is where I believe much more effort has to be. Certainly, ITC and others have really shown, I mean, what they are doing. I mean, if with the kind of knowledge base they have sort of permeated the knowledge base down to the last workers. Water is such a critical thing for ITC. I work with them. I work with the training systems, etc. Now, so that is and you can get down to obviously an individual level as well. I mean, people at which Mr. Kalra is working on. Your second question was related to standardization. Again, large topic, standardization, resource standardization worldwide is happening. So in terms of data, I mean, the data we collect are primarily at this point of time, either a CWB or anybody else who is collecting, are specific samples. And now the meaning of those samples, when we put that for statistical analysis, need to be specified. Unfortunately, we are taking every kind of data collected without the standards as the same. I mean, so let us say, I mean, it'll be easy to understand quality data. A quality data collected, chemical data, hydrochemical data collected with the laboratories not using specific standards to analyze it will give completely different results. You and us, all of us know that. Well, it's easy to understand. You can do that with the volumetric data as well. You can do that with what season, when you are collecting the data. So again, large topic, data can be standardized. Analytics, what kind of analytics you have to standardize, which will give you and then of course the decision support system. Probably a huge topic. I'm just giving you a hint on where we have to go to if you want to use groundwater, to take it to an economic resource level. Himanshu?
Thank you, Biplab. Malvika, if you can tell us, I mean, you've talked about the experience, you've talked about the overall work that you did, but I'm sure you came up with many challenges. And if you can actually pose a few of the challenges that you encountered in this entire journey of partnerships and collaborations on both sides, on one side with stakeholders on the ground, and on the other side with experts, organizations. So what were the challenges? What were the key challenges on groundwater management?
So speaking about the specific context of COVI, I would have to say that this was relatively a very positive experience when it comes to collaboration, because as I mentioned, we have created multi-stakeholder groups which involve regulators, local bodies, in fact, here they were actually quite on board with the entire exercise, and they're very happy to be part of the activity and provide timely feedback. But that's COI. I would say it's not the same. It's not the same across the country. In fact, we work. We do similar intensive work in over 15 watersheds at the moment. There are places where we have faced extreme challenges. In fact, in Mewat, we also do some significant watershed work. We actually have not even been able to create some of the structures at the recommended locations because of political issues. So that is always a huge challenge because we know what has to be done, and we have all the resources ready, but because of local politics, local governance issues, we still have not even been able to desilt a check dam. So those kind of challenges exist. It depends on the local context largely. That is one of the major challenges, especially when it involves local bodies and regulatory authorities. We usually work through our NGO partners wherever we go into intensive watershed work. So that kind of helps us in the trust building process. We do not believe in rapid rural appraisals. We ensure that we make them understand that we are here for the long term. So also a lot of this work happens through our corporate social responsibility teams, which also enables us to engage with our local communities through on other issues as well which they face. So on a larger picture, we engage with them on other major issues, whether it's employment related, other agriculture related issues, or sanitation. So when you're engaging with the communities on a larger picture, it's the trust building, it comes more organically, which actually is one of the major ways in which we have been able to overcome the challenges, the lack of trust or the lack of social license to operate, which a private institution faces in such cases. Yes, sir. That answers your question.
Yeah. Thank you, Malvika. Now, before, I think we have about 10 minutes, and before we sort of conclude, I'd like to take about 2 minutes just to wrap up things. But before that, I'm going to request each one of you to respond in 2 sentences each to a specific question I have for you. And these are questions that I've collated from what people have posed, but also a few questions from my side. And I kind of brought it all together for each one of you. And to begin with, we'll start with, again, we'll start with Biplab, in fact. And I'm kind of curious to understand if you have a specific position or an opinion on participatory data gathering, collation, and analysis. And if you can, maybe in 2 sentences, tell us how can the stakeholder participate in this entire process of data gathering, data collation, and even data analytics and interpretation? And does that hold any specific value in the context of the discussion we've been having? So Biplav, you can go first. 2 sentences.
Absolutely massive significance, Himanshu. I must absolutely say participatory data. I mean, think of it, 3.2 million square kilometers of the country with just 300 or 400 groundwater scientists from CEWB now collecting data. They have to do the Bhujal Samvad and whatnot, and the state governments hardly, probably another 200 or 300, 600 people managing 3.2 million square kilometers of data. Again, participatory, and there are people who are extremely aware with traditional knowledge, with their experiences, etc. So significant. What should I say? Importance of the participatory process in this entire groundwater management story. Now, how do you get that data which they collect into and integrate that with a larger data system? Is definitely a challenge. But we are living in a digital world. We are living with these cell phones and apps and whatnot. We need to create those systems make people aware, train them, and certainly corporates and others like yourself who are doing excellent work, make them, empower the citizens on this. Himanshu, if that sort of answers your what you wanted to add.
Great, Biplab. Thank you. Thank you so much. Next, I'm going to Mr. Lalit Sharma. And Mr. Sharma, if you can, quickly dwell on recharge, on groundwater recharge. And if you ask different people what groundwater recharge is or should be, then some of them are going to tell you it's a model. Some people are going to tell you it's a process, and some people will tell you it's a methodology. Maybe others will tell you it's a technology. Now, what do you think it is, and what, according to you, should groundwater recharge, and especially artificial recharge or managed aquifer recharge, should be described as? Very quickly.
I would say it is a need of hour to save this world. I think it's a need of hour, and everybody should be contributing towards this. And then only we can say our grandchildren will have some water. Otherwise, the way these are moving, really, I will not speak beyond that.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. I'll come next to Malvika, and I'm actually going to pose a question that came in the chat box, but on a slightly broader scale. It's related to the 3 R's, recycle, reuse, recycle, recharge.
Reduce. Okay.
And reduce. Maybe it's 4 R's. If you add recharge to it, it's actually 4 R's. So how do you deal with the 4 R's in a project like yours? I mean, do you deal with it at all, or is there a need to bring in the 4 R's into the context of large-scale groundwater management and the efforts, like the efforts that you're doing?
Yes, of course. Yeah. Of course, there is a need. I mean, I think that is a starting point, in fact, because whatever you do, whatever you do downstream on the supply side, it will not make sense unless you address the first step, which is reduce. Because like I mentioned, in most catchments in India, agriculture is the major water user. And over 95% of the water demand comes from there. So unless you address that, when there are, that there are large inefficiencies involved due to many factors. When you do not address that, it does not, in the overall scheme of things, it does not make any sense. So the remaining comes after that, your recharge, reuse, all of that comes after that. But to start with reduce, and then you move on to the others to supplement what you're doing.
Thank you, Malvika. On the last point, I'd like to come to Mr. Kalra. If you can tell us in 2 sentences or 3 sentences, what I gathered from your articulation is the need for a large-scale groundwater literacy campaign as a part of the larger campaigns like climate. How do we integrate groundwater management into the larger water literacy or climate campaign? Very quick, 2 or 3 sentences, sir. Sir, you have to unmute. I think you're still muted.
Dr. Kulkarni, from my point of view, I think the major lag in this whole thing is that people are not sensitized enough. They don't still believe. I met a lot of people, they don't believe. They say climate change is all hogwash, like Donald Trump said that. And a lot of our friends in America say that. They say it's a myth. It's a myth created by the scientists. I think we've got to make them believe. We've got to make them sensitive towards it. We've got to make them act about it. And what I've talked about are easy things. There's no nuclear fission involved there or things like that. What I've talked about is our everyday chores. And if we do that, I think we can take care of a large part of the problem. Rainwater harvesting Everybody has to do it, whether I have a 10 feet by 10 feet roof, or if I have a 200 feet by 200 feet roof, I've got to do that. And if we do that, and if we do sort of make it sacrosanct not to waste a drop of water, I think that it's all moving towards that bigger subject of climate change. And I feel the world's biggest challenge today, number one challenge is climate change, and the number two is lack of inclusivity. These are the two things the world faces today. And I think COVID has taught us a lot of lessons in this direction also. Our lives, I'm quite optimistic, our lives will change. It will change for the better.
Thank you, Mr. Kalra. So just to wind up, I'm not even going to take 2 minutes. I've listed out a few points that came out of this whole discussion. And I've just added a couple of my thoughts to those. So I'm just going to make about 5 key points that I felt were extremely important, apart from what was already said, but stemming out of what was said by the 4 of you. I think the 4 experts, Mr. Sharma, Mr. Kalra, Biplab, and Malvika, it was a fairly wide spectrum of perspectives and experiences. So stemming from that, I came up with about 4 or 5 key points from the session. One is in terms of understanding scale and diversity. So scale in terms of from the individual to the community to even a sort of a hydrological unit like a small river basin or a watershed to, say, the national level, the data systems that we talked about. And I added diversity to this point because India is an extremely geodiverse nation. So, for example, the salinity issue that I flagged. The second point is, I think, inherent to all the 4 presentations was the concept of aquifers. And like a seasoned hydrogeologist and a student of the subject, I always say this in the lightest spirit. Why are we still afraid to say the word aquifers? I mean, it's not such a big thing. I mean, we are very comfortable in using the term watersheds or river basins, but we are still a little hesitant in even using the word aquifers. But without aquifers, so that was my second. The point is about what Bipla was talking about, that unless we bring in participation into science and data gathering, we will still fall short on good decision support and robust action on the ground. Groundwater problems are existing. They are the same at a very local scale. And therefore, we need decentralized solutions to addressing groundwater problems. And I'll leave you with my last parting shot. How do we bring in democratization into the approach to groundwater management and governance? And there is a need to do that. And what I mean by democratization is we need ideal solutions, but we seldom get ideal solutions. We always get suboptimal solutions. So getting to democratization, I'll just leave you with another parting shot. One concept that we have started in Pune on our project on urban groundwater, and we are trying to do it in a few other cities, is the concept of public recharge. That while we actually use individual rainwater harvesting related recharge efforts, I think it's important for us to look at public systems of recharge at large scales. And this is where I believe the model of PPP can prove to be very, very efficient. But if you want to know more about this, I think Rita will have to organize a slightly different session for all of us. So on that note, thank you very much. And Rita, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Kulkarni, for a very, very enriching discussion. Groundwater management is a very, very large topic, and I think the panel discussion has been very insightful for all of us. And as you said, democratization and decentralization are key. The panel has also highlighted about digitalization. So all these three Ds are very, very important. And although groundwater management may seem like a far-fetched discussion for, if you see it from industry's point of view, but the point is this role of every stakeholder is highlighted is so critical in this. And that's why we felt as part of the conclave this year, we must have a separate session on groundwater management. We will, from the FICCI Water Mission, take forward the recommendations in our work on policy advocacy in this direction. Thank you very much once again to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good afternoon. We'll now begin with our last session of the day, Corporate Water Stewardship, Enlarging the Focus. The session will highlight corporate stewardship of water that demonstrates what businesses are doing beyond the fence to conserve and replenish water, thus looking at water as a social good. It will also highlight the efforts of corporates towards watershed management and deliberate on the opportunities and enablers for business and industry to enhance its water stewardship. Let me introduce our distinguished panelists. The chair of the session, Ms. Reshma Anand. She is the co-chair of FICCI Water Mission and CEO of Hindustan Unilever Foundation. We have other speakers, Ms. Sangeeta Thakral. She is the head CSR and Sustainability, DIGO India. Mr. Advait Heber, head CSR, IndusInd Bank. Ms. Juhi Gupta, head of Sustainability, PepsiCo India. And Mr. Adrian Sim, Chief Executive, Alliance for Water Stewardship. Over to you, Ms. Anand.
Thanks, Kritika. I think it's also very exciting to be part of a panel where all the members have had extensive experience and have worked on water for or at least the organizations have worked on water for a sustained period of time. I'd like to kick off the discussion, with really an understanding, from your lens of why your companies, chose to work on water. What's been the key motivation? As you look at the work that you've done over the last few years, what have been some of your big highlights and what have been some of your big milestones? Sangeeta, I'd like to start with you. Diageo's taken, a bold call of 2030 as the decade of action. But as you look back from 2014 and the work that you've done on water, what's been your journey and what are you looking forward to?
Thanks, Reshma. First of all, I would like to thank FICCI for inviting DIGO to this wonderful congregation where a lot has been deliberated around the very pertinent subject of water since yesterday. And I have attended some of the discussion. It has been quite an eye-opener, I must admit, whether it's about enabling policy environment to technology to innovation. And also thanks to you for the wonderful opening remarks on the team. I'm here to, as you very rightly said, share DIGO's experience on a corporate water stewardship. And at the same time, I'm quite keen actually to learn from the experiences of my co-panelists here and looking forward to a great interaction. So I just wanted to take a few moments, before I actually take you all through the journey of DIGO and lay out the context of our business in India and importance of water. So we have a complex supply network of 48 manufacturing units spread across 29 states. And 90% of our manufacturing units are in water-stressed regions. So as a country, India is ranked second from the bottom on the global water quality index, and almost 600 million people suffer from water stress, as you all know. And in fact, 84% of our rural homes do not even have access to pipe water. And I'm quoting Niti Aayog's 2080 report on water. Hence, water conservation becomes a critical focus for us as a company because of the nature of our business. So our water program globally is known as Water for Life, and it aims to kind of protect the scarce natural resource and provide adequate water of acceptable quality for meeting the drinking, cooking, and sanitation needs of community in water stress areas. I would also like to mention that in DIGO's in DIGO, water is also a human rights subject, and hence our intervention goes beyond water conservation, and we cover WASH and gender equality as well as inclusion. In fact, in DIGO, water is a cross-cutting theme, so to say, across many other interventions such as health, livelihood, and talking about our water journey, I'm very happy to share that, and I must tell you how we have started. Although our strategic journey started in 2015, but we were doing some water program even before that, with a global water blueprint, as we call it, until 2030. And that blueprint was very directional, and it emphasized on sustainable action both inside the fence and outside in the community. When we drafted the water blueprint for India, our target was to improve water efficiency of our plants by 50% and provide access to water in the communities with, again, a sharp focus on wash. So women actually remains one of the important target stakeholder group in our water program. So with the help of a robust strategy, strong leadership, and a diligent on-ground NGO team, we've been able to transform, so to say, lives through our water, health, sanitation in the last 5 years. And by 2020, we have implemented water intervention in 7 states in India, which includes Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, and have been able to, achieve or rather impact 1,23,000 beneficiaries. This was all done in collaboration with authorities and community participation. So some of our water replenishment project, kind of includes restoring of ponds to increase water holding capacity, channelizing water for underground recharge, and building of check dams. I would like to probably quote some of the noteworthy achievements that we have had so far, where we have constructed 61 ponds, or rather renovated 61 ponds. We have constructed 3 dams. We have installed 45 community water drinking plants. We've also done water pipeline, we have also installed RO units, tankas, rainwater harvesting, and numerous workshops on WASH. All our WASH programs are designed to have more than 50% women beneficiaries to address gender equality. So with increased water capacity, our focus on WASH and women led us to set up a sanitary pad manufacturing unit in Alwar, which not only helped in improving menstrual hygiene, but also provided economic empowerment to women in communities, thereby improving their status, their standing. So we worked very much with women SHGs as part of our water program in Maharashtra also, and helped them with additional livelihood, income generation through community water purification plant. We have trained close to 600 women entrepreneurs so that they can maintain and run the water facilities that have been given, that has gave them, incomes while providing clean water to the community. So with our 2020 strategy successfully executed, we are now actually ready with a 10-year action plan, and that is called Society 2030 Spirit of Progress. So with our feet firmly on the ground, we are ready to build on the experience, and hence, we've set some very bold targets for ourselves for the next 10 years journey. So by 2026, we will replenish more water than we use in all our water stressed areas, and further improve our operational efficiency by another 30%. And this will be achieved through our continuous focus on water conservation in our operations, which would also be supplemented by water replenishment, which is close to 1 million cubic meter in the communities. So when we started our 2020 journey, we had referred to a baseline that we did in 2007. And for this, we have just concluded our baseline, which would definitely be feeding back to our water strategy. In IGO, actually, the success is contributed largely to the stewardship that is spearheaded by our top management, and then it percolates down to the organization. So it is part of our corporate strategy. I mean, it's not merely a CSR goal, but very inclusive process. And talking about the 2030 strategy, it's in line with the latest approach advocated by international NGOs and reporting platforms such as you all would be aware of WRI, CDP, and CEO Water Mandate. In fact, interestingly, we are also adopting an evidence-based scientific approach for calculating water beneficiaries as per WHO guidelines. So that is something which I'm really interested in. We are working on that right now. And briefly, I'll talk about our plan for 2021. We will be replenishing 1.7 lakh cubic meters of water in water stressed location for this particular year, which would be in Nanded, Baramati, and Kumbalguru plants, which are located in Karnataka and Maharashtra. And there will be 17 projects that we will be implementing across 18 villages. And this include restoration of storage bodies, rainwater harvesting, ponds, again with a huge focus on wash. And since COVID is going to stay here for some time, so our wash also includes a lot of awareness around COVID. So on today's platform, what I want to do through this FICCI forum, I would really like to request all like-minded industry peers to come forward and collaborate, because DIGO is open to collaboration, and we know that we can't solve all the problems, but together we can surely make a difference in the lives of people who needed it the most. So thanks, Reshma, over to you.
Thanks, Sangeeta. And I think it's quite interesting that, for many of us, we started our journey, in our backyards around our manufacturing, locations. And then we discovered that, we've come so far, but, to do work on scale will require partnerships. And I'm glad you've highlighted that early enough. Advait, I'd like to come to you next. It's, when we spoke earlier, I had also mentioned that, it is unusual for a bank, a financial service institution, also to prioritize sustainability and water as one of its mandates beyond the work that you do already on livelihoods and financial inclusion. So take us through IndusInd's own journey on water, and what have been some of the key milestones for you so far. Advait, I think you're on mute. You might have to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Just before you dialed in, I was just saying that yesterday I was there on the session whole day. So this virtual thing gets a lot taxing than actually physically being there and listening to the panelists. So me being the last panel today, so I hope the ears are fresh and the mind is fresh as well. So from the IndusInd perspective, we interestingly grew with the ideology of good ecology is good economics. So that's something which our ex-CEO Ramesh Sokti would always be mentioning and saying that. And therefore we work rigorously on sustainability initiatives within the fence, and we went on to the journey of saying how do we look at reducing carbon emission within the organization, right? So we are not an industry. We don't actually guzzle a lot of water, but we do guzzle a lot of electricity, right? So we have huge data centers where we do, and a lot of our transactions get, done. And we have huge footprint in terms of branch network. We also travel. So there are, and we use a lot of paper as well. So the A4 paper, the reports and the advices and the fixed deposits and so on and so forth. So idea was to really look at what is the kind of carbon emission that we are contributing and how do we reduce that. So that began the journey, almost 9-10 years back, and we made a good progress in that. And also that when the CSR Act came in, we said, okay, now how do we take this outside? I mean, do we look at continue to look at renewable energy, or do you continue to look at CDP and so on and so forth? And there was a lot of deliberation that which happened. And one thing that strongly came up was that the water, as far as water is concerned, it's a multifaceted, it has a multifaceted social impact, right? So it's quite central. It creates agricultural livelihoods. It's about biodiversity. It's about conservation. It's about health challenges and so on and so forth. So water becomes kind of a central theme. And as you rightly said, that look, if you look at a balance sheet, we are in, RBS stipulates that 25% of our branches have to be in unbanked rural areas, and we have that. Plus, we have a great exposure to microfinance. We are there, and that's one of our main domain expertise now. And we deal with women in and out, right? So the number of women customers we have greatly outnumbers the male customers that we have. So they are number one constituent, if I can say that. And therefore, water becomes very, very critical. And some of the data that was earlier shared from the Niti Aayog, water index report, 54% of India faces high to extremely, water stress. 21 cities likely to run out of groundwater by 2020. 600 million people are facing water acute shortage and so on and so forth. So, and therefore, this was a natural extension saying when we are going up, let's look at how do we, focus on water and in our area of operations where we have kind of a significant presence, but not necessarily where the water shortage is, because what we realized was that we may have a kind of a water adequate waterfall, rain in an area, but go 10 kilometers on the other side, it's a rain shadow area and there's no water at all. I mean, we can see the Kolhapur and Satara, the kind of difference that is there between kind of rainfall, or in the Lonavala and Satara, the kind of difference in the kind of rain that they receive. And therefore, we looked at watershed development as one of the key elements in terms of our initiative. We looked at in 5 states, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand, Odisha. So we looked at those states, and then and spring shed management as well. So how do we actually not only conserve water, also at the same time look at rejuvenation of the soil, see if that actually looks at not only improving the water table, but also adds to the livelihood of the local population there, which is small and marginal farmers. And in the long term, see if there is a reverse migration that happens, where the labor from these parts of the country are going to the cities to do the manual labor. So would they stay back and start working on the field and then come up with kind of a cooperative model wherein they could get economy of scale and better price for the producers for the products they produce. So that was one of that. Second, we looked at is on reviving of water bodies and structures. So we saw that, say, for example, in Rajasthan, you had the tankhas, the khadis, the nadis, so there were many traditional way of conserving water, which is very successful, but is out of fashion or it's not being, done, and people have forgotten about it. So we said, why not we invest in that and see, should we really revive those practices, because that actually also is a great way of conserving, a traditional way of conserving water, and easily acceptable by
the society there, right? So that was one. Third was to really look at lakes and ponds. So that was the other thing that we looked at. Small lakes, of course, there are challenges where you need to get, the regulatory sign off from the local corporates and corporate bodies. But wherever we could, we thought, that would be a good way of really improving the water table of that small urban area or a city or even a small pond in a village. So that could be also water for the livestock as well. And also one of the things unique thing that we did was that we looked at even restoring and reviving some of the drains, which actually was constructed to channel the rainwater into a larger tank or a lake. And over a period of time when urbanization taking place, buildings coming up, and on the entire cement wastage, everything being dumped into these drains, they get chocked and blocked, and and the water actually overflows and it's lost. So how do we look at that as kind of a issue that we could address and see if we can collect that water? So we did 1 or 2 projects in Gurgaon. Hopefully, that's sustained, and in the future we don't see too much of flooding when the rain happens. But these drains now, over 600, 700 trucks of garbage was taken out and taken elsewhere, so that that water is collected. And finally, not exactly water, but we also ventured, and which was also, we thought, was a great employee engagement initiative as well for us, was on urban afforestation. So we looked at planting, saplings and Miyawaki forests and stuff like that in cities like Bombay, for example, cities like Gurgaon, and a lot of our water projects, the afforestation part actually dovetails in automatically. So that came as a natural corollary. So this is what we did, almost on 11 states, impacting more than 4 lakh people. Comparatively, we are still pretty young in this, hardly 2-3 years now. We are learning the tricks, and it's always great engaging with people who have had experience in this. But as a banker, looking more for lending most of the time, or even taking deposits, going on to the field and dealing with multiple stakeholders to do something which is socially useful, and the challenges that come in, the undercurrents which are there, have been great learning exercises. But I completely agree that what we contribute from the CSR and what happens, and the kind of money that government really puts into the water mission. Together, the multiplier effect can come in, and we can do a lot more. I mean, those schemes can be there, but some portion of it, if they leave it to corporates like us to really run it professionally and transparently, you will see a lot better return coming through.
Thanks so much, Advait. It's always actually quite unusual to hear bankers being so evocative and passionate about water. And maybe times are changing, and they're changing for the better. Julie, I'd like to bring you in very quickly before I get to Adrian. But what's been your journey at FICCI, and what have been some of the ways in which you forayed beyond the fence, and some key highlights as you've seen your work mature and progress?
Thanks, Reshma. And I would want to start with thanking FICCI for inviting me to the panel and sharing my thoughts, and also learning from the esteemed panel on their experiences. So can you hear me? Yeah, okay, sure. So talking about PepsiCo's interest in water, I think, we all know that water is a main ingredient in our products. So if you look at the beverage side, even if you look at the snack side, we procure, the entire supply chain is dependent on water. We procure potato, and obviously to grow potatoes, we require water. So, if I can say so, PepsiCo's got a vested interest in focusing on water. Water remains to be a particular constituent or a very, very important pillar in our entire sustainability agenda. There are 3 things that PepsiCo focuses on in terms of water, and we've got a very, very holistic approach when you look at water. The first is the water use efficiency in our own manufacturing plants. We have one of the best water use ratio in the industry, but we are still focusing on best-in-class technologies like MBRs, WRS, to further reduce our manufacturing footprint, the water footprint in manufacturing. So another part is on the agriculture itself. So we work with the farmers on drip irrigation and sprinkler irrigation to ensure that optimal water utilization is there. And we've got very targeted goals. Sangeeta mentioned about 2030. So we've got very targeted goals in 2025, where we are saying that we are committed to reduce our agri-water footprint to by 15%. So that's our goal. And again, in manufacturing plants, it's about 25% that we are saying. So they're very, very smart KPIs is what, we have for ourselves. And we are really measuring our efforts around how we are reaching these targets. So again, when it comes to agriculture, there's another program that we have on direct seeding of rice, which is reducing almost 30% of water. So we are working with the farmers to ensure they are not broadcasting when they are doing paddy, rather using direct seeding of rice. So there's a lot of advocacy around it, a lot of promotion which our agro teams does. So that's the first piece. Then the second is on the replenishment, and I think both Advait and Sangeeta had mentioned about it. So we are also working on a replenishment program, which is to replenish local watersheds. And the program is called Sustainable Water Resource Development and Management, where we work with a development support agency called Alternative Development Initiatives. They've done the entire local watershed mapping and have come up with potential ponds, for example, which could be taken up for rejuvenation. Because these ponds are conventionally there in the villages, but because of no maintenance, they are not collecting any rainwater now. There is an impervious layer which is formed on top of it, and they need maintenance. So we've identified those ponds and then work with the communities to rejuvenate them to able to harness rainwater. Important part of the program is again the community stewardship which is required, because you may do it once and the expectation would be for you to keep doing it again and again. How do you build an ownership within the community on this sustainable or shared watersheds? So that is an important part of the program. The entire stewardship program focuses on developing or capacity building of the communities, where they are taking the readings of the rainfall, they are taking the readings of the piezometers of the improvement in the water levels that have happened because of these initiatives. Again, women continue to be an important part of that program, and we focus on livelihood programs for women, because typically what we see is women have to travel to long distances to fetch water. What happens is when there is water availability in the catchment, it frees up their time and they are able to get engaged in various income generation activities. So we've seen a lot of interest in the community when we go with the entire water agenda, water programs there. We have actually been able to replenish about 4.4 billion in 2019 through this program. The third part is on the safe water access for communities, which is again a very, very key focus for PepsiCo Foundation. We've been working for almost a decade with multiple partners, Safe Water Network, Water.org, WaterAid, in having various models for providing safe drinking water access for communities. The recent program that we have is with WaterAid. Again, that is going to be concluding. It was a 3-year project, and we've focused on piped water supply systems in order to complement the government's vision on providing Har Ghar Nal Se Jal Yojana, so that campaign. And we've really seen tremendous results, good results out of this program. We have seen that, the girls who have, who've dropped out of school have been able to go back to schools, because now there is piped water supply systems that they have. Again, capacity building is a very, very important factor here as well, and plays a key role, because there is an exit strategy which needs to be planned even, before you start the program, so that communities are made responsible, they're made conscious. There is capacity building done for communities to maintain any water structures that are needed. So those were the 3 programs, and then I'm happy to share the panel with Adrian today, because PepsiCo is also a member of Alliance to Water Stewardship, and we are covering it for India also. 2 of our plants are going to be covered under AWS. We've already covered level 1, which was more to gather the challenges, shared water challenge, watershed challenges. We are already there. Step 2 is what we are looking for in India. And by end of 2021, we are going to be exiting AWS and are going to be accomplished AWS for 2 of our plants. Again, this AWS program is not just for India. In US, Mexico, and other countries also, we are deploying AWS. So very, very happy, again, to share this panel and also learn from others on their programs. Thank you, Rishma.
Thanks, Julie. Thanks, and thanks for leading this discussion to Adrian. Adrian, it's also been 6 years since the standard was released in 2014. what for some of us who are familiar, but many who are not, I think it would just be very helpful if you could, take us through what how the standards came about. I think it's been a journey that started somewhere in 2009, and as you look at the standards evolution, where do you see India in that entire journey?
Thank you, Reshma. And first of all, likewise, I'd like to pass on my appreciation to FICCI for the opportunity, and it's great to be sharing a panel with three of our members. And I'll come to you later on, I'd like to make sure that you come on board as well. A little bit of bad news. First of all, I'm afraid that I'm exiting AWS. It's just going to be really tricky. It's maybe completing step 5 and re-engaging in step 1 is the way to picture that. And the reason I'm saying that is because this is all about continual improvement. Actually, it's all about learning and improvement and engagement and transparency. Many of the words which have been said by the panelists already today. And I'd like to also just take a second just to acknowledge the great work that has been done by all the organizations on the panel. Yeah, our journey began, Reshma, back in 2009, and I mean, in many senses, it's really obvious why water is so critical. It is the most precious and sacred and life-giving resource that the world has, and almost begs the question is why we didn't recognize the value of it sufficiently at an earlier stage. But nevertheless, our existence, AWS's existence, stems from that recognition that water is essential for life and for cultures, and also though that it drives economies. And so it's great to have a banker on the panel. Your clients are all water users as well. So it permeates. That's the thing with water; it flows through our economies in every conceivable way. And our work is primarily concerned with the behaviours of water users and seeking to find ways in which we can reconcile competing demands of what is indeed a scarce and often highly challenged resource. Now, it might seem odd to use a standard and certification to advance those goals, but our work drew on principles of, for example, Elinor Ostrom, the Nobel Prize-winning economist, who recognized and found evidence that engaging the users of a resource in developing rules and enforcing those rules can actually be beneficial in driving sustainability in the use of that resource. We also drew from other schemes like forest stewardship, etc., to help us develop a program that would ultimately, when it really boils down to it, enable major water users, companies like PepsiCo and Diageo, to make credible claims on their water performance. And the credibility comes through the processes through which the standard was developed and is maintained, and it comes through the assurance processes through which it is verified. Have you actually met the criteria of the standard or not? That's the acid test. And India, to get to your question, Reshma, has been really instrumental in feeding into the learning that has resulted in the standard. I had the pleasure of looking at several projects run by the Hindustan Unilever Foundation back in 5-6 years ago in Gujarat, in Karnataka, and in Rajasthan. These were all critical learning about how we create value not just for the companies who are implementing a standard, but create value and trust for the communities that those companies depend on. Maybe we could just pop up the slide just in case any of the audience are not familiar with the standard.
Kritika, could you just pull out the slide on the standards?
So I have the honour of being the only having the only slide to show, and it's just to give a more graphic illustration of the standard for those who may not be familiar with it. It's a globally applicable standard, is applicable across all industry sectors. Essentially, anybody who's a major water user should be able to use the standard and realize value from doing so. It's structured around 5 steps of implementation. From the first step, which is gathering and understanding your data and understanding what that means, to enable you to make and implement a plan to deliver against the identified shared water challenges. It's rooted in the catchment context. So when you are gathering that data, it's critical to engage your stakeholders to understand, is my understanding of what's going on here actually shared with the local community, with other water users, with the authorities, etc., so that you know that the steps that you take as a company implementing the standard are relevant for the future health of that catchment. That helps you to bring others with you as well on a journey. The standard goes through the evaluation stage and communicating and disclosing, which really emphasizes the centrality of transparency to the whole process. And in doing so, you should achieve 5 outcomes. I'm not going to read these in the order they're listed here, because sustainable water balance is the quantitative outcome. Good water quality is, of course, the qualitative outcome. The values-based outcome is what we term important water-related areas. These are things that are important to a certain stakeholder group from a biodiversity or cultural perspective, for example. The safe access to water, sanitation and hygiene, of course, and lastly, which is listed firstly here, but I view it very much as an overarching outcome of good water governance. It's important to also stress what the standard is not. It is not a standard for water replenishment, water efficiency, water positivity, many of the goals that corporates have, but it can accommodate these goals in a more holistic approach. So the standard does not require you to be more water use efficient, but that can be a very useful means to the end of sustainable water balance, for example. So it's taking quite a high level approach and taking very much a holistic approach. And as I said, it's designed in such a way that it can respond to catchment contexts, but also respond to the way the business works and the kind of goals the businesses will have. And again, just to conclude, resulting in the ability for companies who conform with the standard to make credible claims on their water stewardship performance in that site. Just to give you a bit of a sense of how the standard is being taken up, there's around the world, there are in the region of 300 sites around the world who are either certified or in the process of achieving certification to the standard. There's many others who are using the standard without necessarily yet an explicit commitment to certification. In India, we've really benefited also from the leadership of ITC, which had its site in Kovai certified to the highest level, to the platinum level last year. But there's many more in the pipeline as well. And I, for one, having spent a lot of time in India and trying to raise awareness in forums like this about stewardship over the years, I'm hugely excited about the potential.
Thanks, Adrian. I think the question, it's really in terms of why should, companies actually look at standards for reporting, because, everyone's been doing work for a certain duration of time. And where do you see the value in applying a standard like the AWS?
Was that a question for me, Reshma?
Yes, that's for you. Sorry.
Yeah. So the question of what's the value proposition is the one we get asked most. Many years I spent trying to answer that question, but to be honest, that specific value proposition is unique for the company in question. However, having independently verified conformance with what is international best practice has in itself huge value. I'm kind of looking on my screen towards Adivai. If you're looking in terms of your key stakeholder, whether that's investors, shareholders, etc., that's, I think, a pretty important piece of the puzzle. But it might also be the specific value you're looking for might also be around relationships with communities in that place. It's really quite unique to the situation. But the point I'm kind of quite keen to hammer home here is that this is not just about efficiency. It's not just about replenishment. It can accommodate all of these things. But it's holistic and it's verified, and the claims you make about this are credible.
Thanks, Adrian. I think there are quite a few questions actually already that have started coming in, but I think one of the key questions has really been, and also in terms of what's the unique contribution that corporates have made on the water management front, and what are some of the key challenges that you would have faced both with communities and with, let's say, the local context as you've taken on, some of this work. Sangeeta, there was a question particularly on, on managing and doing the balancing act with communities to you, but I'd like, Advait and Juhi also to speak about, what do you feel as the value proposition also for corporates beyond funding? I mean, we do bring in, financial resources, but what's the other contribution that you believe corporates make very well on water management? And how have you done the balancing act with the challenges that you face, even when you go in with very well-intentioned programs? Sangeeta, we start with you.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Reshma.
As a banker, I would go with.
Advait, may I just have Sangeeta speak? Sorry, there may have been a lag.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'll come to you. For sure. Yeah. Go ahead, Sangeeta.
Great, thanks. So, some of the things when I look outside, I do see, I would probably quote Unilever for that matter, the kind of unique contributions that organizations are making in the water space. Of course, Unilever's program is focused around agriculture, and I've talked about DIGO's program, which has a huge focus on WASH. And as far as water security in India is concerned, I think agriculture has been one of the biggest guzzlers of water in India. And if we can bring some governance practices in managing water in that space, I think it will add tremendously to India's water security. And kudos to Unilever for spearheading that work in this space. So that is one that comes into my mind. Second is, I think livelihood and water security is another area that corporates have been addressing. And also what I see increasingly, corporates moving from this CSR lens mode to a shared value kind of a space. And companies are steadily moving on that overall water stewardship life cycle, whether it is ensuring water security through recharge, replenishment, or supporting communities with provision of wash, or optimizing water in their operations, and so on and so forth. Some of the challenges that we have encountered or we feel are actually worth mentioning here is the water program needs a huge behavioral change component to be sustainable, and whether it is helping individuals and communities to switch to more judicious use of water, but it is a time-taking process. Hence, their NGOs can play a very big role in sensitizing the communities and putting a governance mechanism in place, WASH committees, or early in the project. So I also feel that Panchayat can play equally important role in that by ensuring if the WASH committee is created, a pat on the back everyone enjoys. So during village level congregation, when that's happening, and if you have WASH bodies, just probably recognize them, award them, reward them, so that the motivation is there to continue with some intervention like this, and it will contribute humongously as far as behavior change aspect is concerned. I would also like to mention about a study that I have come across, which was done by Samhita and Indian Sanitation Council, which actually highlights the figure, which is about 15% of participating companies in the water space included operation and maintenance in their WASH program, which is, I think, a very important factor to consider. Now, coming to the other question, which is about how do we do this balancing act? Reshma, I think I would be very honest to acknowledge here that it's an ongoing process and we have been evolving with every experience that we have, and there is no format or model that I can say, okay, this one works, because every geography, every community, every requirement is very different. And hence, once you go to the catchment and interact with your target group, you understand how you need to do that balancing act. And then you come back to your drawing board, improvise. But there, your partners play a very important role. And hence, having a very experienced, credible partner with your water journey is equally critical. And then your if you're like, we are a manufacturing company, right? We are in the beverage alcohol manufacturing space. Bringing your supply team on board in the entire sustainability journey is equally important and important for that balancing act. Yeah.
Thanks, Sangeeta. Advait, you'd also mentioned, that there's a fair bit of government engagement that you do. So in your programs also, how have you done the, this balancing act between, what communities, want, their expectations when, let's say, an IndusInd bank comes into a program. And I'd like to follow it up with a question that people want to know is, why are other banks not following your cue and doing this jointly with you? Why can it not be a wider initiative?
Yeah. So, look, as Adrian said, he commented on the bankers being there and connecting to their constituents. So, as I earlier said, we are into the MFI business in a big way. And the advantage that I have is when I go to these communities, I have no other vested interest other than the water conservation part. So there is nothing which comes into my supply. It is beyond the fence. Right? So this is working with the community to do to take up issues that are very central to them. That's one. Second, as a bank, we are the wheels of the economy. Right? So if you look at 85% of our farmers are small and marginal, right? And they are the ones who actually face, when there is a drought or failure in monsoon, they face the main brunt of it, right? And for us, if the economy thrives, revives, grows, it's more money in the consumer hand, and therefore the banking industry itself will grow. So there is this kind of economy and water being quite central to that from that perspective. Good monsoon, stock prices go up, everybody's buoyant, everybody's going to their capex spending, investments are coming in, FIIs are coming in. It's a very good move, right? So as a banker, it comes very, very central. Second thing, if you look at from the kind of expenditure that a household does, right? So the single most that goes, and which I have observed, is on the health, right? So the amount of money they spend on, because they don't have access to clean drinking water, or the conditions around are not very good. So they spend a lot of money on health issues and the medicines and so forth, and water being central to it. So if I am focusing on the water and looking at conserving the groundwater and being accessible to clean drinking water, I believe that their per capita income automatically grows up because they save that amount of money. That's the thing. So that's where I link the banks very much. As a bank, we look at water being very central to our business, very central to our economy, very central to our country, and very central to the whole world, right? So we are completely in sync with that. That is one. Second, why other banks are not doing? I think other banks are also doing it. Probably they're not in the panel today, so they're not speaking. But there are other banks also doing it. I think it's too early right now. All of us are right now doing a dipstick and studying. For example, one of the things that we did was to really go with implementing agencies who had considerable experience in water conservation projects. So we didn't go with somebody who's, I didn't get into ourselves because we are completely, new to this field. We went with implementing agencies who have considerable experience. That's one. Second thing, one of the questions that I always ask them is, how much of time have you spent with the communities that you are suggesting that we should be implementing these projects? Because there has to be a buy-in. The community has to buy in, one form or another. I can't go there saying that, look, I am Pope John Paul and I know everything and I hear the solution and I'm going to implement this. Let's form a council. When there's a panchayat which probably doesn't like this council at all, or there are caste dynamics that is working on the ground. So we need to look at, is there a complete buy-in? Is the entire community there around have bought onto this? And what's in it for them? Has that been explained to them? Do they see a value in this? And if that buy-in is there, then we enter into that field. So those are the kind of a balancing act that we do. And I'm sure that going forward, I think a lot more collaboration will come in. And I'm just looking at, for example, in education field, we are in another program where we have an impact bond. We are participating in impact bond. There is a guarantor. There is a outcome guarantor and all that stuff. So, and we are looking at whether besides us, can people with high net worth individuals, could they bring in the money and to get the scale in the project that we are in. So I think there's a whole lot of capital, social capital waiting. This has to mature. Structures have to come in, and I would see that more and more collaboration coming in this field, and more and more projects being executed under that.
Thanks, Advait. Juhi, has that been your experience as well, that it's really, the kind of partners and their experience and their equity with communities, which has also helped you to do these programs? Or have you also had other elements that you've seen, have led to the success of some of the work that FICCI has done?
So Reshma, I echo, what Kritika said and Advait said, the equity of the partner, the implementing partner is very, very important. And so is the outlook of what you want to achieve through the program. We should not be looking at it only as a CSR grant or a, program done, only spend your financial requirements, but it's more of an investment that needs to be there, which is to be on a continuous basis with the communities. So I think that factor is important. Again, like I mentioned, a lot of financial outlay goes into building infrastructure, but equal amount of money needs to be, if not more, needs to go into the entire software part of focusing on community capacity building. Sangeeta mentioned about a village water sanitation committee. So how you are kind of strengthening the committee to manage the operations and maintenance of the structures that are created, the shared infrastructure. So that I think is very, very critical, and companies need to invest into that area. Sangeeta also talked about behavioral change. I think it's very, very important because conventionally when you go out into the community, they also see you as a corporate who needs to spend the money because it's your CSR obligation. What is your role into the entire thing is not very clear, and hence a participatory approach is much required, where it is clear, what the company is going to be doing, what the implementing partner is going to be doing, and what the community ownership and responsibility is into the entire picture. So that feeling of ownership needs to be seeded right from the inception of the program, I would say. Other part is also, on building your entire organization into the program. It's not just a CSR team or the sustainability team which is implementing this program. How you integrate your supply chain, how you integrate your manufacturing plant employees into the entire thing is very important. And we've seen wherever we have, done our programs, there is a lot of employee participation and understanding of the shared water challenges. There has been an equal amount of focus on cross learnings. For example, we could invite communities, the village water sanitation committees, to come to our plants and see how we are managing the water effectively inside our own plants. And similar learnings, from the communities also is what we get on a regular basis to strengthen our program further. So communities, I think, needs to be at the helm of it. And as a corporate, our focus needs to be not just the hardware building, but also investing in the communities on behavioral change and also, the entire capacity building piece.
That's true. Adrian, do you see that, standards, and especially, for example, the AWS standard actually helps to bring some of these nuances in terms of programs? Because I think one of the key challenges is that often most companies would start from an efficiency look point, right? And then you realize that actually success depends on making sure your programs have inclusion, equity, strong economics, behavior change, participation by community and community representatives. So, what is the, how do you then, build an appetite for standards, not just because it helps you to do effective reporting, but also actually it's almost like, a fait accompli for programs done very well?
Yeah, it's a good question. And to some extent, the word standard kind of gives perhaps the wrong impression. It comes quite dry and bureaucratic. What sits behind it is really important, though, and that's we're called the Alliance for Water Stewardship, and it's that vibrant network of members from all sectors in all parts of the world. That's where there are real opportunities to share these experiences. And specific to India, in fact, immediately after this call, I'm going to be joining a meeting of the India Water Stewardship Network, which is how that vibrant network translates itself into the Indian context. And I'm really pleased that what I've heard throughout this conversation is it's moving on from CSR to, as Sangeeta put it, share value, however we want to term it, that this isn't something that we do on the side. This is part of business strategy. And I think there's two ways in which I would say the business have a key role to play going forward. One is businesses have a lot of data and a lot of information, and making that available to help others follow your leads. So we're talking to businesses right now who are at the forefront of addressing water, making that information available so that others can support you. That transparency is really key, and it makes the pathway so much easier for others to engage with, and leveraging your brand. That's really powerful. I'd just give a small example from China, if I may, where we've been working with Apple. Of course, Apple is one of the most known brands on the planet. And what's really encouraging about about Apple is that for such a sophisticated company, they're approaching water in a very humble way. They're not coming in there trying to fix it, not trying to create some kind of point of differentiation, but leadership by engaging. And that engagement is not just in the places where they're seeking to make improvements with their suppliers, but also within the sector as a whole. So really taking that leadership position to help other tech companies in that case to engage in water, to get their heads around water. They're all at different points in their understanding, and move the sector as a whole forward. And that is hugely powerful. If you can get companies like the biggest tech names in the world to really embrace this, that's really powerful. The same applies for, in this case, food and beverage as well, or other key business sectors. So huge opportunities for leverage.
Thanks, Adrian. And with that, you've kind of brought me to the last question, which is not so much about our own work, but a wish list. So to all of you, if you look at your body of work, and as Adrian said, with the opportunities to actually provide leadership by engagement, what is that one thing you would look forward to from your NGO partners, from your peers in CSR, and from the government? Juhi, let's start with you.
Okay, so Reshma, I would say from the government, probably, there is a lot of good programs happening on water. But again, we have a very siloed approach when it comes to implementing these programs. Corporates are running their own program, government is running their own programs. So there is a lot of opportunity for combining or partnering together and focusing on tapping into convergence, government convergence, to really give scale to your programs. So I feel it's a very, very critical component. The focus areas are same. We just need to come together. So from the government, on the NGO partners, again, I would want to reinstate my points on community building. When the NGOs conceptualize and design a program, entire participatory approach needs to be there. Community needs to be a key stakeholder, not a beneficiary, but a contributing key stakeholder. So that again, from the corporates, Sangeeta has already touched upon it. We as PepsiCo or any single company alone cannot do, because the task ahead is mammoth. If you look at the UNICEF numbers, very, very alarming. 2.3 million people, still without water. 4.2 billion people still without sanitation facilities, and we are talking about SDGs. Nobody should be left behind. So there are really, really steep targets that we have for ourselves. So partnership, I think, is a key enabler, and we all need to come together to work to give scale to our programs. That's my wish list.
Thanks. Sangeeta, what's your wish list?
I know if I talk about my wish list, then I think I have a very long list. But
one thing.
Yes, of course, I understand. From corporates, I think right at the beginning I've already said, and Juhi has also reiterated that, so I'm not going to touch upon that. For NGO, I would actually go back to a terminology which we used to use very frequently when this entire CSR mandate was made mandatory, and Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee used to say it is time for corporatization of NGOs and NGOization of corporates, and we have come a long way from there. But there is still some scope in terms of NGOs being more concerned and more smarter about data. And when we are working in the space of water, data is something which is very, very critical. So I would really expect NGOs to be using data smartly, so that the corporates is able to assess the requirements well on the ground and as well as report it. From government side, as again Juhi has said that government is making a lot of effort, and I have been part of few of those deliberation which FICCI has hosted. Let's say Catch the Water campaign, which was a very, very good initiative. But I think it needs to also go in a mission mode, the way we have heard about Swachh Bharat campaign, and there was a whole awakening around Swachh Bharat or Swachh India. So water also needs some push in a mission mode from government side. And from yesterday's conversation, what I hear and see is we are very well placed there. So so that's from my side, Reshma.
Advait, what's on your list?
With the NGOs first, one of the things that we thought was a challenge was initially was to look at have NGOs who have the capacity to scale, and operate in different terrains, in different states. It's India is a unique country, and the situation changes from state to state, district to district, in fact. So we still don't have that. We need to have NGOs to grow, and for that they need good people. So they need to pay their people well. So somehow I think there is a bit of a Gandhigiri when it comes to paying their own people. So probably somewhere we also need to change our viewpoint, saying that people with talent, good talent, should actually be joining the NGO sector or the social sector and bring about that change. So that's wish list for the NGO that I have. The government, I think they're the key guys. I think without government we can't do anything, bring any change. So they're ready. So I would rather look at more collaboration with them. This I mentioned earlier as well. Be a repository of data, and there's a whole lot of data that we are collecting as well. So this kind of a thing where they do everything, probably if they have a template and they have data that they require, is something that we could also give those templates what we are collecting, and that could be a good guidance factor that can be aggregated and presented. So that's one thing. Third, with the government, my thing is that there has to be a professional nodal body, and it should not be headed by a body, it should be headed by a professional person who has a strong, background of water conservation, who would actually be facilitating things to happen and give us advice as well. What works, what doesn't work, where what it is. And if there's a, because water is also a political question. Okay, so if there are those issues coming, how that needs to be really addressed? Who's going to go and tell that to the plan, to Niti Aayog, things where these things actually should go and be escalated. So that's where we feel really lost sometimes. So that's what it is. For corporates, there's no wish list, but I'd just like to tell them that water conservation is not a T20 or a one-day match. It's a test match. You've got to be a Cheteshwar Pujara, taking those hits on your body and just sticking on there and saving the match and winning the match for your team. It's a long drawn program. You've got to be very patient. You've got to be, leave your ego aside, leave your head rate aside. You've got to pump in a lot more money. You need to really be doing that groundwork. And you can't leave and delegate everything to the implementing agency. You've got to be there side by side, throwing your weight around, getting things done where they are finding a difficulty. So there's strong partnership which is there. So welcome to this club. Love to collaborate, but these are things that should be kept in mind.
Thanks, Advait. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure for people who ask the question, why aren't more people joining the waterfront? I think you just basically made it very clear that be ready for the long haul and be ready to be enormously patient, for results. Adrian, what's on your mind as you move out of this conversation into another one? And if you were sitting 3 years later, what would you like to see?
I'd like to see this trajectory from CSR being embedded in business strategy further. Than to answer your question on a wish list for these three groups, I would like us to stop talking about these three groups and talk about one collective and how we can all contribute or in our own ways to our shared goals. That would be my idea of a pretty impressive piece of progress. So.
Thanks so much. I've actually made copious notes today, and it's always a pleasure to kind of talk to people who are also as close to the ground as we are. And I think that interestingly, from just talking about metrics, what's actually quite interesting is that we've talked about stakeholders, extensively today, and the fact that we have to carry them along with us. There's no other way that you can work on water. Standards are a way also for us to share data, share information, but actually do it in the spirit of an alliance, do it in the spirit of a network and not a sole journey. And as corporates, this is a very, very different DNA for us to embrace. But, if we can have bankers, drawn to water, I'm sure many of us would also find this extremely hard to not participate. So thank you, everyone. Thanks, Rita, for this opportunity. Really enjoyed this conversation. And I do hope we take Adrian's words seriously, stop talking and doing a lot more in this front. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. I want to thank Reshma for the excellent chairing of this session and all the speakers. I think what stands out today is the fact that although multi-stakeholder partnerships are very important at the ground level for corporates to advance their corporate water stewardship, I think what stands out is the fact that everyone said collaboration amongst corporates can really create that multiplier effect. And we from the FICCI Water Mission would like to see how we can actually play a role in facilitating that kind of collaboration amongst corporates. So thank you very much for a very enriching and exciting discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day. Bye. Thank you.
by thanking our partners, the Ministry of Jal Shakti, our core partner, the National Mission for Clean Ganga, and our partner, National Water Mission. I also thank our sponsors, Diageo and Hindustan Unilever, for supporting us in this conclave. Yesterday, we had a very interesting day, starting with the release of two very important compendiums of initiatives in sustainable water management by FICCI Water Mission. Both these compendiums together cover about more than 50 case studies of exemplary initiatives by industry and NGOs in the space of water. We also had awards, the FICCI 8th edition of the FICCI Water Awards, awarded to 11 organizations in 5 categories. We heard the addresses by the Secretary, Ministry of Jal Shakti, the DG of National Mission for Clean Ganga, our Chair of the FICCI Water Awards jury, Dr. Mihir Shah, the Chair of FICCI Water Mission, and the Co-Chair of FICCI Water Mission in the morning, followed by very interesting sessions through the day on policy and regulatory framework. We had a session on innovations in water technology and on urban wastewater management. Today, it has been again a very interesting day with sessions on industrial water use efficiency in agriculture, groundwater management, and corporate water stewardship. What we've seen through these two-day deliberations is that industry is indeed prioritizing sustainability and especially water in the way that they manage water both within and beyond the fence. We've heard amazing examples of what industry is doing on water use efficiency, of examples of innovations in water technology by the private sector, and a forward-looking approach by some municipalities and state governments. We had excellent examples of state government of Rajasthan, Gujarat, Haryana, example from Vadodara Municipal Corporation, what Jamshedpur has done as a utility model of a city by a private sector, and examples from Singapore and Australia. We also had case studies of innovative approaches and technologies on water use efficiency by companies from the power sector, leather industry, beverage and distillery sector, and the textile sector. The conclave has had excellent deliberations on the nexus between agriculture, industry, and domestic uses of water. Multiple stakeholders have shared their perspectives and experience from the central government, from state government, urban local bodies, corporates. We've also had 2 financial institutions who've highlighted what they are doing in the space of water, and of course from the NGOs. The key point made is the significance of a robust demand side management of water alongside supply side management, and everyone has highlighted the importance of the nexus between all water use segments, be it industry, agriculture, and domestic. Therefore, reuse and recycling and reduce, which are the 3 R's that this conclave is focused on, is not just within one segment that we need to look at, but across these 3 segments as a very big opportunity. We've had many recommendations for the conclave on water circularity, and also the focus on democratization, digitalization, and decentralization of water. Ultimately, what we heard today is that the companies are starting to adopt water, not just from a CSR lens, but also from a shared value perspective when it comes to corporate water stewardship, which is becoming key to their business strategies as well. So with that, I think we've had 2 full days of excellent deliberations through the conclave, giving us very high-level recommendations and granular insights of what the corporate sector is doing and how policy can advance the initiatives and help to scale up the initiatives in the water domain. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce today's distinguished panel. We have the Director General of National Mission for Clean Ganga with us. We will hear from Mr. Rajendra Singh, Waterman of India, followed by the valedictory address by Mr. Amitabh Kant, CEO of Niti Aayog, and finally, closing address by the Chair of FICCI Water Mission, Ms. Naina Lal Kidwai. So with that, I'll invite Director General, National Mission for Clean Ganga, Shri Rajiv Ranjan Mishra, for his address.
Thank you so much for giving a brief background of the convention, and it's really very fascinating to see the kind of discussion which has happened and the kind of rich value it would have generated, and we really look forward to knowing a little bit more about them later, and then seeing what kind of recommendations came and how we can take it forward. I would like to just reflect upon some of these concepts on which this India Industry Water Conclave has deliberated. And one thing perhaps at this time we did not really highlight about the importance of water sector, because we all understand that and we have been talking about it. I would just very briefly like to draw our attention to the Sustainable Development Goals. And as was would have been mentioned earlier, water actually literally flows through all the actually the specific SDG is SDG number 6 on water and sanitation. But actually, if you look at different SDG, whether it is SDG relating to the health or SDG on urbanization, that is 11, or 9, which is actually talking about innovation or industries. And another very important SDG is actually to look at 12, which is basically relating with circular economy and basically sustainable consumption and production pattern. And apart from that, of course, there are other SDGs like climate change and then life over water and underwater and over land. But I would like to basically again come back to SDG number 6. Normally we think of SDG 6 about having access to drinking water, universal access to drinking water, and also universal access to hygiene and sanitation. But SDG 6 also talks about water use efficiency, it also talks about improving water quality, it also talks about, it ends with talking about the water ecosystem, which is basically drawing our attention to be conscious about environment, about whether it's mountain or forest or biodiversity or lakes or water bodies. Now, I fully agree. I mean, if you look at the nexus which you have been trying to flag, the industry urban agriculture nexus is very important if we have to look at sustainable water management. Why? If you, I mean, in my opinion, we have to look at 3 aspects of sustainable water management. One, of course, which relates to the quantity of water, in whether it is in the river or whether it is in any water body or lake or any other source of water. I think there are lots of challenges for that, and that quantity of water, primarily the abstraction of water, how we can actually make it sustainable becomes a big challenge, and that is where agriculture sector becomes very, very important. I'm quite sure the session on the water use efficiency in agriculture would have deliberated about that, about how exactly. Again, that's not a very simple solution, because you are dealing with certain practices which have been traditionally there. You cannot simply reduce abstraction by only looking at water sector. The agriculture is important, the cropping pattern, cropping practices, micro irrigation practices, how to introduce, how to change people's behavior is a big thing in terms of quality of water, quantity of water. I'm generally, we always talk about quality, but I'm starting with quantity of water and trying to flag certain issues. So I think that's very important. But quantity of water and abstraction, we always talk about agriculture because that's the major contributor or major demand. But it's also important to reduce our demand and use less water in whether it's the residential purpose, commercial purpose, or industry. So I'm also very happy that there was a session devoted on the industrial reuse and recycle, and again there are several issues would have been deliberated. When we look at them, there are issues relating to technology. What kind of new technologies industry is bringing, that becomes an important thing, especially coming to industry. I'm quite sure some of the case studies which you have referred would be really very useful to study and then also promote. And then I think that that's where perhaps the value of FICCI will be there to actually generate these cases and share with them. When we come to quality of water, because again it's a major concern, and that is where the urban system becomes very important. Somehow we talk about basin management when we talk about water as a sector and talk about irrigation, talk about the overall sector. Perhaps in our national water policy or national level policies, we have to actually factor in urbanization at a much higher level. Because see, we already have a very large number of urban local bodies, but the official figure of urban India is actually less. The actual urbanization is, if you look at many of the major villages, major gram panchayats also have urban characteristics, and that's why we have to be very cautious about them. Again, urban system becomes very important because the trend is very clear. We are going to become more and more urban. In fact, urbanization is going to be much higher in India and Asian countries in the whole world, and we have to be very, very conscious about how we handle this urbanization. That plus industrialization also, and always we look at urbanization, industrialization from the point of view of water as a major challenge affecting quality of water, because we are all aware the treatment capacity of sewage is still very limited in the country, and that's where perhaps we have to explore all possibilities. Recently, last couple of years, there has been a lot of things happening about making the whole thing sustainable, and fecal septage management and sludge and septage management, FSSAM, also there is a policy for that. So I think that's also picking up, and certainly we have to explore a combination of centralized system, decentralized system, septage management, sewage management, and also in the urban system, the solid waste management, because all of them have a very, very important aspect, impact on the quality of water, along with the industrial effluent. When we talk of industry, often, unfortunately, industry is painted as a kind of source of pollution to the water resources. We have to actually treat them as partner, and then sharing some of our experience, I can tell you, we have had to improve enforcement and make that also a little more, using technology to make it a little more foolproof. But at the same time, I can tell you, we had really excellent result by talking to the industry, by developing a charter for paper and pulp industry and other industries also, and improving technology, bringing greener technology in the industry, which are very typically polluting industries for water, and things can improve. The water consumption in paper and pulp came down drastically, and then naturally, if you consume less, you will also generate less wastewater. And recycle and reuse is a great answer. We have to ultimately move for zero liquid discharge, but I understand it's not possible to achieve that in a short run. But slowly we have to actually get into that that aspect. So reuse comes up as a kind of major strategy, reuse, recycle. Looking at these quality and quantity issues, often we are very impatient. We say that unless there is a flow in the river, what is the use of making all these STPs? I mean, these kind of issues come up. But ultimately, see, there is no option but to be clean, to clean our waste and then discharge them in a environmental friendly manner. So we have to also look at the overall ecology, because even SDG also talks about the whole water ecosystem. And then we have to actually look at smaller sources of water. Again, I'm coming back to the how to improve. Often we are actually looking very large reservoirs. Now we know it will not be very easy to construct large reservoirs, and there are several points which also are not in favor of it. But how we treat that small water bodies, the wetlands, the floodplain wetlands or urban wetlands becomes key for solving the problem of water management or making it sustainable. So I think local source sustainability becomes very important. What is the largest reservoir? Aquifers are the largest reservoir, but we have lot of water available underground. How we utilize them? I think there was a session on groundwater also, and then I think certainly we have to respect aquifer. We have to also listen to them. Now, looking at all these aspects, one very positive thing which emerges, which is now, there is consensus about priority on water sector. Several stakeholders are coming together, whether it is public sector or the policies or private sector, industries, or even common people. There has been so much of talk about integration. There is so much of talk about improving water management in last few years. That kind of priority to the water sector as an infrastructure was perhaps not given earlier. So I think we have a great opportunity. There are policy level interventions. As you are aware, the new water policy is being made looking at the present scenario. We are actually trying to develop a kind of national framework for reuse of treated wastewater, and we are also trying to work out and develop a kind of national sludge management framework. So I think certain things are being done at the national level to develop a policy framework in consultation with several ministries. That's an opportunity. And one thing which perhaps was referred in the key recommendations of FICCI water mission in the beginning session by Madam Kitbai, again, we have got several missions. The budget, if you see the budget or if you see the previous year announcements also, urban sector and rural sector both, look at two programs, Jal Jeevan Mission and Swachh Bharat Mission, Gramin as well as urban. A huge amount, perhaps this kind of funding, this kind of budgetary support was never even thought of. The kind of budgetary support we have got, something like 5 lakhs crore is in the rural area between Jal Jeevan Mission Gramin and Swachh Bharat Mission Gramin, and something like more than 4 lakhs crores are in the urban sector between JJM Urban and Swachh Bharat Mission Urban for 5 years. I think that's going to really make a lot of change. Under Namami Gange, we have created a framework for river rejuvenation, and we are now working for all the rivers in the country through Namami Gange and through our ministry. Now, this kind of input which comes from the rural area and urban area, that these two major missions, they are going to be of great help to the water sources, including rivers. So I think that's a very big opportunity for us. Government is not only developing policy, it's also supporting through programs we are innovating, and then that is where perhaps we are actually trying to bring in private partnership. That was a theme, and without private partnership, perhaps we cannot really achieve all these things in terms of efficiency of execution, in terms of bringing new technology. And there was a mention about our procurement policy. I think I can tell you we have tried to bring a procurement policy where actually any new technology is welcome and then is also supported. So I think that's a kind of thing. And then before perhaps we look at, there is need of having integrated institutions, not only at the top level, at the Government of India level, which has happened, but at the urban level, because I again and again say the urban system is very important for water sector, and integrated urban water management is the key. We are trying to develop certain paradigm for planning for river cities in consultation with Housing and Urban Affairs Ministry, and then that will actually help in developing a kind of management plan for urban rivers and integrating them in the master plan. So that becomes a kind of long-term approach apart from our hydrology and other things. That kind of planning is very important, and ultimately to end, the partnership is the key, and partnership need not be only a very typical PPP. It should be public, it should be private, and it should be people at large. So we have to look at the public, private, people partnership, and then for that community has to be brought. And that's where, before I end, once again I will appeal to the industries, the private sector participation. Try to engage with local people. If the community feels that industry is not only polluting their natural resources, rather helping them in rejuvenating the local water body, local sources. It's irony that we don't take care of our local water resources, and we lay a long pipeline and bring water from very far off places. That's costly. That's also unsustainable. So I think that is the key. And then community engagement through different ways, different methods. All these urban missions and Namami Gange, there is a lot of innovative things happening about engaging people, whether it is quiz, whether it is adventure sports, whether it's through several other methods. So I would once again appeal to all the industries, all the partners who are partnering in this, please come forward and then strengthen our hands further, because as was told earlier, water is too important sector. It cannot be only done by the government. Everyone has to collaborate. And that is in that spirit, I once again congratulate all the award winners who were given water awards, and all the people who have shared their best practices. It's very important to document best practices and share, because that motivates some more people. Sometimes we feel it's undoable. Can we do it? But if we see someone else has done it, then perhaps we also have a confidence that yes, we can do it. What's most important is to feel confident about it, have faith in it, and then gain momentum. So once again, I congratulate FICCI for this water conclave, and I would be really very keen to look at all the recommendations, all the wisdom, all the inputs which would have come in this 2-day session, and then subsequently we can perhaps sit down and work out. I should also at this point really thank Niti Aayog and especially CEO personally, who has been interacting and who has been actually supporting, helping NMCG at every stage in developing all these models for private participation and development of sustainable business models. So I think that's very important to move ahead. And thanks to Niti Aayog, some of the things which we have done has become a kind of policy for some of the other missions, and several states are coming up with a similar kind of program. So so I see a lot of hope for this sector for sustainable water management, and actually we do not have any option but to actually move ahead with this kind of hope and enthusiasm, and then achieve these results. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mishra. I think you've really touched upon a breadth of initiatives that the NMCG is undertaking, but also the spirit of collaboration with which it is moving ahead, and amazing to see the kind of work that you are championing, and NMCG is doing under your great leadership. So thank you very much, and we from the FICCI Water Mission will look forward to engaging with you further. We now move on to the next part, which is the special address by Mr. Rajendra Singh, who is an Indian water conservationist and environmentalist. He belongs to the Alwar district in Rajasthan, also known as the Waterman of India. He won the Magsaysay Award in 2001 and the Stockholm Water Prize in 2015. So over to Mr. Rajendra Singh.
अर्बन इंडस्ट्री और एग्रीकल्चर में जो आज पानी का संकट है, इस संकट के समाधान के लिए हमें ये देखना होगा कि अर्बन का जो सी क्लास वाटर है उसको ट्रीट करके बी क्लास में लाके उसको एग्रीकल्चर में यूज़ करें। जो हमारा इंडस्ट्री का पोल्यूटेड वाटर है उसको ट्रीट, रीट्रीट और रिसाइकल करके रीयूज़ करें, क्योंकि इंडस्ट्री का पानी, इंडस्ट्री के जो एफ्लुएंट्स हैं वो शायद खेती के लिए उतने अनुकूल नहीं है, लेकिन जो हमारा अर्बन स्वेज वाटर है उसको ट्रीट करके हम खेती में काम ले सकते हैं। हमारे पास इस वक्त 3 तरह का पानी है। एक ए क्लास वाटर है जो नेचुरल फ्लो है वर्षा का, बी जो हमारी नदियों में पॉल्यूटेड रिवर्स में फ्लो कर रहा है, और सी जो बिल्कुल इंडस्ट्री में और सुएज में जो पानी बहुत ही पॉल्यूटेड वाटर है जिसको हम किसी भी तरह से यूज़ नहीं कर सकते। तो हमें कोशिश ये करनी चाहिए कि इन तीनों तरह के पानी को क्लासिफाइड करके अलग अलग करके इसको ट्रीट करना और फिर रिट्रीट करना, रिसाइकिल करना, रीयूज़ करना। कुछ तो स्वेज वाटर तो ऐसा है कि उसको यदि हम उसमें एफिलेंट्स ना मिलाएं, कास्टिक सोडा वगैरह ज़्यादा ना मिले, तो उसको तो ऐसे ही शुगर केन में और दूसरी फसलों में यूज किया जा सकता है। आज सबसे ज़्यादा पानी हम एग्रीकल्चर पे खर्च कर रहे हैं, तो इस वक्त एग्रीकल्चर में कैसे कम से कम पानी यूज हो सके, उसके लिए स्किल डेवलपमेंट इन एफिशिएंट यूज ऑफ वाटर। हमारा जो क्रॉप पैटर्न है उसको रेन पैटर्न के साथ लिंक करना पड़ेगा, और फिर जो क्रॉप्स को इरिगेशन के लिए पानी चाहिए वो अर्बन का जो सुएज वाटर है उससे हम एग्रीकल्चर में बहुत अच्छा खाद पानी दोनों दे सकते हैं। हमारी जो इंडस्ट्री में पानी है उसको तो हम किसी भी कीमत पर नालों में ना जाने दें, नदियों में ना जाने दें। उसके जो फ्लो हैं इंडस्ट्रियल फ्लो, उनको किसी भी तरह हम अलाउ ना करें कि वो हमारे वर्षा के जल में मिले, उससे अलग रखना। और उसको एक ऐसा सिस्टम बनाना पड़ेगा जो सिस्टम ऑलरेडी बहुत सारे देशों में इख्तियार किया जा रहा है, अपनाया जा रहा है। वो सिस्टम हम भारत की इंडस्ट्री में भी अपना सकते हैं। लेकिन वो तभी होगा जब इसके लिए एक मजबूत पॉलिटिकल विल हो, एक मजबूत कानून हो, और हमारी इंडस्ट्री और हमारी एग्रीकल्चर की भी इच्छा हो कि इस देश में हम गंदा पानी नहीं होने देंगे। हम अपने गंदे पानी को ठीक करने की कोशिश करेंगे, लेकिन गंदे पानी को अच्छे पानी में नहीं मिलने देंगे। यदि आप सचमुच गेम चेंज करना चाहते हैं तो गेम चेंज करने के लिए सबसे बड़ा गेम चेंजर वही हो सकता है जो अच्छे पानी को गंदे पानी से अलग रखें। अच्छे पानी को, जो नेचुरल फ्लो है, जो ए क्लास वाटर है, उसको ड्रिंकिंग वाटर के लिए इंश्योर करें। बी क्लास वाटर को हम एग्रीकल्चर के लिए इंश्योर करें, और सी क्लास वाटर को, जो इंडस्ट्री से निकलता है, उसको रिट्रीट, रिसाइकल, रीयूज करने का पैटर्न हम लोग बनाएं। तभी भारत एक पानीदार देश बन सकता है। यदि भारत को पानीदार देश बनाना है तो फिर गंगा के जो ए क्लास वाटर है, गंगा जल जिसे कहते हैं, उसको आप शुगर केन में यूज करेंगे, और फिर शुगर केन की इंडस्ट्री उसी पानी को पोल्यूट करेगी। उसमें केमिकल्स, सब तरह के क्रोमियम, सब खतरनाक चीज़ें उसमें आती हैं। तो ऐसे तो हमारी जो स्थिति है वो बिगड़ती जाएगी। हमें एक अच्छी स्थिति में आना है और एक पानीदार राष्ट्र बनाना है। तो हमारी इंडस्ट्री की रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी और हमारी खेती की रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, इस रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी में जब तक हम ये नहीं भरेंगे, इस रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी में जब तक हम ये नहीं करेंगे कि तीनों तरह के पानी को अलग अलग तरह से उपयोग करें और उसको, उसके लिए जो सप्लाई सिस्टम है वो भी अलग बनाए। मैं जानता हूँ कि वो बहुत कॉस्टली और बड़ा काम है, लेकिन वो हर घर में नल और हर घर में जल के मुकाबले आसान है और इफ़ेक्टिव होगा, और जो आपके पास अवेलेबल है उसकी सस्टेनेबिलिटी को इंश्योर करेगा। इसलिए मेरा कहना ये है कि हम यदि भारत को पानीदार राष्ट्र बनाना चाहते हैं तो पानी के जो वर्ग हैं, पानी की जो स्थिति है, पानी का जो स्टेटस है, उसको ठीक से समझकर उसका उपयोग, दक्षता बढ़ानी चाहिए। उसको कहते हैं स्किल डेवलपमेंट इन एफिशिएंट यूज ऑफ वाटर। जल उपयोग दक्षता बढ़ाने के लिए हमें जल साक्षरता के अभियान की ज़रूरत है। आओ धरती के ऊपर और धरती के नीचे का जल जाने और जानकर जल का अनुशासित होकर उपयोग करें। ये संदेश, ये शिक्षण, ये चेतना हमारे राज और समाज दोनों को मिलकर करनी पड़ेगी। और यदि उद्योगपति भी इस काम को अपना काम मानकर करने लगेंगे तो फिर कम से कम पॉल्यूशन तो रुक जाएगा, और पॉल्यूशन रुकने के बाद जो भी कुछ हमारे पास अवेलेबल है उससे हम लोग अपने जीवन को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए, आगे चलाने के लिए जुट जाएं। बस आज इतना ही।
Thank you very much, Rajendra Singh ji, for a very thoughtful, evocative, and from the heart address that you made. and you actually, give us your answer to the theme of this session, which is promoting circularity through the nexus of industry, water, agriculture. What can be the game changer? So you spoke about what could be the game changer. Thank you very much for that enlightening address. Now we move on to our valedictory address from Shri Amitabh Kant, CEO, NITI Aayog.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the global economy for a very long time was based on a take, make, consume, and dispose model, where natural resources are turned into products and the waste disposed of instead of being reused as a resource. This whole model was based on the assumption that resources are abundant, available, and cheap to dispose of. However, the climate change, along with rapid population and economic growth, is resulting in increased demand for water and food, potentially leading to overstress on not only our present resources, but also jeopardizing the resources for our future generations. Therefore, a move towards circular economy is critical for ensuring the economic and social stability of not only our economy, but for world economy as a whole. India wastewater treatment plants market stood at around $2.4 billion in 2019 and is projected to reach $4.3 billion by 2025. Owing to increasing demand for municipal water as well as sewage water treatment plants across the country. Therefore, there will be huge gap of investment in this market, and private sector can fill the huge gap in the market in terms of technology selection, fund rotation, and implementation. But first of all, let us discuss why circular economy is water is important for all of us. Due to rapid increase in population and inefficient uses of water resources, once known as one of the most water-rich countries in the world, India is at a verge of water security. In the country where about 63% of rural households do not have access to individual piped water supply, and about 1 billion people living with water scarcity in at least one part of the year, exploring and accessing alternate water supply sources is highly required. Notably, in this dire situation of water crisis, it has been found that the 80% of the water supplied gets wasted, which can be seen as an untapped resource of water to be used with proper treatment measures. Also, as per the recent assessment by the Central Pollution Control Board of India, there are 351 polluted river stretches in the country, with 45 of them critically polluted. The estimated polluted riverine length in India is 12,363 kilometers, with about 5 times the length of Ganga main stem. The main source of pollution of these rivers is the untreated waste flowing into these rivers. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development has also given due importance to water beyond the conventional issues of water supply and sanitation. Sustainable Development Goal target 6.3 states. By 2030, improve water quality by reducing pollution, eliminating dumping and minimizing release of hazardous chemicals and materials, halving the proportion of untreated wastewater, and substantially increasing recycling and safe reuse globally. Therefore, in order to achieve SDG 6 target 6.3, significant investment will be required in new infrastructure, gray and green and locally appropriate combinations, and appropriate technologies to increase the treatment and use of water. Inadequate sanitation resulting in poor hygienic practices leads to a huge economic and social losses for the country. Ladies and gentlemen, it is estimated that the total annual economic impact of inadequate sanitation in India amounts to a loss of Indian rupee 2.4 trillion. In 2006, which is equivalent to about 6.4% of India's gross domestic product. These losses and economic impacts are disproportionately borne by the poorer sections of the society due to the lower levels of access to improved sanitation and water supply and relatively more densely populated living conditions. And therefore, This huge focus on sanitation by the Prime Minister of India will make a huge impact on the livelihoods and the nutritional conditions of the people living below the poverty line. Collection, treatment, and reuse of municipal wastewater provides an opportunity for not only environmental rehabilitation, but also meeting the increasing water needs of different economic sectors. In addition to recycled wastewater becoming an additional and valuable water source, there are opportunities to recover nutrients and energy from wastewater. It is estimated that 80% of urban wastewater could be collected and treated by 2030. There would be a total volume of 17 billion m³ per year, an increase of around 400% in the volume of available treated wastewater. The 17 BCM of treated wastewater resource, if captured, treated safely, and recycled, is equivalent to almost 75% of the projected industrial demand in 2025 and almost a quarter of the total projected drinking water requirements in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, our urban areas produce nearly 40,000 million liters of sewage every day, and barely 20% of it is treated. According to the Central Pollution Control Board, only 2% towns have both sewage systems and the sewage treatment plants, and the country has installed capacity to treat only about 30% of the waste it generates. Just two cities, Delhi and Mumbai, which generate around 17% of the country's sewage, have nearly 40% of the country's installed capacity. The sewage to river runoff ratio is 1:3 for the Ganga. Industrial water requirement constitutes almost 10% of all non-irrigation water demand in the country and expected to increase to almost 17% by 2050. Industrial reuse of wastewater presents many benefits to both utilities and the industrial consumers. Use of treated wastewater can provide industries with a reliable source of water supply, and in most cases a supply that is cheaper than procuring fresh water. The wastewater can be used in cooling, boiler feed, water cooling towers, etc. Recycle of wastewater from industries also prevents or minimizes the pollution flowing into our water bodies and environment. Recycling and reuse of wastewater is also being planned as an integral component of the urban water and sanitation projects being developed in new urban areas and cities. Although the use of treated water and potable water use is very limited, but treated water can be reused extensively in households through dual distribution systems, industrial, commercial, recreation, and peri-urban agriculture. The reuse of water in agriculture is one of the areas of great potential. It is already practiced formally and informally in many parts of the country. Reuse in peri-urban areas offers an opportunity to produce food close to the area of consumption. Currently, it is estimated that India has an area of more than 40,000 hectares irrigated with untreated wastewater. Historically, the use of treated or untreated wastewater has been common in India. However, there's a need to understand the economic, environmental, social, and health implications of the use of untreated wastewater and mitigating any deleterious side effects from its use. The potential promotion of water reuse from a circular economy perspective could pose some significant risks, in particular with regard to water quality and human health. And therefore, using untreated or partially treated wastewater exposes farmers and crop consumers to potential health risks. Ideally, wastewater should be treated for up to specified standards before using it for irrigation, health, and risk aspects. Social attitudes to the use of crops that have been irrigated with recycled water and the resulting impact on market value of crops are also a major consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, circular economy companies often fail to raise capital for innovative solutions that increase efficiency or innovative business models that promote circular economy solutions because they are perceived as being more risky and so deter traditional investors. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a huge, huge opportunity. And finally, consumer habits are also lock-in linear models hindering the development of new circular economy products and services. This happens when prices do not reflect the real cost of resources used to society and policy does not provide a strong enough signal for the transition towards circular economy. In order to encourage circular economy, there's a need to develop an enabling framework that uses smart regulations, market-based instruments, research and innovation, incentives, information exchange, and support for voluntary approaches. To implement the circular economy and achieve sustainable industrial renaissance, we should rely on proactive businesses and consumers with a special focus on small and medium-sized enterprises implementing circular economy solutions. As stated before by me, private sector can fill the huge gap in the market in terms of technology selection. Ladies and gentlemen, in circular economy innovations, our goal should be to design out waste through the value chain rather than relying on solutions at the end of the product life. This can be achieved by reducing the quantity of water required to deliver particular services, reducing the use of energy in production, creating a market for secondary raw materials, incentivizing and supporting waste reduction and high quality separation by consumers, and facilitating the clustering of activities to prevent byproducts from becoming waste. In order to sum up the whole discussion, I would like to emphasize that there is a need for rationalization in freshwater allocation for drinking in urban and rural areas with due proportion to industry. Efficient use of water in agriculture should also be encouraged by adoption of micro-irrigation methods. All these uses should be interdependent for recycle and reuse of wastewater. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a real pleasure participating in this unique conference.
Thank you, Shri Amitabh Kant, for your valedictory address. And I think your address has really brought the interconnection between circularity of water and economic impacts, investment needs, and ultimately resource recovery and achievement of the SDGs. So thank you very much. I now invite Ms. Nainalal Kidwai, Chair of the FICCI Water Mission and past President FICCI, to deliver her closing address.
Thank you, Rita. Let me just start by saying that the deliberations during the sessions, and I have been listening in to pretty much all of the last 2 days, have really highlighted the need to manage water resources in a holistic manner. And dare I say, the enlightenment which came through everyone who addressed us and the solutions were very much in the vein of what Mr. Rajiv Ranjan Mishra set out at the beginning, that for most of us, we are now, I think, on the page of understanding the why we need to do it and the what. It is the how that needs to be focused on. And there were several suggestions on the how, which tells me that we are well on the right track to begin to tackle this critical issue. Now, water is a concurrent subject. There's a wide range of stakeholders, from state government to primary stakeholders, and the consensus is clearly what is needed for us to manage water effectively. And as we look at this, there is clearly a paradigm shift in the water sector in the recent years, particularly with respect to water governance. The rules, the compliance therein are there, and the call now for citizens and all stakeholders to play their part, which was uniformly felt right through the last 2 days and again in this valedictory session, is something that we have to rely on. I think, again, Mr. Mishra, you called the PPP that I have always known, you have redefined it now and redefined it to also include people. So it's public, private, yes, and people. And I think that rallying call is not lost on us. Multiple initiatives taken up by government, emphasizing long-term perspectives of O&M in this PPP model. It's been well highlighted again by Mr. Mishra that the infrastructure is all very well, but you are at the government level clearly looking at 10-year O&M models by which the infrastructure that is set up is operating. And we need a national policy for reuse of wastewater, which addresses many of these issues of water scarcity and provides additional resources and helps us maintaining the circularity of water use. We heard from Mr. Amitabh Kant just now on how many aspects of this the government is focusing on. And the repeated conversations around the SDG 6 and how it impacts everything from hygiene, nutrition, and right through to climate change are indeed very critical reasons why water will be very central to everything we do in the country. So looking at some of the recommendations from the conclave, while steps are clearly being taken for supply side management, there's an urgent need to address the issue of demand side, and that is clearly something that we have to look at in terms of source sustainability. A second area was that state policies have come up for recycle and reuse of water. However, comprehensive policy, which integrates all policies which exist in various ministries, should be brought out. And we saw how Australia tackled this and why they felt it was important to tackle this. So maybe there are learnings there for us, where we look at the focus on resource recovery models and not just on recycle and reuse of water. Also, a central water regulatory authority could be thought of to develop and cater to these water issues. A third area was the champions that we need to have present in every city, from both private and public, to create awareness related to water issues and for the mobilization of the community. And I know from experience that where community is engaged, the projects continue even after that district collector who was passionate about it moves on, where there's a change in guard of the NGO. Unless the community is engaged, the continuity is very hard to find. So we need those champions. And we also need the structures which NGOs help us establish, the structures which enable the community to continue to engage and to own the process. Another area is the potential of wastewater management as the role of industry therein, which comes into play, and the business opportunity therein. And we heard from a number of global players, international players, on how we can tackle that in India as well. And they are working in India with those models from Japan, from other parts of the world. The water sector, if made investor and developer friendly by the equitable sharing of risks between all, that is the developer, the investor, the technology provider, and the government, so all three, then we can bring in private sector investments in water projects. So the projects have to be viable, but we need these partnerships. Then there were many exemplary examples, and some of them from our own awardees, not just this time round, but from earlier as well, where there are exemplary initiatives and innovative technologies in water utilization and recycling, which was showcased during the sessions. And this, I think, is really why we exist as the Water Mission. We want dissemination of best practice, sharing. We want the active Q&As that happen, questioning them. And this is something which is so important as we go forward, as we look for these local solutions and innovations to drive this change. And to make these innovations socially and commercially implementable, so that huge investments that are required are actually available therein. At FICCI's level, there have been a lot of suggestions on how we might engage, including continuing engagement with government. And we will certainly commit to take actions on all the recommendations that have come forward at the conclave, with the view to ensuring that these recommendations are heard and indeed implemented. Now, it goes without saying that we have in this, really, I'm so grateful for this partnership with the National Mission for Clean Ganga. Mr. Mishra, you are there all the time in many of these deliberations, and the passion with which you drive this change so important for us. You are already undertaking various initiatives around water management and pollution abatement activities, such as creation of treatment infrastructure for domestic industrial wastewater, the collection and disposal of floating debris, riverfront development, complete sanitation in rural areas, conservation of aquatic species, and creating awareness among the common public. So it's a very holistic program. And FICCI is delighted to be partnering with you in whichever ways you have enabled us to come with you. And we would certainly like to continue this partnership in every which way which you see we can bring value. I would like to thank the Department of Water Resources, RD and GR, Ministry of Jal Shakti, National Mission for Clean Ganga already mentioned, National Water Mission for supporting the 6th Industry Water Conclave. Our sponsors, Diageo and Hindustan Unilever, who also are great water champions, have been very critical for enabling this conclave to happen. And last but not least, to have no less than our globally fated water champion, Shri Rajinder Singh Ji, who brings it all together on a very grassroots understanding and indeed focus on what it is that must drive change. It is about ensuring that we save water, use water, classify water as A, B, and C, make sure that the uses go where they should, and the tremendous focus on agriculture, which I must say as a theme at FICCI, I did hesitate. I hesitated because agriculture is not our raison d'etre, but there is no doubt that in the case of water, and I know Rita and Kirtika debated and discussed this with me and forced this on me, that let's look at the circularity, including agriculture. It's a huge issue. It's one which I can't say we have the solutions from industry, but it's certainly one that we are prepared to work on through FICCI in the ways that we have heard today. And I will only end by saying that I have come away from this particular conclave really energized in terms of being on the right track, the amazing alignment that government itself has brought through the work it is doing, and it makes the way we can proceed to work just that much easier to help to fill the gaps where it is indeed the role of us in industry. I say this because 10 years ago, when we embarked on this journey and set up the FICCI Water Mission, we would struggle to get an audience. We would struggle to find the right people in government to come and speak. It was as if we were talking about Mars or man landing on the moon. But except for the players who were in agriculture, the Jain irrigations, etc., we did not even find the corporate sector come forward the way we see now. And I think this mobilization, this awareness is so important, and one which I believe we are now where we need to be in terms of our understanding of these issues. And I can only firmly believe that the next conclave, we will have even more solutions to ensure that we have solved the problem. And we will finally see per capita water for the country begin to go up in the projections rather than down as it exists today. So on this note, let me thank all of you, in particular Rita and Kirtika, for this amazing effort that you have made. I don't think there was a presentation that started without calling for Kirtika, so I don't know how she manages to do all the thinking and all the technology and everything that goes with it. And Rita for holding it all together with your excellent moderation, and for the whole FICCI team and tech team that enabled this to happen the way you have. So thank you, and good luck to everyone.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kidwai, for championing the cause of water and sanitation in FICCI. Thank you very much, and I thank DG NMCG for his support and being here both the days. Just a very small announcement that the participants who have viewed the deliberations yesterday and today are most welcome to go back onto the FICCI Bike platform, our virtual convention center, where every session recording will be available for the next 7 days. So you can once again go and view the entire recordings of each session. The presentations will also be uploaded, and then thereafter it will also be there on YouTube for everyone to view. The compendiums will be available on the FICCI website for you to download. Thank you very much.
Bye. Thank you. Bye.